In a modest rented apartment, Yunfan was engrossed in a movie on his phone. Achoo! This weather is so bizarre, he exclaimed, as an unexpected chill coursed through the air, prompting an involuntary sneeze. It was June, and the heat was steadily rising. Such a sudden drop in temperature seemed peculiar. Yi Yunfan rummaged through his wardrobe and threw on a light jacket, continuing to watch his film. At that moment, muffled sounds emanated from the adjacent room. "Ho! Damn it, not again," Yi Yunfan sighed, donning his headphones to drown out the noise. The thin walls of his budget accommodation offered little soundproofing, and he had grown accustomed to these nightly disturbances. The noises stirred a heat within him, dispelling the earlier chill. At over 20 years of age, and still a virgin, such sounds inevitably ignited a flush of blood to his cheeks. After finishing the movie, Yi Yunfan noted the late hour. With work awaiting him the next day, he completed his nightly routine and prepared for bed. As he turned off the light and settled in, a streak of light crossed the night sky outside his window. A shooting star? Yi Yunfan rushed to the window, peering out to catch sight of the fiery, celestial body. It blazed a brilliant red, racing across the sky, leaving a long tail of light in its wake. He closed his eyes and made a wish, wishing for his grandmother's health and longevity. Upon opening his eyes, he realized the meteor had vanished, likely burned out in the atmosphere. Then, an unexpected event unfolded. In the dimly lit room, a glimmer of silvery light shot towards his forehead like a bolt of lightning. "What is this?" Startled, Yi Yunfan instinctively raised his hands to block it, but it was too late. He only saw the silver light disappear into his brow. What in the world? He touched his forehead, finding nothing unusual. Fear gripped him, for he had clearly witnessed something entering his being. Turning on the light, he followed the trail of the silver light to its source, an old book. He had discovered this peculiar tome at a second-hand bookstall, filled with strange symbols and illustrations. Believing it to be an antique, he had purchased it for 100 yuan. Subsequently, after extensive research, he found that the inscriptions were neither ancient Chinese characters nor remnants of any known ancient script, but rather resembled the random scribbles of a 3-year-old. He visited numerous antique markets, yet no one regarded it as a true ancient text, nor did anyone offer to buy it. It dawned on Yi Yunfan that he had been duped, and each recollection of that 100 yuan stung his heart. As he opened the pages, Yi Yunfan was astounded. The strange characters remained unchanged, yet he realized he could understand the text. Could it be due to that flash of light? He attributed this newfound comprehension to the earlier silver beam. Excitement surged within him. I knew this book was extraordinary. That 100 yuan was not wasted. The notion that a mere beam of light could grant him the ability to decipher the text surpassed Yi Yunfan's understanding. Suppressing his exhilaration, he delved into the contents of the book. What he discovered sent waves of shock through him. 6,000 eras later, the celestial locks will reopen, the world will be encased in ice, alien species will invade, and all beings will face devastation. Not only did Yi Yunfan recognize the words, but he also grasped their meanings. According to the book, era referred to 10,000 years, meaning 6,000 eras equated to 60 million years. When was this book written? The question struck him, and he began to search for clues within its pages. Soon, he deciphered the book's chronology, which was based on the entirety of Earth's timeline, far surpassing human history. According to the book's descriptions, it had been penned during the era of the dinosaurs' extinction. A quick online search revealed that dinosaurs had vanished approximately 63 million years ago. 6,000 years later indicated the present. The vast passage of time rendered the timeline imprecise. The book did not detail what calamities would transpire 60 million years hence, but it ominously suggested that the world would face catastrophic disasters. Had someone else informed Yi Yunfan of impending doom, he would have scoffed and dismissed it. Yet now, this mysterious ancient text presented him with unsettling revelations that stirred doubt within him. A prophecy from 60 million years ago. How could it possibly come true? Even if it did, it might be tens of thousands of years in the future, far removed from our reality. Resolute, Yunfan decided to cast aside his worries, ignoring the ancient book as he drifted into slumber. In the night sky, a fiery meteor streaked through the darkness. Unlike typical meteors that disintegrate in the atmosphere, this celestial body plunged towards the Australian continent, landing in a vast wilderness. The meteor, a gift from the cosmos, created a crater 5 meters deep and 10 meters wide upon impact, kicking up a cloud of dust. Aside from the surrounding wildlife, its descent went unnoticed by any human. The following day, Yunfan resumed his work routine. The ancient book's prophecy had no bearing on his life. He was merely an ordinary individual, powerless in the face of impending catastrophe. Recently graduated from university, Yunfan was a typical office worker. Orphaned as a child, he was raised by his grandmother, who had lost both parents in a tragic accident shortly after his birth. After several rings, his grandmother finally answered the phone. "Hello, who is it?" "It's me, Grandma." It's little Fan. How's work been lately? Take care of your health, don't skimp on food and clothing. Yunfan Sikit. His grandmother was well-meaning, but her incessant worry could be overwhelming. "Grandma, let's not talk about me. I've noticed the weather has been quite strange. Please keep warm and avoid catching a cold." Just as he spoke, the phone's signal suddenly dropped, replaced by a series of beeping sounds. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that the signal returned. Initially thinking his phone had malfunctioned, Yunfan checked online and discovered numerous discussions regarding the recent signal interruption. Half an hour later, he came across a news channel reporting that experts attributed the disruption to a solar storm affecting communication signals. The news was inundated with explanations about solar storms, filled with technical jargon that left Yunfan bewildered. He had heard of solar storms and understood that they could disrupt signals. However, the prophecy from the ancient book echoed in his mind. Could it be that disaster is truly on the horizon? Chapter 2, Information from the Outside World. What is spatial primal force? In an effort to discern the specifics of the impending catastrophe, Yunfan meticulously delves into ancient texts. After perusing the prophecies within yesterday, he dismissed the contents as mere nonsense and chose not to continue. However, the incessant occurrence of abnormal phenomena has compelled him to reassess the significance of the ancient prophecies. The origins of the text's author are scarcely mentioned. All Yunfan knows is that it was left behind by a mysterious figure to transmit their esoteric knowledge. The text offers no insight into this figure's background or fate. Subsequently, Yunfan encounters references to spatial primal force. The ancient manuscript states that the universe harbors various forms of energy, encompassing not only the more rudimentary types like electrical, mechanical, and nuclear energy, but also elemental energies such as metal, wood, wind, and fire, along with the more profound spatial energies. The energy that can be absorbed into living beings is termed primal force, with spatial primal force being one of its varieties. A tempest of thoughts surged within Yunfan. What exactly is this? Having undergone over 2 decades of materialistic education, he found it difficult to accept such seemingly feudal and cult-like concepts. He yearned to discover what else the ancient text contained, only to be astonished to find he could not open the subsequent pages. At that moment, he noticed a line of small text. Only by reaching the realm of knowledge can one view the subsequent contents. Yunfan's hand trembled slightly. He was not inclined to study the methods of cultivating primal force, for his concern lay with the prophecies. If the predictions were indeed true, what purpose would his cultivation serve? At merely 23 years of age, Yunfan was not ready to meet his demise. He had yet to savor the joys of life. And he was still a virgin. Calm down, calm down. The ancient text merely foretold a great disaster, not that all would perish. If he prepared adequately, perhaps he could survive. In the ensuing days, Yunfan took leave from work to ready himself for the impending calamity. He amassed a significant quantity of non-perishable food items, such as compressed biscuits and canned goods, alongside high-value staples like rice and flour. Anticipating the frozen world described in the ancient text, he purchased numerous winter garments and blankets. These provisions were acquired from various supermarkets, stores, and online platforms to avoid drawing undue attention by purchasing too much at once. He also spent a considerable amount on a Swiss Army knife. His modest rental apartment became inundated with supplies. Had he possessed greater savings, he could have prepared more thoroughly. Regrettably, his finances were limited, and he had to borrow money from his aunt for these purchases. His aunt, aside from his grandmother, was his closest relative. She had cared for him throughout his life. When he requested money for supplies, she not only dismissed his concerns but also mocked him for believing in rumors. Unable to persuade her, he urged her to stay vigilant regarding the news. Similarly, he could not convince his grandmother, knowing her frugality regarding expenditures. Ultimately, he resorted to fabricating a story that rice prices were set to rise, which prompted her to buy a substantial amount. Life for Yunfan must continue. He could not indefinitely await the disaster foretold in the ancient text. In truth, 3 days of tranquility had led him to doubt the prophecies. How could he have been so foolish as to believe in the predictions of a mere book? This was the thought that occupied his mind as he surveyed the abundance of supplies in his apartment, sufficient for 6 months of sustenance. Just as his skepticism reached its peak, an unexpected deluge abruptly altered his perspective. This was a nationwide downpour, affecting vast swathes of the country without any prior warning. Accompanying the rain were intermittent disruptions in mobile communications. Yunfan noted that as the rain fell, the temperature continued to drop. After several hours of heavy snowfall, it began to be interspersed with hail the size of soybeans, crashing onto the ground, car roofs, and windows with a cacophony. While sheltering in his apartment, Yunfan remained glued to the internet, absorbing various updates. News channels reported on the ongoing deluge, with some regions experiencing flooding, and military and firefighting personnel were engaged in rescue operations. Experts analyzed the causes of the downpour while attempting to stabilize public sentiment. In addition to these official reports, numerous forums and discussion boards buzzed with apocalyptic rhetoric. After perusing these posts, Yunfan remained unfazed, dismissing them as the fabrications of alarmists. A common occurrence following earthquakes or floods. Simultaneously, the prices of rice, salt, and other goods surged, and amidst the hail-infused rain, many supermarkets were besieged, with some closing their doors entirely. Knock, knock, knock. Who could it be? Yunfan wondered, perplexed by the visitor. It's me, Wang Kai. Wang Kai. His neighbor from across the hall had conversed with Yunfan a few times, revealing himself to be a programmer 3 years his senior. When Yunfan opened the door, he was met with an unusually animated expression on Wang Kai's face, who wore large black-framed glasses. Yunfan had never seen him so exhilarated. Wang Kai, what brings you here? Yunfan inquired. Wang Kai replied conspiratorially, I just browsed the foreign web and discovered something astonishing. Do you want to know what it is? What? Yunfan's curiosity was piqued. Due to censorship in their country, much information was inaccessible, and only by circumventing barriers could one obtain additional insights. Wang Kai lowered his voice. This torrential rain is nearly global in scope, but that is not the most sensational news. The most startling report is that monsters have appeared in Austria and have already clashed with the military, and it's quite a significant conflict. Monsters? Yunfan gasped, instinctively recalling a line from the ancient text regarding an invasion of otherworldly beings. Yes, Wang Kai nodded. I even have photos, though they were taken in the rain and are not very clear. What do you think? With such bizarre weather and an invasion of monsters, is the apocalypse upon us? Yunfan fell silent. The ancient text had indeed foretold a great disaster, yet he couldn't fathom Wang Kai's exuberance. Misinterpreting Yunfan's expression, Wang Kai chuckled. Hey, don't be afraid. If the sky falls, there will be someone taller to bear it. We mere mortals can just enjoy the spectacle. Life has been so dull, finally. Something extraordinary is happening. Yunfan was taken aback. Wang Kai's excitement stemmed merely from the monotony of life. At that very moment, a minor conflict was erupting on the continent of Austria. Commander, there are too many monsters, and they are rapidly closing in. The rain obscured the vision of everyone present, rendering the silhouettes of approaching figures indistinct. Panic ensued. They were living in a time of peace, and they had never experienced such chaos. The officers present represented the entirety of the local law enforcement. Several dozen kilometers away, a military unit was advancing at a swift pace. Chapter 3, Midsummer Snowfall. Meteoric descent. Gazing out the window, Yunfan's brow furrowed in consternation. The heavens were not dispensing rain, but rather a deluge of snowflakes, each as large as a goose feather. The sky was a somber gray, and the world outside was being transformed into a pristine white expanse. Yunfan City, Hangzhou. A metropolis nestled in the south rarely experienced snowfall even in the depths of winter. Yet, here it was, a summer snowstorm in the month of June. Retrieved his phone. Yunfan noticed the signal had been restored. He promptly dialed his aunt, Pingfong. Hello, Aunt. How is everything at home? Is Grandma all right? Pingfong responded, Xiaofan. I've already brought your grandmother over to my place, so you don't have to worry. How are things on your end? His thoughts drifted to the ancient tome, a mysterious artifact that had become his beacon of hope. Yunfan meticulously studied the sections of the ancient book pertaining to spatial force, scanned as they were. They detailed how to perceive the existence of space and the spatial force within it. Following the book's instructions, Yunfan toiled for hours, yet he met with no success. Alas, I knew it wouldn't be so simple, he sighed. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Yunfan could hear Wang Kai vehemently arguing. Upon opening the door, Yunfan saw two uniformed officers standing before Wang Kai's room. No, I didn't do anything. What grounds do you have to arrest me? We traced the IP address, and the information originated from here. How many doomsday posts have you disseminated online? Wang Kai appeared flustered. No, I only posted a few things online. Just a few. I can delete them right now. Please don't arrest me. You are suspected of spreading rumors online, causing public panic. Please come with us. Wang Kai, his face ashen, was led away. Before leaving, one of the officers addressed the onlookers. Please do not believe or spread rumors online. Yunfan secretly rejoiced, grateful that he had not divulged the prophecies from the ancient book. Otherwise, he might have been the one being apprehended. As night fell, Yunfan, swaddled in thick blankets, delved into the ancient book's methods for mastering the fundamentals of primal force. Outside, the relentless snow continued to fall, and the temperature had plummeted to below -10 degrees Celsius. Experts were claiming that Earth was entering another ice age. Earth had previously endured 4 ice ages, and this was the 5th, the most sudden and drastic of them all. Hypotheses and theories abounded, yet none adequately explained the abrupt onset of this extreme weather. Yunfan disregarded the online chatter. The Ice Age was not the complete picture of the impending catastrophe. There were also alien invasions and widespread devastation to come. While the extreme snowstorm would undoubtedly inflict immense damage on human society, it was far from the cataclysmic devastation he foresaw. Yunfan diligently followed the instructions in the ancient book, striving to reach the knowing realm as quickly as possible, so he could access the subsequent content. The night was tempestuous, with howling winds and swirling snow. Countless people huddled in their homes, shivering, their fear compounded by their ignorance of what the future held. Yunfan drifted off to sleep. In the night sky, streaks of meteors blazed across the firmament, plummeting towards the earth at breakneck speeds. There were numerous such celestial objects. To the naked eye, dozens were visible. In Yunfan's room, a beam of silver light emanated from the ancient book, striking him squarely in the chest. The sleeping Yunfan remained oblivious. At a military command center, a report was issued. Report: another meteor has entered the atmosphere, predicted to land in City A, Wan Province. Should we intercept? Report: the meteor headed for Shanghai is too close to the ground. Interception would result in civilian casualties. Report: the model has been successfully created. According to calculations, the explosive force of meteor number 3 upon impact will not exceed 10 kilotons. Report: meteor no. 5 is of immense size and is predicted to land in the center of Beijing. Should we intercept? Intercept meteor number 5 immediately. Intercept meteor number 5 immediately. At that moment, the nation's highest military command center was operating at full capacity, issuing a flurry of orders. At an air defense base, several anti-ballistic missiles soared into the sky, targeting the meteors. The missiles collided with the meteors, causing them to shatter into fragments, erupting into dazzling displays of light in the sky. Meteors that posed little threat to the ground and were predicted to land in remote areas were left unintercepted, plummeting to Earth. For a nation as militarily powerful as China, intercepting a few meteors was not difficult. However, meteors were streaking across the skies worldwide, and many smaller countries lacked the capacity to intercept them, leaving them to fall unimpeded. When Yunfan awoke, he immediately sensed something was amiss. He felt a subtle energy coursing through his body, a peculiar sensation. Could this be the spatial force the ancient book mentioned? Yunfan not only detected this energy but also perceived the existence of space and the primal force energy that permeated it. It was an indescribable sensation, something Yunfan could only grasp intuitively. He hastily retrieved the ancient book and manipulated the primal force within his body, guiding it to his hand. The pages that had previously remained sealed now opened effortlessly. Yunfan was unsure what had transpired, but this change was clearly advantageous. He eagerly began to peruse the subsequent content of the book, perceiving the existence of space and spatial force was merely touching the threshold of the knowing realm. Next, Yunfan needed to harness this energy to create an inner space, the true mark of entering the knowing realm. Inner space? Yunfan was taken aback by the book's contents. According to the book, the inner space was not actually within his body, but rather an alternate dimension, with his body serving as a vessel. The primary function of this space was to house spatial force, but it also had auxiliary functions, such as storing items. Upon reading this, Yunfan was elated. The auxiliary function of the inner space was crucial to him. If he could store items, he could carry supplies with him in the future. He immediately followed the instructions in the ancient book and began to create his inner space. The spatial force flowed through Yunfan's body, accelerating until it surged towards his chest, where it vanished. Yunfan's consciousness could sense the spatial force entering another dimension, a small space measuring only 10 centimeters in length, width, and height. The spatial force resembled a faint, colorless gas, permeating the space. Can I really store items? Yunfan wondered, as he picked up a lighter and focused his thoughts. The spatial force immediately flowed out of his inner space, enveloped the lighter, and vanished before his eyes. Yunfan's consciousness could see the lighter resting peacefully within the inner space. Chapter 4. A quest for sustenance. After several consecutive days of heavy snowfall, the flurries finally subsided, leaving a thick blanket of snow measuring 30 to 40 centimeters on the ground. During this time, Yunfan had not ventured beyond the confines of his rented room. Apart from eating and sleeping, he devoted himself to absorbing spatial energy. Gradually, this energy flowed through his body and culminated within his inner space. As the amount of spatial energy increased, Yunfan's inner space expanded, transforming into a cubic dimension with a side length of 30 centimeters. In just a matter of days, the volume of his inner space had surged 27 times, growing from 10 centimeters to 30. However, he sensed that as his inner space grew, the rate of expansion began to decelerate. Within Yunfan's inner space lay ancient tomes, a military knife, and several chocolate bars. The ancient texts had become of paramount importance to him. Initially skeptical of their significance, he had come to recognize their mystery and power. Through the window, he noticed a military off-road vehicle parked at the entrance of the community. Given the current road conditions, only vehicles with high ground clearance could traverse the streets. Over the past few days, Yunfan frequently observed soldiers and armed police patrolling outside. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the south, startling Yunfan. Moments later, the military vehicle roared to life, crunching through the thick snow as it made its way toward the southern part of Hangzhou. Anxious thoughts plagued him. What exactly were the otherworldly beings mentioned in the ancient texts? Although he possessed remarkable spatial abilities imparted by the tomes, the looming unknown filled him with unease. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking disrupted the morning stillness in Yunfan's room. He opened the door to find Wang Kai standing there. Wang Kai? I thought you had been taken away, Yunfan exclaimed. Wang Kai had merely posted a few messages online. Amidst the incessant snowfall, communication and internet access had become erratic, leading to a flurry of rumors online that the authorities were unable to contain. I came to ask if you would be interested in joining me to search for food, Wang Kai said. I've run out of my supplies, and if I don't eat soon, I'll starve. Yunfan, realizing the gravity of the situation, recalled that he had stocked ample provisions capable of sustaining him for 6 months, and thus had not considered the issue of food. However, others were unprepared, and in such frigid conditions, a considerable amount of sustenance was necessary to maintain body warmth. After a moment of contemplation, Yunfan agreed to accompany Wang Kai. Although he had no food shortage, he was eager to venture outside to assess the situation. Wang Kai beamed with delight at Yunfan's consent. I'll prepare right away. We'll set off shortly. A few minutes later, Wang Kai reappeared, clad in a thick down jacket with a hood enveloping his head, revealing only half of his face, and carrying a backpack. Yunfan donned his own pack, and together they made their way outside. Is this how you're dressing? Wang Kai remarked, astonished by Yunfan's attire. While Wang Kai was bundled in layers of clothing, Yunfan wore merely a sweater and a coat. It's fine. I'm not afraid of the cold, Yunfan replied, though the truth was that the spatial energy had enhanced his constitution, rendering him less sensitive to the chill. As they trudged through the snow, the exertion was palpable. Yunfan observed several others like them, presumably also in search of food. Many storefronts and supermarket doors had been forcibly opened, leaving the interiors barren and stripped of supplies. Stick close to me. I know where we can find something to eat. Wang Kai gestured for Yunfan to follow. Under Wang Kai's guidance, they entered a narrow alley, navigating several turns before arriving at a small eatery. I've dined here before. The door hasn't been breached yet. There should still be food inside. Yunfan gazed hesitantly at the locked roll-up door. Are we really going to break in and take things? He questioned, grappling with a moral conflict. He understood the chaos that had ensued. But the idea of vandalizing someone's restaurant felt akin to robbery. Moreover, with the authorities and military present, the thought of armed soldiers sent a shiver down his spine. Having lived as a law-abiding citizen for over 2 decades, Yunfan found it challenging to reconcile his thoughts. Wang Kai brandished a wrench from his backpack. What are you hesitating for? Do you think the police will arrest us? Rest assured, they have their hands full with more pressing matters. When I left a few days ago, it was a scene of murder and rape. Society has collapsed. No one will bother us for breaking in to find food. Besides, we're doing this to survive. No one will blame us for that. As Wang Kai encouraged him, he swung the wrench against the lock, creating a cacophony that frayed Yunfan's nerves. Soon, the lock surrendered to Wang Kai's forceful assault, and the roll-up door creaked open. Yunfan followed Wang Kai inside, his emotions a tumultuous blend of resolve and trepidation. The modest eatery, no larger than 30 square meters, held a trove of supplies. Wang Kai hastily rummaged through the kitchen, discovering a generous stock of food. What are you standing there for? Hurry and grab something, he urged Yunfan, who remained frozen in place. Hey, what are you doing? A booming voice suddenly resonated from the entrance of the restaurant. Chapter 5, The Power of a Foot. 3 men entered through the doorway, one of whom was exceptionally tall and robust. Even clad in a thick cotton coat, his imposing physique was unmistakable. The voice that had just sounded was his. Upon seeing the trio, Yunfan felt a wave of dread wash over him, mistakenly believing that the restaurant owner had arrived. He felt as though he were caught in the act of wrongdoing. The burly man, noticing that Yunfan and Wang Kai were intimidated, smirked with satisfaction. Drop your bags and scram. You don't belong here. Surprisingly, Wang Kai retorted, Why should we leave? We arrived first. Yelling back, Are we? Just because we outnumber you? If you don't get lost, I'll make sure you do. The burly man sneered, confident that his sheer size alone could overpower them. After all, he was a single force against 2 ordinary individuals, and with his companions, their odds were even more in their favor. As Yunfan listened to the exchange, clarity dawned upon him. These men were not the restaurant's proprietors. They were here to rob. Their audacity was palpable as they demanded that the 2 vacate the premises, intent on seizing all the food. The burly man was a local thug, surviving by extortion and usury, embodying a morally bankrupt segment of society. In a chaotic social order, he thrived, unbothered by the turmoil around him. Save for a fear of murder, he was unrestrained in his actions. The 2 men flanking him were similarly unsavory, forming a small gang of like-minded ruffians. Wang Kai, sensing their aggressive demeanor and glancing at Yunfan, felt his confidence wane significantly. He murmured, Let us just take a little rice. We'll leave the rest for you, okay? The burly man barked back, Scram. You think you can negotiate? Aren't you the kid I saw yesterday, acting tough until you got a beating and learned your place? Wang Kai fell silent, resentment flickering in his eyes. He had recognized the trio from the outset, but chose to feign ignorance, unwilling to bring up the incident before Yunfan. Dropping his backpack, he turned to Yunfan, his demeanor defeated. Let us just leave. He understood the ruthlessness of these men and knew they would show no mercy. The pain from yesterday's beating still lingered in his body. In a mere 2 minutes, Yunfan's mindset shifted dramatically. Why had Wang Kai swiftly grasped the harsh realities of their world and adapted so readily? Why were these 3 thugs so brazenly daring to rob them? It was evident that they had assimilated into this crumbling society far more quickly than he had. Despite possessing ancient knowledge and foreseeing the impending upheaval, Yunfan remained cowardly and hesitant. Was it truly the fate of honest individuals to suffer? Yunfan wrestled with this question, recognizing that he had always adhered to the law, never straying from the straight and narrow. Grabbing Wang Kai, who was intent on leaving, he asserted, We're not going anywhere. They are the ones who should leave. Wang Kai, visibly anxious, whispered urgently, Let us go quickly. We can't take them on. Especially that brute. He is dangerous. Yunfan remained steadfast, calmly observing the burly man. The latter, puzzled by Yunfan's audacity, wondered where this courage stemmed from. Another fool? He mused. Suddenly, Yunfan acted, seizing the initiative. This was the first time he unleashed his powers since his training in the space of cultivation. Unsure of his own strength, he channeled a modicum of energy into his right foot and delivered a swift kick. The burly man was caught off guard. Unable to evade in time, he raised his arms defensively, but it was futile. Yunfan's kick struck him squarely in the abdomen, sending him hurtling backward, out the door. He landed with a thud, rolling several times before the pain registered, his body feeling as if it had shattered, unable to rise. Brother who? The other two were both furious and astonished, not just at Yunfan's boldness, but at the sight of their nearly 200-pound leader being flung 5 meters away. While the duo was momentarily stunned, Yunfan pressed his advantage, charging toward them without hesitation. This time, he relied solely on his enhanced physical abilities, sufficient to handle them without the need for additional power. Within a minute, both of his opponents lay defeated on the ground, groaning in pain. At that moment, Wang Kai snapped back to reality, marveling at Yunfan's combat prowess, exhilarated by the scene unfolding before him. He rushed toward the burly man, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. I give up. We yield. The burly man quickly conceded, not out of fear of Wang Kai, but of the young man who had only spoken a single sentence throughout the encounter. The thug had concealed a knife within his clothing, but after some contemplation, he abandoned the idea of drawing it. In the current situation, using a blade would lead to a fight to the death. Reflecting on Yunfan's earlier kick, he doubted he could prevail. Even if he drew the knife, it would likely result in mutual destruction. The prospect of fighting to the bitter end over a meager amount of food was simply not worth it. After exacting his revenge, Wang Kai felt a surge of elation and turned to Yunfan. What should we do with them? Yunfan replied, You may leave, but do not let me see you again. Yes. The two helped their burly leader to his feet, preparing to leave. Wait, Yunfan interjected suddenly. The burly man stiffened. Brother, do you have any orders? Yunfan replied, You intended to rob us. Now that you have lost, shouldn't you leave something behind? He resolved to impart a more profound lesson on these men. Those who wish to steal must be prepared to be robbed in turn. The burly man, face twisted in despair, lamented, We haven't even begun our day's work. We have nothing on us. Really? Yunfan's tone turned icy. The burly man fumbled through his pockets and finally produced a pack of cigarettes. Brother, this is all I have. Reluctantly, he handed over the pack, and with his companion's support, he vacated the small restaurant. You were incredible, Wang Kai exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration for Yunfan. Have you trained in martial arts? Seeing Wang Kai's look of admiration, Yunfan fabricated a response. I practiced martial arts in the past. Now, let us pack up the food and leave. The two of them filled their bags and carried vegetables, returning with a hearty bounty. The cold weather ensured that their provisions would not spoil. Their halt was sufficient to last them an entire week. Yunfan, could you teach me martial arts? I want to be as formidable as you, Wang Kai implored. Yunfan, who had no real expertise in martial arts, replied, Well, it requires years of rigorous training. It cannot be mastered overnight. Wang Kai recognized the truth in Yunfan's words, sighing, If only I could breathe fire. With the apocalypse upon us, why am I not endowed with some extraordinary talent? It defies logic. Breathe fire? Wang Kai whispered conspiratorially. You may not know, but I heard recently that they captured a man who could breathe fire. It's been circulating as a credible story. Yunfan silently registered Wang Kai's words, believing in the truth of them. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on such matters. Perhaps he was simply not destined to be a protagonist. Thank you for today. You have no idea how they tormented me yesterday. They were truly scoundrels. For Wang Kai, avenging his grievances was far more exhilarating than securing such a bounty of food. Yunfan, feeling quite pleased, extracted 2 cigarettes from the pack given by the burly man. Wang Kai, do you smoke? Wang Kai shook his head vigorously. I don't smoke. Yunfan pressed the cigarettes into Wang Kai's hand. Take them. I don't smoke either. He had never smoked before, having been advised against it throughout his life. But from this day forth, the once innocent boy, perceived as a good-natured fool by others, had begun to change. Extracting a lighter discovered in the restaurant, Yunfan ignited a cigarette and took a deep drag, only to cough violently. White smoke billowed from his mouth and nose, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Wang Kai also lit his cigarette, inhaled gently, and then exhaled, creating a ring of smoke in the air. Ah, refreshing, he exclaimed. Chapter 6. The Ice Age. In the following days, Yunfan diligently practiced the space origin force within the confines of his room. The situation grew increasingly chaotic, with communication and internet signals severed and electricity fluctuating sporadically. Before the collapse of the network, Yunfan had stumbled upon an aerial photograph depicting the ocean. The once azure waters had vanished, now obscured beneath a thick layer of ice. The temperature had plummeted sharply, resulting in the ocean's freezing. Thus, Earth had entered an ice age, recognized by experts as the Ice Sea Era, marking the fifth glacial period. Yunfan felt an escalating urgency as he could hear the distant sounds of gunfire from the south of Hangzhou, drawing ever closer. The government had issued a conscription order, with recruitment points established at the end of the street where Yunfan resided. In peacetime, many aspired to join the military for its generous benefits, yet now, when the call to arms was dire, few were willing to enlist. Yunfan understood they were battling the otherworldly beings mentioned in ancient texts, yet he had never laid eyes on such creatures. Thus, he fervently honed his space origin force to bolster his strength against the impending unknown threats. Currently, Yunfan's internal space measured 0.5 meter on each side, sufficient for him to store a considerable amount of items. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone at the door stirred Yunfan from his thoughts. He recognized it was Wang Kai. Upon opening the door, Yunfan inquired, "Wang Kai, what brings you here?" In the past few days, Wang Kai had not been idle, spending most of his time gathering supplies and seeking information. He first produced a cigarette and offered it to Yunfan, who gestured to decline. Wang Kai lit the cigarette and inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke with a look of utter satisfaction, as if the smoke was not mere tobacco but the essence of the divine. After Yunfan had gifted him a cigarette previously, he had developed a strong craving, while Yunfan remained unaffected. "Shall we consider leaving? I've heard that the army to the south has suffered another defeat, and if this continues, those insect beasts will inevitably arrive. Many in the vicinity have begun to prepare for departure," Wang Kai suggested. In Wang Kai's intelligence, insect beasts was the term used for the monstrous creatures. However, neither he nor Yunfan had witnessed these beasts firsthand, relying solely on hearsay. Yunfan shook his head. "Let us not rush to flee. We should wait until the situation becomes clearer." Wang Kai nodded in agreement. "I share your thoughts. We currently have enough provisions and should avoid unnecessary risks on the road, where dangers may lurk." Since Wang Kai had recognized Yunfan's formidable abilities, he had come to regard him as a pillar of support, heeding his counsel. Yunfan appreciated having such a companion. While they conversed, a commotion outside the window caught Yunfan's attention. He hurried to the window and peered out to witness a woman screaming at the entrance of their community, pursued by a strange creature. It was a colossal insect, measuring over 1.5 meters in length, its body a deep brown. With 6 legs, it maneuvered adeptly through the snow, its prominent mandibles and a pair of antennae giving it a fearsome appearance. "Is that an ant?" Yunfan gasped, as the monstrous creature resembled a grotesquely magnified ant. The insect beast advanced toward the woman with alarming speed. She, paralyzed by fear, could only scream as her legs weakened, rendering her unable to flee. Although the ant beast was smaller than an adult human, its powerful mandibles and 6 legs endowed it with combat capabilities far surpassing those of a human. The creature approached the woman, disregarding her struggles, as its massive mandibles closed in. While not particularly sharp, the crushing power of its jaws easily shattered the woman's body. Her screams abruptly silenced, the ground stained crimson with her blood. Yunfan felt a wave of nausea rise within him. The gruesome spectacle nearly made him retch. Yet the horror did not end there, for the ant beast seized the woman's corpse and began to retreat into the distance. Wang Kai was even more affected, his face pale as a ghost, sweat beading on his brow despite the frigid air. At that moment, Yunfan and Wang Kai bore witness to the fabled insect beasts. The ant beast had not ventured far when a squad of soldiers arrived. To Yunfan's astonishment, the soldiers' rifles failed to inflict any significant damage upon the creature. The ant beast darted through the soldiers' gunfire, and even when struck, the bullets merely left dents in its exoskeleton. It was evident that eliminating this beast would require an immense expenditure of ammunition and firepower. Then, a man clad in a black trench coat approached, flinging his arm, summoning a fireball the size of a soccer ball that hurtled toward the ant beast. The fireball struck true, exploding upon impact. While it did not kill the ant beast outright, it weakened the defenses of its exoskeleton, allowing the soldiers to finally bring it down with their gunfire. With the ant beast dispatched, the soldiers carried its lifeless body away, disappearing from Yunfan's view. This scene not only captivated Yunfan, but also caught the attention of many residents around them. In that moment, Wang Kai felt a mix of exhilaration and terror. He was thrilled to have seen the fire-wielding man, but terrified that the vicious ant beast could effortlessly rend him asunder. Yunfan fell into deep contemplation. The ant beast was formidable, equipped with powerful mandibles and a resilient exoskeleton, rendering conventional firearms ineffective against it. Moreover, The man who had conjured the fireball likely possessed the ability to wield fire origin force. According to ancient texts, this universe harbored not only space origin force, but also many other energies, with fire origin force being one of them. We should prepare to leave, Yunfan declared. The appearance of the ant beast signifies that the front lines are nearing collapse. I am uncertain if I can contend with such a powerful creature. It would be prudent to depart before encountering it. Indeed, Wang Kai, having witnessed the ant beast's strength, was eager to vacate the premises without delay. Yunfan continued. Let us make our preparations and set off tomorrow. The recent events had been witnessed by numerous individuals, all sharing Yunfan's sentiment of urgency to escape this perilous place. Chapter 7. What can be exchanged? In the adjacent room of Yunfan, Zhang Hui looked at Zhao Kuan, her voice devoid of energy. Hurry and find some food. I'm starving. Zhao Kuan nodded. All right, I'll go now. Their food supplies had long been exhausted, and they had been relying on Zhao Kuan to scavenge for sustenance outside. The previous day, they had only managed to consume a few pieces of bread, leaving them both cold and hungry in the frigid weather. Not long after Zhao Kuan left, Zhang Hui witnessed a woman being killed by an anteater through the window. In her shock, she came to a realization. She was aware that Wang Kai also had food. Yet, compared to him, she preferred to approach the amiable Yunfan. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Hui rapped on Yunfan's door. Mistaking the visitor for Wang Kai, Yunfan opened the door only to find the woman from next door. He looked at Zhang Hui with a puzzled expression, unsure of her intentions. With a forced demeanor, Zhang Hui said, Young man, I need to ask you something. We have no food left at home. Could we possibly trade for some of yours? Feeling embarrassed to outright ask for food, she phrased it as a trade, despite having nothing of value to offer in return. Yunfan understood her purpose for coming and hesitated for a moment before inquiring, What do you have to exchange? As a neighbor, he was willing to assist Zhang Hui, already contemplating that he could afford to lose a bit if she could provide something useful in return. I have jewelry and a bag. As she spoke, Zhang Hui faltered, realizing the worthlessness of these items compared to food. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly proposed, If you're willing, I could sleep with you. How does that sound? What? Yunfan was taken aback. Although Zhang Hui was of average appearance, her figure was striking, and the seductive sounds she emitted nightly from the adjacent room had led him to occasionally fantasize about a liaison. However, fantasies aside, Yunfan was a conservative individual and had never contemplated wasting his first time on a woman he did not love. Zhang Hui, what are you saying? A male voice interjected. Yunfan recognized the voice as belonging to Zhao Kuan, the man from next door. Fuming, Zhao Kuan exclaimed, Couldn't you give me some time to think? How could you do such a thing? Isn't this a betrayal of our relationship? Betrayal? Zhang Hui shot him a disdainful glance. We are not even married. From this moment on, we are breaking up. If it weren't for your 3-minute prowess, would I have ever been with you? Zhao Kuan's face turned a deep shade of purple, his emotions swirling as he struggled to find words. Seeing the situation escalate, Yunfan quickly retrieved a small bag of food containing 2 pounds of rice from his room. Brother Zhao, sister, please don't quarrel. Here is some rice. Take it to eat. Zhao Kuan remained still, but Zhang Hui seized the rice and expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much. Yunfan reassured Zhao Kuan, Brother Zhao. Sister was just extremely hungry and spoke in anger. Don't take it to heart. Zhang Hui glared at Zhao Kuan. Did you hear that? Hurry up and thank him. Finally, with a flushed face, Zhao Kuan uttered a few words of thanks to Yunfan. Zhang Hui's earlier remarks had been partly performative, yet Yunfan had indeed offered them food. Although he had resolved to adapt to this crumbling society, he still felt a pang of sympathy in such circumstances. After all, they were neighbors, and assisting them seemed reasonable, especially since he would be leaving the next day, possibly never to encounter them again. Beside him, Zhang Hui had already fallen into a deep sleep, the most restful she had experienced in days. Meanwhile, Zhao Kuan was in turmoil. The 2 pounds of rice, if rationed, would only last 2 or 3 days. What would they do after that? Zhao Kuan understood the difficulty of finding food, especially after witnessing the brutality of the insect beasts. Suddenly, a thought surged uncontrollably in his mind. He knew Yunfan had ample food. Otherwise, who would so freely offer rice when it was so precious? Torn by guilt, yet driven by fear for the future and hunger, Zhao Kuan's moral compass began to waver. In the dead of night, he quietly rose from his bed, gathering a few items under the moonlight before stepping outside. He assumed Yunfan would be fast asleep by now. Stealthily, he approached Yunfan's door, armed with several thin wires, attempting to pick the lock. The quality of locks in their low-rent housing was poor, making it easy to open. Yunfan had already awoken. Instinctively gripping a military knife in his hand, he sensed Zhao Kuen's presence at his door, not through sound, but through an extraordinary awareness developed from his training in the spatial arts, a perception beyond mere sight or sound. Clutching the knife tightly, Yunfan remained vigilant at his door, hearing faint sounds of the lock being tampered with, yet uncertain of who was outside. The intruder was not a thief, he reasoned, as 5 minutes had passed and the door remained unopened. Just then, a crack appeared in the door as it finally opened. Zhao Kuen crept into the room, intent on taking the food and leaving without delay. In the dim light, as Yunfan recognized his visitor, his heart sank. It was Zhao Kuen, filled with anger. Yunfan realized that the gratitude he had hoped for was instead replaced by Zhao Kuen's covetousness for his provisions. Chapter 8. I forgive you. Zhao Kuen entered Yunfan's room, intending to search for food. Upon raising his gaze, he was taken aback to find Yunfan standing not far away, watching him intently. Why you? Zhao Kuen stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Yunfan's expression was frigid as he inquired, Are you here to steal something? You have so much food. Why not share a bit with me? After all, we are neighbors. Seeing Zhao Kuen's brazen demeanor, Yunfan found himself both amused and infuriated. What connection does your surplus food have with me? What kind of twisted logic is that? If you had asked for help, I might have considered giving you some food out of neighborly goodwill. But to come here to steal is simply unacceptable. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhao Kuen. How did you amass such a wealth of supplies? You must have prepared in advance. Did you know something was coming? Yunfan felt a tightening in his chest. What does it matter to you? Frustrated at the failed attempt to pilfer, Zhao Kuen concocted another scheme. If you don't give me 100 pounds of food, I'll report you. In these critical times, hoarding such a large quantity of grain, do you think the authorities won't come after you? Yunfan frowned, recognizing the validity of Zhao Kuen's concern. The secret of the ancient texts must not be revealed. However, he refused to succumb to Zhao Kuen's threats. Not 100 pounds, not even a grain of rice. Get out. Zhao Kuen's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Yunfan would stand firm against his intimidation. Just then, a cacophony erupted from the neighboring room, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass and twisting metal, piercing the stillness of the night. Neither Yunfan nor Zhao Kuen could discern the cause, until they heard Zhang Hui's shrill scream reverberating throughout the building. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Kuen's face blanched, and he hurried back to his own home. Zhang Hui was curled up in a corner, trembling in fear, as a dark brown ant beast advanced toward her, its antennae waving menacingly. The window had been shattered, and a biting wind rushed into the room, indicating that the creature had entered through the broken opening. Get away, you beast! Zhao Kuen shouted, seizing a chair and striking it forcefully against the ant beast. In that moment, he unleashed an unprecedented surge of strength. The wooden chair shattered upon impact, but the ant beast remained unscathed, not even shifting an inch. Zhang, run! Zhao Kuen bellowed, but it was too late. The ant beast had reached Zhang Hui, leaving her with no chance to escape. Yunfan witnessed the scene unfold before his eyes. He was momentarily stunned to see the ant beast defy the constraints of its surroundings, climbing up to the window. At that moment, Yunfan found himself torn between two choices: to assist Zhao Kuen in battling the ant beast, or to flee. But fleeing was no longer an option. This world had irrevocably changed, and he would eventually have to confront these ant beasts head-on. The spatial powers he had cultivated were meant to counteract such creatures. Time was of the essence, and Yunfan could not afford to hesitate any longer. Just then, Wang Kai burst forth from his room, awakened by the noise. Not only him, but many residents in the building were roused from their slumber. Some cowered in their rooms, trembling beneath beds or in closets. Others fled, desperate to distance themselves from the savage beast. Yunfan assumed that Wang Kai would seek to escape as far as possible, but to his surprise, Wang Kai wielded a half-meter-long iron rod and charged into Zhao Kuen's room. The once small space was now cramped with several people and the ant beast. With a determined resolve, Yunfan thought, let's do this. If he must face the ant beast eventually, it would be better to experience its combat prowess firsthand now. He could not stand idly by. Lives were at stake, and there were lives he knew personally. As their eyes met, Yunfan and Wang Kai understood each other's intentions. They were determined to vanquish the ant beast. Zhao Kuen's blood surged, his eyes reddening as he lost his grip on reason. With the ant beast's jaws poised to strike Zhang Hui, he was solely focused on saving her. In that fleeting moment, Yunfan formulated a plan, urgency dictating his every thought. Wang Kai, you cover me, and I'll circle around. After a swift exchange, Yunfan maneuvered behind the ant beast. The creature, slow to react, remained fixated on Zhang Hui in the advancing Zhao Kuan, momentarily distracted by Yunfan's presence. Armed with a military knife, its 20-centimeter blade poised to strike the ant beast's vulnerable spot, Yunfan prepared for action. Zhao Kuan, unarmed, recklessly lunged at the beast, while Wang Kai swung his iron rod from the side to divert its attention. Seizing the opportunity, Yunfan leaped onto the ant beast's back, aware that its 6 legs were firmly planted on the ground, leaving its back exposed. Gripping the beast tightly, he rendered its legs and jaws ineffective against him. With the spatial power infused in his military knife, he severed one of the ant beast's legs, provoking an unrestrained frenzy from the creature. Its jaws clamped down on the nearest target, while its remaining legs thrashed violently at everything around it. The ant beast, though aware of the attack from behind, lacked the intellect to effectively counter it. This was a critical moment. Yunfan had not anticipated that severing the ant beast's leg would incite such a furious response. He needed to eliminate the beast swiftly, otherwise, its death throes could spell disaster for them all. Spotting the creature's neck, Yunfan noted that its head and chest were armored, while attacking its legs would not suffice to bring it down immediately. Channeling the spatial power into his right hand and the knife, he thrust toward the ant beast's neck. The blade penetrated 10 centimeters deep, but the creature remained alive, its thrashing intensifying. The life-or-death struggle drove the ant beast into a state of insanity, curling into a ball and rolling on the ground. Yunfan held on tightly as they tumbled, the beast's frantic movements causing him to lose his footing. Yet he pressed on, intensifying his grip on the knife, driving it deeper until the creature's struggles began to subside. The battle concluded, revealing that the ant beast's combat prowess was less formidable than Yunfan had anticipated. Although he had expended half of his spatial power and sustained minor injuries from the struggle, his extraordinary physique left him only slightly wounded. However, the scene before him was harrowing. Zhang Hui, the first to be attacked by the ant beast, lay lifeless, having succumbed to the creature's overwhelming force. Zhao Kuan lay on the ground, blood pooling at the corner of his mouth. His most severe injury was to his chest, sustained while attempting to save Zhang Hui, making him the ant beast's second target. Yunfan found himself at a loss for words, his heart heavy. This was his first close encounter with death, witnessing one life extinguished right before his eyes, while another was on the brink. Just moments ago, he had been incensed by Zhao Kuan's ingratitude. Now, gazing at the fallen figure of Zhao Kuan, a tumult of emotion surged within him. Brother, Zhao Kuan's voice was faint. Thank you. I admire you. Truly admire you. Please don't hold it against me. I was just afraid she would go hungry. Forgive me. With that, Zhao Kuan cast a glance at Zhang Hui, his eyes reflecting sorrow, longing, and a bittersweet release. Yunfan remained silent for a few seconds before softly replying, I forgive you. A look of relief washed over Zhao Kuan's face as he closed his eyes, never to open them again. Chapter 9, Bonds in Adversity. Yunfan. We have done our utmost, Wang Kai remarked, patting Yunfan's shoulder before lighting a cigarette. As a programmer and a reclusive individual, it was Wang Kai's first encounter with such a scene. However, ever since he realized the world had changed, he had mentally prepared himself to face anything. Yunfan also lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. I simply cannot comprehend. The day's events shattered Yunfan's perceptions once more, revealing the grotesque nature of the world. Although he ultimately forgave Zhao Kuan, he did not condone his actions. No matter the circumstances, ingratitude and betrayal could never be justified. Wang Kai replied, if you cannot understand, then do not dwell on it. This world has gone mad. Just focus on being yourself and living well. Other issues are beyond our concern. Yunfan nodded, acknowledging that the profound questions of human nature and philosophy were beyond his grasp. Are you injured? Yunfan noticed the wounds on Wang Kai's body. His clothes were tattered from the battle with the ant beast, and down from his jacket lay scattered on the floor a long, deep gash, visible to the bone, marred Wang Kai's left shoulder, blood oozing slowly from the wound. He exhaled smoke nonchalantly. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Yunfan frowned. He did not consider it minor, recognizing Wang Kai's pale complexion indicated significant blood loss. Without medical attention, such an injury could prove fatal. Go to my room. I'll take care of your wound. Wang Kai did not refuse and followed Yunfan to his room. Upon seeing the abundance of supplies within, he was momentarily surprised but refrained from asking further. Yunfan had prepared many supplies but lacked medication. He was not a doctor and could not properly tend to wounds. He merely helped Wang Kai remove his clothing and used a clean strip of cloth to bind the injury, halting the bleeding. Due to blood loss and weakness, Wang Kai soon fell into a deep slumber. Yi Yunfan proceeded to Zhao Kuan and Zhang Hui's room, laying them on the bed before tidying up the space. He took the corpse of the ant beast with him, intending to study its weaknesses for future encounters. After locking the door, he allowed Zhao Kuan and Zhang Hui to rest peacefully in the small abode they had inhabited for so long. This was the last act Yi Yunfan could perform for them. While Wang Kai remained asleep, Yi Yunfan found himself unable to doze off. So he began examining the ant beast's corpse. The beast's most formidable defense lay in its exoskeleton, composed of a material akin to an alloy, light, yet incredibly hard, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities. As Yi Yunfan touched the ant beast's shell, he mused, if only I could fashion a suit of armor from this exoskeleton. Beyond the shell, the beast's most powerful weapon was its mandibles, capable of crushing any object in their path. The resemblance between the ant beast and ants intrigued him. What connections might exist between the two? Yi Yunfan speculated that perhaps he could uncover the relationship between them, discovering methods to combat the ant beast. After studying the creature, he began to cultivate spatial energy. Engaging a single ant beast had consumed half of his energy. What would he do if several appeared? The spatial capacity within him grew at an exceedingly slow pace. Wang Kai's condition worsened. By dawn, he had not awakened and his body burned with fever. Indeed, the situation had deteriorated. Yi Yunfan's fears materialized. Lacking medication and having merely bandaged Wang Kai's wound, he had succumbed to a high fever and unconsciousness. If this continued, the fever could claim his life. Yi Yunfan resolved to venture out in search of medicine. Before the IC era, Yi Yunfan and Wang Kai were merely ordinary neighbors, exchanging a few words when their paths crossed in the hallway. Such a relationship was common and unremarkable had it not been for the catastrophe. They might have remained mere passers-by in each other's lives. However, with the onset of the IC era, they had ventured out together in search of supplies. And Wang Kai had provided Yi Yunfan with numerous valuable tidbits of information. Their shared experience in battling the ant beasts forged a bond of camaraderie and adversity. Yi Yunfan was unwilling to relinquish his first friend in the IC era easily. He was uncertain whether he could save Wang Kai, but he would exert every effort to do so. He recalled a large pharmacy not far from the community entrance. Upon arriving, he discovered that the pharmacy's entrance had been smashed open, revealing a scene of chaos, with capsules and tablets strewn across the floor. This pharmacy had been looted, and others were likely not spared. After contemplating, Yi Yunfan deduced that the only place to find medicine would be a hospital. Following his memory, he made his way to a private hospital located 2 streets away from the community. The hospital was modest in size and bore no signs of having been ransacked. As he stepped through the entrance, a sight met his eyes. An ant beast stood before the outpatient building, effectively blocking the entrance. Yi Yunfan waited momentarily, but the ant beast showed no signs of leaving, continuously prowling nearby. To enter the hospital and search for medicine, he needed to eliminate this ant beast. He resolved to take the initiative. Having previously fought an ant beast, he was familiar with its characteristics. As long as he avoided its mandibles and the barbs on its legs, the creature posed no threat. With a swift motion, Yi Yunfan summoned a military knife to his hand. He quietly approached the ant beast, intending to launch a surprise attack from behind, but was detected when he was still 20 meters away. The ant beast, noticing Yi Yunfan, advanced rapidly on its 6 legs. At this point, he had no choice but to fight. Escape was not an option. Even with his enhanced physique, Yi Yunfan could not match the speed of the ant beast. As the ant beast opened its massive mandibles to seize him, Yi Yunfan nimbly evaded, propelling himself over 3 meters into the air. He landed squarely on the ant beast's back, securing himself with his left hand while gripping the military knife tightly in his right. Channeling energy into both his hand and the knife, he thrust it forcefully into the creature's neck. With a swift motion, the knife penetrated the ant beast's neck. The creature thrashed momentarily before coming to a halt. The entire encounter had lasted no more than a minute. His previous experience allowed Yi Yunfan to dispatch the ant beast with such efficiency. Entering the hospital building, Yi Yunfan made a beeline for the pharmacy. He forcefully broke open the door and began rummaging through the cabinets for any medication that might aid Wang Kai. Among the plethora of pharmaceuticals, he discovered wine-white medicine, along with a substantial supply of antipyretics and anti-inflammatories. Initially, he glanced at the effects of the medications, but soon began to hastily collect all the common remedies available. A considerable quantity of medicine was stowed within his spatial capacity, and once that was full, He filled a backpack to the brim with additional supplies. These medications would prove invaluable in the future. After filling both his spatial capacity and backpack, Yunfan reluctantly departed, having only taken a small fraction of what the pharmacy had to offer. Chapter 10. Pathways to Wealth. Wang Kai. Come, take your medicine. Yunfan presented a few tablets before Wang Kai. Having just awoken, Wang Kai noticed his wounds were wrapped in medical bandages. The sight of Yunfan offering him medication warmed his heart. Yunfan, thank you. It's a pity I prefer beautiful women. Otherwise, I would pledge myself to you. Get lost. Yunfan chuckled, playfully rebuking him. He was surprised that Wang Kai still found the mood to joke in such dire circumstances. Focus on recovering. We need to leave this place. Yunfan's hometown, Roching, lay just 300 kilometers to the north of Hangqing, yet in the current state of transportation paralysis. It felt like a vast distance. Many residents of Hangqing were fleeing, as news of setbacks on the southern front spread throughout the city. Some locals found themselves forced to abandon their homes, escaping through a world blanketed in ice and snow. Huge brother, look at all this jewelry. Hug Yan, known as Huge Brother due to his imposing stature, had gained some notoriety in the underworld. In the wake of the Ice Age, he relied on his formidable combat skills and ruthless demeanor to amass a following, forming a small gang. In a time of peace, such criminal elements would have been nearly non-existent, yet the chaos of the Ice Age allowed them to flourish like wildfire. At this moment, Hug Yan and 5 of his subordinates were attempting to pick locks. Among them was an adept locksmith, capable of breaching any door in under 3 minutes. They brazenly brandished their tools, entering one residence after another, taking anything of apparent value while leaving behind what was cumbersome. Hug Yan directed his crew to scour the premises for useful supplies. Food was paramount, yet often elusive, as homeowners typically took their provisions when they fled. Besides food, Hug Yan had a keen interest in tobacco and alcohol, with jewelry being a secondary concern. Money had become as worthless as scrap paper, and he hoped that the gold and silver trinkets would retain some value in the future. I found a pack of cigarettes. There's a bottle of red wine. Upon hearing about the wine, Hug Yan's face lit up with joy. In this frigid weather, a warming drink was akin to a divine elixir. Having searched one house, they swiftly moved on to the next target. As they opened the door, startled voices echoed from within. Who are you? What do you want? Leave now, or we'll call the police. The homeowners trembled at the sight of 6 adult men entering their space. Hug Yan chuckled. Call the police? Do you think your phone still works? He frequently encountered families startled by his presence but was unfazed. Unless they were part of a rival gang, ordinary citizens had little chance against 6 grown men. Seeing the fear in the family's eyes, Hug Yan felt a surge of satisfaction. Cut the nonsense. Hand over half your food and any tobacco or alcohol. We'll be on our way. The family hesitated. Food equated to life, and relinquishing it felt like surrendering their very existence. However, they understood that refusing would invite further trouble. What's wrong? Unwilling to cooperate? It seems we'll have to take matters into our own hands. All right, we'll comply. Faced with the prospect of future hunger versus immediate survival, they quickly yielded. Soon, a portion of food and alcohol appeared before Hug Yan. He gestured to his men, brothers, gather the goods. Let us move. In a mere half day, their haul was substantial. Huge brother, most of the apartments in this building are low rent. There likely isn't much of value. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Hug Yan replied confidently. Who cares if it's low rent? We cannot miss a single room. Move in. As anticipated, their findings in this building were meager, yet they persisted in their endeavor. Opening door after door, their bags gradually filled, and even Hug Yan himself carried a hefty backpack. The group was in high spirits. Nothing could compare to the rapid wealth acquired through such thievery. Let us search the last floor, then we'll retreat. They ascended to the upper level. However, their noisy approach had already caught Yunfan's attention. The 6 men made no effort to conceal their presence, and their raucous entry was unmistakable. Yunfan furrowed his brow upon hearing the commotion. He and Wang Kai had just finished their meal, and Wang Kai was now asleep. After more than a day of rest and medication, Wang Kai's fever had subsided. As Yunfan heard the sound of the door lock clicking, he sighed. The lock was of poor quality. The intruder opened the door and, upon seeing the room filled with supplies, erupted in laughter. Haha, huge brother, we've struck gold. Though he noticed Yunfan lying in the room, he dismissed him. In his mind, 6 men were hardly intimidated by one. The supplies Yunfan had meticulously prepared filled the room, and with minimal consumption, even with Wang Kai now present, there was still a considerable surplus. As Hug Yan and his group crowded into Yunfan's modest abode, They discovered Wang Kai resting on the bed but thought little of it. The thick bandage on Wang Kai's shoulder clearly indicated his status as an injured man. "Hey, kid, all this stuff belongs to us. You can scram." One of Hug Yan's subordinates spoke up. When Hug Yan recognized Yunfan's face, he froze. It was a visage he could never forget, especially due to the memory of a particular kick. "It's you?" Hug Yan exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Kai stirred awake at the sound of their entrance, and, upon seeing the ill intentions of Hug Yan and his men, felt no fear. He was well aware of Yunfan's formidable combat prowess. "Hey, it's you again. What a coincidence." Hug Yan glanced between Yunfan and Wang Kai, calculating whether his 6 men could handle the duo. After 3 seconds of hesitation, he plastered on a smile. "Big brother, I didn't expect you to be here. What a stroke of luck." Yunfan cast a cold, disdainful glare at Hug Yan, his expression betraying a hint of menace. "What do you want?" There was no need to ask. Yunfan could discern Hug Yan's intentions. Embarrassed, Hug Yan forced a smile. "Ahem, it's nothing. We're just a bit short on food, so I brought my brothers to try our luck. Sorry to disturb your rest. We'll leave right away." With that, Hug Yan signaled his men to depart. "Wait," Yunfan called out, halting Hug Yan in his tracks. Chapter 11. One thing missing upon hearing Yunfan's words. Hu Yan paused in his tracks, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Yunfan spoke flatly. "Do you have a cigarette?" Hu Yan was taken aback, not expecting Yunfan to call him over for a smoke. He quickly replied, "Yes, I have some." He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his bag, contemplated for a moment, and then produced 2 more packs, placing them before Yunfan. "Brother, we'll take our leave now." Yunfan remained silent, and Hu Yan swiftly departed with his entourage. "Brother who? Why do we fear that kid?" One of his men questioned. "Exactly, brother who? Even if he has some background. At this point, should we still be afraid he might send us to jail?" Among Hu Yan's 5 subordinates, only 2 had encountered Yunfan before, while the remaining 3 could not fathom Hu Yan's apprehension. With only 2 companions, one of whom was injured, against their 6 armed with blades, they should have felt completely unthreatened by Yunfan. Hu Yan bore an expression of lingering dread. "You don't understand. That person is a master, a formidable one." He distributed a cigarette to each of the men. "Let us prepare. We leave tomorrow. The damned big ants are multiplying. If we don't move soon, we might perish here." "Where are we headed, brother who?" Hu Yan hesitated. Having spent all his time here, he had never ventured elsewhere. "We'll head north, to a region free of the big ants. We'll recruit more brothers and continue living freely." In Yunfan's room, he was indulging in smoke with Wang Kai. Previously, he had never smoked, thus he had not prepared any tobacco among his supplies. This was the reason he had asked Hu Yan for cigarettes. Yunfan realized he was gradually becoming a smoker, while Wang Kai had already succumbed to addiction. As for someone like Hu Yan, Yunfan felt a deep-seated disdain. To take advantage of chaos in a world gone awry was the mark of a true scoundrel. If Hu Yan had attempted to forcibly seize Yunfan's supplies due to sheer numbers, Yunfan would not have hesitated to rid the world of such filth. Unbeknownst to him, Yunfan's character was undergoing a significant transformation. "Wang Kai, how are you holding up? Can you travel?" Wang Kai exhaled a cloud of smoke. "I'm nearly recovered and can set out at any moment." Although healing from external injuries was not a simple task, Wang Kai no longer had a fever, and his wounds showed no signs of infection. As long as they were properly bandaged, they would not hinder their journey. Seeing Wang Kai's normal complexion, Yunfan said, "Let us prepare. We'll depart early tomorrow. The ant beasts are proliferating nearby, and it won't be long before this place is swarming with them." Wang Kai felt somewhat embarrassed. Had it not been for his injury, they could have left already. "I'll make sure not to hold you back." Yunfan's internal space measured 80 centimeters on each side, ample enough to store a considerable amount of supplies. It was filled with rice, compressed biscuits, chocolates, and medications he had scavenged from the hospital, though more than half of the supplies remained in the room. Yunfan could not carry them all and had to leave them behind. To embark on their journey, Yunfan was missing one crucial item, a means of transportation. Without acquiring a vehicle, relying solely on his legs would render the journey home to Rongqing uncertain and perilous. Many people had driven away from Hangcheng. For traversing the icy wilderness on foot was tantamount to courting death. Given this predicament, finding a vehicle would not be an easy task. Yunfan devised a plan. He took several cans of luncheon meat and a few packs of biscuits, cautioned Wang Kai to stay safe, and stepped out of the room. In the community, Yunfan knocked on doors one by one. "Who is it?" A wary voice called from within. Yunfan held up his offerings. "I wish to trade food for a vehicle." He knew someone was peering at him through the peephole. Attempting to barter a few cans and biscuits for a vehicle seemed utterly implausible. This was merely Yi Yunfan's way of conveying that he bore no ill intent. "I don't have a car. Please leave," came the reply from inside. Undeterred, Yi Yunfan moved on to the next house. Though this method of casting a wide net was inefficient, it was the best strategy he could devise. Numerous cars were parked in the vicinity, but Yi Yunfan lacked the ability to unlock and drive one without a key. He continued knocking, having mentally prepared himself for a prolonged effort. "Who is it?" "I wish to trade food for a vehicle," he repeated. After a moment of silence, he sensed hope. He quickly added, "Rest assured, I mean no harm. I come with sincerity. I simply wish to exchange food for a way to leave Hangqing." Indeed, the occupant hesitated for a moment before ultimately opening the door. "You want to trade food for a car?" Yi Yunfan nodded. The middle-aged man who opened the door exhibited a hint of wariness. In these times, unscrupulous individuals were rampant. Had it not been for his dwindling food supplies, he likely would not have opened the door. "How much food can you offer?" This was the first individual to show interest in a transaction, and Yi Yunfan felt a sense of relief after searching for 2 or 3 hours, nearly exhausting his options in the entire community. "More than you might expect. Rice, flour, canned goods. I have plenty." "Really?" The man appeared skeptical. Yi Yunfan replied, "You'll find out soon enough if it's true. First, take me to see the vehicle. Once we finalize the deal, I'll bring the food, and you'll hand me the keys." After a few seconds of hesitation, the middle-aged man agreed. "All right, wait here while I get dressed." "Dear, I'll go with him to check the car. You both stay home." "Dad, I'll go with you." "No need. Stay here to protect your mother." "Lao Zhao, take this with you and be cautious." As Yi Yunfan observed the man emerge, he noticed his hand instinctively reaching towards his waist. He surmised the man might be concealing a weapon, possibly a fruit knife. Yi Yunfan paid no mind to the man's subtle gestures. A fruit knife posed no threat to him. Even a handgun would struggle to inflict harm upon him. The two proceeded to the parking lot, where Yi Yunfan spotted 2 vehicles parked closely together, a black SUV and a white sedan. The middle-aged man explained that both vehicles belonged to his family. He drove the black SUV, while his wife drove the white sedan. Yi Yunfan's gaze immediately fell upon the black SUV, appreciating its robust size and high clearance, ideal for the current road conditions. However, no matter how he argued, the middle-aged man was unwilling to part with it, insisting on exchanging only the white sedan. Yi Yunfan had limited knowledge about vehicles, recognizing only the Volkswagen emblem on the white sedan. Chapter 12. The Great Exodus of 4 million. After a series of negotiations, the two parties reached an agreement. Yi Yunfan exchanged 100 caddies of rice, 20 cans of food, and 20 blocks of compressed biscuits for a middle-aged man's white sedan. For Yi Yunfan, this transaction proved advantageous, as he could not carry such a vast amount of supplies. It was far more practical to barter for a vehicle. The only regret was not acquiring that coveted SUV. With the transportation capacity of this white car, coupled with the spatial storage within Yi Yunfan's body, he could transport the majority of necessities, discarding less vital items such as clothing. Everything was prepared, awaiting departure the following morning. At dawn, Yi Yunfan awoke. "Wang Kai, it's time to rise." No response. Yi Yunfan reached out to touch Wang Kai's forehead, finding it alarmingly hot. "Oh no, he's burning up. Just yesterday." Wang Kai seemed to have recovered. What had caused the sudden spike in fever? Yi Yunfan was perplexed. With Wang Kai in a state of high fever and unconsciousness, Yi Yunfan's plans to leave Hangqing were thrown into disarray. He felt conflicted, knowing he could not afford to wait any longer. He must depart Hangqing swiftly. If necessary, he would have to take Wang Kai with him in the car, allowing him to rest in the back seat. Yi Yunfan began packing, preparing to load the supplies and Wang Kai into the vehicle for their escape from Hangqing. At that moment, he heard a voice emanating from outside. Peering through the window, he spotted a military jeep moving leisurely down the road, a large loudspeaker mounted atop. Yi Yunfan opened the window, faintly hearing the announcement, "Attention all residents. Hangqing is currently under heavy attack by the ant beasts. The military cannot hold the line and is preparing to abandon the city. Please evacuate to the north as swiftly as possible. For those seeking protection from the military, please arrive at the north bus station by 10 a.m. tomorrow, where we will escort you to Jinling City. Attention all residents." Yi Yunfan was taken aback to learn that the military could no longer withstand the assault. The once invincible national army was succumbing to the ant beasts. Realizing the urgency of leaving, he decided it would be wiser to follow the military's lead. His mindset remained that of an ordinary citizen, finding solace in the prospect of evacuating alongside the troops, a sentiment rooted in his previous impressions of the army. The day passed swiftly, during which Wang Kai awakened only once. In a delirious state from the high fever, Wang Kai was fed a few antipyretics by Yunfan before slipping back into a deep slumber. Seizing every moment, Yunfan focused on honing his spatial abilities, striving to enhance his strength before their departure. Following the ancient texts, he absorbed spatial energy, gradually and steadily expanding his internal space. The next morning, Wang Kai's fever had not subsided. In fact, it had worsened. Now completely unconscious, Wang Kai did not respond to Yunfan's calls. Left with no alternative, Yunfan was compelled to journey onward with the comatose Wang Kai. He loaded all the food supplies into the car's trunk, which was somewhat limited in capacity. Anticipating that food would soon become scarce, Yunfan stuffed every available nook within the vehicle with provisions, filling every unassuming compartment with chocolate or biscuits. Wang Kai lay in the back seat, oblivious to the unfolding events. As Yunfan set out on the road, he encountered heavy traffic. All vehicles were heading towards the North Bus Station in Hangqing, where people sought refuge with the military. The road was blanketed in snow, and as cars passed, they compressed the snow into a solid, smooth surface. All vehicles moved at a snail's pace, with Yunfan driving at a speed not exceeding 20 kilometers per hour, blending into the flow of traffic. Despite the snowstorm of the icy era and occasional incursions of ant beasts into the city, many residents remained in Hangqing. Some stayed due to their roots in the city, while others lacked transportation. Myriad reasons kept them from leaving. With the military now prepared to abandon Hangqing, the need for evacuation was dire. Before the icy era, Hangqing boasted a permanent population of around 8 million. If half of those remaining were attempting to reach the North Bus Station today, that would amount to an astonishing 4 million individuals seeking to flee. From an aerial perspective, the North Bus Station was a sight to behold, with roads from all directions choked with traffic. A sea of vehicles stretching into the distance as more cars and people made their way towards the station. Inside the station, the ticket hall was heavily guarded by armed soldiers. This area had been transformed into a temporary command center, bustling with officers. At the center stood a stern-faced middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority. All the officers gravitated around him. This was Wu Xiaofeng, a division commander. His unit had suffered significant losses in battle and had been dispatched from the front lines to assist in the civilian evacuation. Commander, the transport company has agreed to our requisition of vehicles, but they demand compensation, an officer reported. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaofeng erupted in anger. Compensation? At a time like this? Are you wasting our time over such trivial matters? If anyone dares to mention compensation again, shoot them on the spot. Wu Xiaofeng's disposition was characterized by directness, decisiveness, and a fiery temperament. Report, Commander, all vehicles from other stations and buses from the public transport terminal are en route. But traffic congestion is preventing their arrival. Wu Xiaofeng spoke rapidly. Let them be delayed. Prepare to accommodate the civilians. What about the data? Is the statistical information ready? Commander, the number of people awaiting evacuation in Hangqing approaches 4 million, but our vehicles can only carry about 3 million. Upon hearing the figure of 4 million, Wu Xiaofeng felt a wave of dizziness. The enormity of the situation was overwhelming. They had hastily decided on the evacuation the day before without fully grasping the scale of the populace that needed to be moved. Find more vehicles. Any trucks or transporters that can operate. Bring them all, he demanded. Where's the map? Bring it quickly. Within 30 seconds, a map was presented before Wu Xiaofeng, and an officer suggested, Commander, according to the Strategic Division's recommendations, we can advance on multiple routes. Private cars can take the highway while buses use the regular roads, gathering supplies along the way. Wu Xiaofeng nodded decisively. Very well, let us proceed as planned. Depart immediately. Every moment counts as our forces strive to buy us time. We cannot afford to waste a second. Commander, the mobile radio is ready. A series of commands flowed from this makeshift command center as the evacuation operation commenced. Tense yet orderly. Chapter 13. A night in the wilderness. Yunfan drove slowly, like a snail, amid an increasingly congested road. The vehicles around him multiplied, leading to a massive traffic jam. As he passed an intersection, he noticed a sign by the roadside that read, Please turn on your car radio. Curiosity piqued. Yunfan switched on the radio. Besides the crackling static, a somewhat indistinct voice emerged. All vehicles, please queue in an orderly fashion towards Jinling City. Defensive fortifications have been established in Jinling City to ensure safety for all. The evacuation is divided into 3 routes. private cars are advised to take the expressway, while buses and public transport will proceed through city roads under military escort. All large vehicles, including buses and trucks, may travel free of charge. Those without transportation are urged to find a vehicle promptly. Please adhere to the law and report any issues to patrolling soldiers. Listening to the broadcast, Yunfan marveled at the military's efficiency. Within a short span, several effective measures had been announced. With these precautions in place, the evacuation of 4 million people would not descend into chaos. However, Yunfan was puzzled to see many people walking alongside the road. Weren't they able to board the buses? In a fleeting moment, realization struck him. The number of individuals without vehicles was overwhelming, and the buses were insufficient. Indeed, the buses were already filled to capacity, with every vehicle overloaded. Even the truck beds were brimming with people. The pedestrians watched as the convoy advanced, with vehicles passing them by. Occasionally, a bus would pass, equally crowded, igniting their anxiety. Eventually, someone could no longer contain themselves and began to flag down private cars. "Brother, please, take me with you. Uncle, I beg you, give us a ride. I'm willing to trade a box of chocolates for a seat. Anyone willing to help me?" At this moment, no one was inclined to open their car doors to strangers. The thought of allowing an unknown person into their vehicle, consuming space and increasing fuel consumption, along with the inherent dangers, deterred most. Yunfan's car was intercepted several times, but he declined each request. Having experienced the incident with Zhao Kuan, his perspective had shifted. Helping others might be perceived as an obligation, with no gratitude shown. And they might even expect more. Rather than invite trouble, it was wiser to be indifferent, focusing solely on one's own affairs. Yunfan navigated through the traffic, which was incessantly halted and resumed, plagued by frequent accidents. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally merged onto the expressway. The speed picked up slightly, alleviating some of the prior congestion. As evening fell, snowflakes began to descend from the sky. The flurries, though light, danced and settled upon Yunfan's windshield. If it weren't for the escape, this snowy landscape, adorned with drifting flakes, would have been a picturesque sight. Yet they were fleeing, and the snowfall only served to complicate their journey. The distance from Hangzhou to Jinling was 300 kilometers, typically a 3 to 4 hour drive on the expressway. However, now they were crawling at a pace of 20 to 30 kilometers per hour, with unforeseen circumstances prolonging their arrival in Jinling. As darkness enveloped the sky, the lengthy queue of cars continued to inch forward. By nightfall, the flow of traffic remained unceasing, illuminated by the glow of headlights, creating a luminous ribbon stretching for miles. Yunfan yawned, fatigue creeping in after a long day of driving. Finally, the radio crackled to life. "All vehicles are to rest in place. Departure is set for 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." It was now 10 at night. The advancing traffic came to a halt, engines silenced, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Yunfan reclined his seat, seeking a comfortable position, and closed his eyes. This was his first night spent outdoors. In the dead of night, fierce winds howled, and snowflakes swirled through the air. The temperature plummeted, causing numerous individuals to huddle in their seats, shivering beneath heavy layers of clothing. Many cars, despite running their air conditioning, could not fend off the biting cold seeping inside. In the wilderness beside the expressway, a few ant beasts wandered about, unfazed by the harsh wind and snow. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the night. Yunfan bolted awake, eyes wide open. He had not been in a deep slumber. Being in the wild required vigilance. Unfortunately, the darkness and the vehicles obstructing his view rendered him unable to discern what had transpired. At that moment, several cars switched on their headlights. Under the illumination, Yunfan's gaze fell upon the highway ahead. There were several ant beasts. The awakened crowd reacted with alarm, the sounds of engines revving and horns blaring echoing, rousing even more people. Many attempted to flee in their vehicles, but the surrounding cars rendered movement impossible. As the formidable jaws of the ant beasts opened and closed, panic ensued, prompting many to abandon their cars in fear of being devoured. A gleaming military knife appeared in Yunfan's grip. With prior experience battling ant beasts and having significantly enhanced his abilities, he felt no trepidation. One ant beast lunged toward a nearby black sedan, its jaws easily sinking into the hood, lifting the vehicle effortlessly. After realizing the car was not food, it released its grip and discarded the sedan onto the ground. A middle-aged woman trembled as she opened her car door, with several ant beasts perilously close. Overwhelmed by terror, her legs weakened, nearly buckling beneath her. One ant beast, spotting its prey, scuttled swiftly on its 6 agile legs. The woman barely had time to emit a short, terrified scream before the ant beast's jaws crushed her. Blood seeping onto the pristine snow, staining it crimson. Attracted by the scent of blood, the ant beasts encircled the woman's lifeless body, beginning to feast. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Yunfan felt a wave of nausea wash over him, nearly retching. Chaos erupted around him as people fled in all directions, screams and cries blending into a cacophony. In a moment of clarity, Yunfan noticed two ant beasts approaching from behind, one of which was drawing near. This particular ant beast quickened its pace upon detecting Yunfan, clearly perceiving him as prey. Gripping his military knife firmly, he braced himself. Rather than retreat, he resolved to confront the beast head-on. As the ant beast closed the distance, Yunfan observed a notable difference from the ones he had encountered before. The previous ant beast bore a dark brown exoskeleton, but this one shimmered in silver, blending seamlessly with the surrounding white landscape, larger than its dark-hued counterparts. This silver ant beast exhibited distinct features. Its jaws were slightly smaller, and the barbs along its 6 legs were more pronounced. Regardless of whether it was a dark brown or silver ant beast, Yunfan knew they shared a common weakness. Chapter 14. Regrettably. No, the silvery white ant beast swiftly approached Yunfan, its jaws wide open. As the creature closed in within a few meters, Yunfan executed a gentle leap, propelling himself 3 meters into the air. He landed steadily upon the beast's back, and with a flash of cold light, his sharp military knife sliced towards the creature's neck. Upon contact, he felt immense resistance. This strike consolidated all of Yunfan's strength. With a resounding clang, the head of the ant beast was severed and rolled onto the ground. The entire event transpired in a blink, the beast's body still poised in an attacking stance. The crisis had not yet abated. The corpse of a middle-aged woman was devoured in an instant, while several other ant beasts continued their feeding frenzy. Yunfan then noticed one ant beast crawling towards a young woman who lay helplessly on the ground. She trembled all over, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at the advancing creature, unable to utter a sound. The haunting image of the previous woman being consumed flashed in Yunfan's mind, compelling him to take action. He swiftly maneuvered behind the ant beast, his military knife striking fiercely at its neck once more. This time, the blade did not sever the creature's head but lodged itself firmly in its neck. This blow inflicted a mortal wound. The ant beast struggled briefly before falling still. Yunfan withdrew the knife, which he had procured at a high price, now marred with deep nicks. The weapon was excellent, yet the enemy bore a carapace as tough as steel. Alas, he sighed, lamenting the loss of effective weaponry against such foes. At that moment, a distant squad of armed soldiers rushed in, launching an immediate assault on the ant beasts. Gunfire echoed around, igniting flashes of light against the night sky. Thank you. Thank you. Lu Ruachi expressed her gratitude to Yunfan, acknowledging that he had saved her life. After speaking, Yunfan turned to leave. His decision to save her had been instantaneous, devoid of contemplation. In truth, he wished to remain detached from her. Hey, wait. Lu Ruachi called out to him. Is there something? Yunfan frowned slightly. Suppressing her lingering fear, Lu Ruachi explained, I am a student at Hangqing University. My home is in Jinling. I was supposed to ride with a classmate to Jinling, but he was just killed by the ant beast. I cannot drive. Could you take me to Jinling? She looked at him with a pitiful expression. Her beauty was striking, and at school, she had attracted no less than dozens of admirers. The classmate who perished was not just a fellow student, but also a wealthy heir who was pursuing her. Confident in her looks and her understanding of men's hearts, Lu Ruachi assumed that since Yunfan had saved her, he would not mind taking her to Jinling. Being with someone capable of defeating ant beasts would undoubtedly offer her more safety. However, contrary to her expectations, Yunfan coldly shook his head, stating, regrettably, no. Lu Ruachi was taken aback by the abruptness of his refusal, devoid of any explanation. By now, several other ant beasts had been dealt with by the soldiers. Hey, squad leader, there's an ant beast corpse here. One soldier reported. Sir, there's one here too. The squad leader examined the bodies, astonished to find that both had been killed by strikes to the neck, one having its head entirely severed. Having fought the ant beast multiple times, he understood their formidable defenses. It often took dozens of men with ample firepower to subdue such creatures. Yet here was evidence that someone could dispatch them in such a manner. Investigate who killed this ant beast, the squad leader ordered, recognizing the importance of finding this individual. Did anyone see who killed the ant beast? Several soldiers inquired among the nearby crowd, but no one had an answer. In the chaos of their escape, Compounded by the night's darkness, witnesses only caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadowy figure but could not discern any features. One soldier tapped on Yunfan's car window. Lowering it, he asked, "Comrade, did you see who killed the ant beast?" Yunfan shook his head. "Regrettably, I was focused on escaping and did not see what transpired." He wished to keep his abilities concealed, aspiring to live as an inconspicuous ordinary person. He feared that Lu Ruachi might betray his secret, fortunately. The soldiers did not pursue him further, indicating that she had indeed kept his confidence. With no leads, the soldiers departed in frustration. The squad did not linger. The squad leader received new operational orders via the radio and hurried away. The corpses of the ant beast remained on the ground, with no one daring to approach. Yunfan glanced at the back seat. Wang Kai was still unconscious. The intense battle had not disturbed him. Yunfan found it peculiar that despite Wang Kai's high fever and state of unconsciousness, his breathing remained steady, showing no signs of imminent danger. In a hospital, such a condition would typically warrant a critical illness notice. Looking outside, Yunfan observed that chaos erupted after the military's departure. The vehicles belonging to those slain by the ant beast were being ransacked. Doors and trunks were flung open. Even gas caps were pried off as people siphoned fuel. Individuals fought over food and various items within the cars, with two nearly coming to blows over a bag of candy. Witnessing the scene stirred a tumult of emotions within Yunfan. The crimson stains on the ground bore witness to the recent tragedies, as the belongings of the deceased were being mercilessly pillaged. In the moonlight, the crowd's expressions appeared frenzied and grotesque. Yunfan shut his eyes, choosing to ignore the chaos outside, instead concentrating on replenishing his spatial energy. The recent combat had drained much of his reserves. As the energy circulated within him, he gradually became oblivious to the surrounding sounds, attuning himself solely to the presence of spatial energy in the vicinity. Threads of spatial energy were drawn to him, coursing through his body and merging into his internal space. Yunfan absorbed the spatial energy continuously, unaware that his internal space was expanding at an unprecedented rate, 1 centimeter. 2 centimeters. The transformation within his internal realm was accelerating. Eagerly, he retrieved the ancient tome, channeling the spatial energy into it, finally unlocking the subsequent pages. Chapter 15. The Force Weapons. After perusing the ancient texts, Yunfan furrowed his brow. Is the material for crafting force weapons so stringent? According to the scriptures, the creation of these weapons demands a considerable expenditure of force, yet the most critical factor remains the availability of materials. Without them, the weapons cannot be forged. The constituents required for crafting force weapons are not ordinary metals such as iron, copper, or aluminum, but rather exceedingly rare substances. The ancient texts state that these materials are scarce and precious in the world. It's akin to writing nothing at all. Where am I to procure such materials? Yunfan lamented, noting that the tome listed certain substances and elements conducive to manufacturing force, yet he had never heard of them, and they were absent from the periodic table. The text chronicled that these materials could be sensed through the force. If one were close enough, a practitioner could perceive them. With Earth being so vast and these materials exceedingly rare, even if he could sense them, it would likely be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As he pondered this, Yunfan suddenly felt a peculiar sensation emanating from a particular area outside the vehicle. What is this? He mused, momentarily taken aback. Before elation washed over him, could there be materials for crafting force weapons nearby? At that moment, dawn had not yet broken. Yunfan exited the vehicle and began to search for the source of the unusual sensation in the darkness. Soon, he discovered that the source was the carcass of an ant beast. He extended his hand, placing it upon the creature's remains, and the spatial force radiated from his palm, enveloping the ant beast's body. As the spatial force swept over the carcass, Yunfan distinctly sensed that within the exoskeleton lay the materials necessary for crafting force weapons. Recalling the methods for extracting special elements detailed in the ancient texts, Yunfan found the process straightforward, albeit somewhat crude. He placed both hands on the ant beast's remains, allowing the spatial force to surge into the creature's body. His spatial force, attuned to the special elements, compelled the extraction of these elements from the ant beast's exoskeleton under his focused intent. 10 minutes later, beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Having expended a quarter of his spatial force, gradually, a silvery orb, roughly the diameter of a marble, emerged from the exoskeleton. Yunfan noted that the ant beast's carapace had transformed into a bone-like shell, no longer the hardened steel it once was. Just one ant beast's exoskeleton yielded a mere silver sphere of 1 centimeter in diameter. Is this truly the element for crafting force weapons? Yunfan scrutinized the small orb, which gleamed with a metallic luster and proved remarkably resilient. He attempted various methods to mark it, yet none left a trace. Alas, there is only this scan amount. How can I forge a force weapon? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. As long as there were enough ant beast carcasses, he could gather sufficient elements for crafting. He recalled that several more ant beast bodies lay nearby. In the darkness, Yunfan located 3 additional carcasses and extracted the elements, depleting his force reserves entirely. As dawn broke, the vast flow of vehicles resumed its journey toward Jinling. The events of the previous night seemed to have left no mark. Yunfan drove forward at a leisurely pace of less than 30 kilometers per hour. Wang Kai awoke to find himself in a vehicle. Where am I? He pondered, bewildered. Recalling his previous state at Yunfan's home, where he had been afflicted by a high fever. Could this be a delirious illusion from my fever? He touched his forehead, finding no signs of fever. Sitting up, he spotted Yunfan behind the wheel. Yunfan, where are we? What transpired? Heading to Jinling? Please, enlighten me. Yunfan then recounted the events of the past 2 days in detail. Wang Kai felt a surge of gratitude, even in his fever-induced stupor. Yunfan had persevered to bring him along. Though unspoken, the difficulties involved were apparent. In that moment, Wang Kai regarded Yunfan as a true comrade in arms. Seeing Wang Kai awaken, Yunfan's spirits lifted. He chuckled. I knew you wouldn't perish. After all, you are the protagonist. Wang Kai often referred to himself as the hero of the apocalypse. Protagonist? Hardly. Wang Kai self-deprecatingly shook his head, reluctantly acknowledging his ordinary nature. Surviving such calamities calls for a smoke to calm the nerves. As he produced a cigarette and reached for his lighter, an odd sensation washed over him. As if he could ignite the cigarette without the lighter. With a mere thought, a flame flickered to life at his fingertip. What the heck? Wang Kai exclaimed, astonished to manifest fire from thin air, sensing a subtle energy of fire in the surrounding space. Yunfan, intrigued by Wang Kai's transformation, recalled the dark-clad man who had unleashed fireballs. Suddenly, Wang Kai realized something, bursting into laughter. Ha! I knew I was the protagonist. Yunfan rejoiced at Wang Kai's newfound abilities. With his combat prowess, their safety quotient had considerably increased. In an instant, Yunfan felt a surge of confidence. As if the impending catastrophe was not as daunting as previously thought. Armed with the capability to dispatch ant beasts swiftly, and now bolstered by Wang Kai's formidable strength, he regarded the apocalyptic prophecies in the ancient texts with a newfound nonchalance. Meanwhile, the military command center had relocated to a military truck. Within the moving command post, Wu Xiaofeng studied a map, his eyes bloodshot from sleep deprivation, having only snatched 2 hours of rest the previous night. Commander, reports indicate that last night's death toll exceeded 1,000. Of these, around 800 succumbed to freezing and starvation, predominantly the elderly. 200 fell victim to ant beast attacks. Wu Xiaofeng sighed, acutely aware that despite his utmost efforts, he could not avert loss of life. Especially among the elderly whose frail constitutions struggled to withstand such harsh conditions. 1,000 deaths, while tragic, were a mere fraction of the 4 million population. Rubbing his temples, he inquired, what of the other situations? Please, share. Wu Xiaofeng nodded, his voice weary. As for theft, let it be. Apprehend what can be caught, and disregard the rest. For robbery and assault, those apprehended will face execution. In tumultuous times, harsh measures must be enforced to quell such heinous acts. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, leaving him with little strength even to speak. He felt that managing the evacuation of civilians was a more arduous task than confronting the creatures directly. Commander, we have discovered several more individuals with special abilities. To date, the count has reached 36. The emergence of these superhumans had become an undeniable challenge for Wu Xiaofeng. As with previous policies, we shall first attempt to recruit them. Should they refuse, we shall not press the issue and strive to avoid conflict. Chapter 16. The Malevolent Maniac. On the expressway from Hangzhou to Nanjing, Yunfan drove slowly, following the lengthy line of vehicles. He cast a glance at Wang Kai and remarked, "Stop fooling around. Be careful not to set the car ablaze. Rest assured, this is my ability. There's no way I could set the car on fire." Yet, despite his words, Wang Kai extinguished the fireball in his hand. Yunfan stifled a yawn, feeling fatigued from a restless night. Wang Kai, can you drive? Let me take over for a while. I'm tired. Wang Kai nodded. All right, I'll take the wheel. You can rest. After they switched places, the car radio crackled to life. Attention, citizens. We will now announce the names of those executed. Sun. Executed on the night of the 25th at 11 o'clock for threatening and robbing others of their food. Wang Zheng. executed on the morning of the 26th at 1 o'clock for the heinous crime of rape and resisting arrest. The list was brief, comprising only a few individuals. Yunfan understood this served as a warning, a stark deterrent for those harboring malicious intentions, as the swift executions of those guilty served as a potent reminder. Next, another announcement echoed. Attention to all vehicles on the expressway. A landslide has occurred ahead. Please exit the highway at the lynching interchange to circumvent the affected area. A landslide up ahead. If they avoided the expressway, their speed would be even slower. Yunfan had a vague recollection of lynching, a city renowned for its tourism and culture. He and Wang Kai exited the expressway and entered the urban expanse of lynching. Once in the city, the vehicle's speed noticeably decreased due to the complex road conditions, far from the fluidity of the expressway. The original residents of lynching had evacuated to Nanjing following military notifications, leaving behind an empty city. With a surge of vehicles flooding in, lynching soon became congested with people. Yunfan observed numerous individuals parking and resting, rummaging through the shops along the roadside, looting various items. As midday passed, he assessed the crowded streets outside and speculated that they would not reach the next expressway entrance before nightfall. After 2 hours, they had only progressed 10 kilometers. Let us find a place to rest in the city tonight. It seems we want to be leaving Linchang today, Yunfan suggested. Wang Kai stretched. Sounds good. I've nearly suffocated in this car. In the evening, Wang Kai drove into an old residential complex. Yunfan, how about this place? Vehicles filled the area, all belonging to those planning to spend the night. Sleeping in the car was uncomfortable, so finding a room would be ideal. The two found an apartment in one of the buildings, and Wang Kai melted the lock with a small fireball. Most of the belongings had been taken by the previous occupants, leaving only some cumbersome daily necessities. Wang Kai tidied one of the bedrooms. Yunfan, I'm going to take a stroll outside. What about you? Knowing Wang Kai's restless nature and penchant for gathering information, Yunfan replied, Go ahead. I'll stay here and keep watch. Once Wang Kai left, Yunfan retrieved an ancient book and began to study it diligently. The tome contained extensive records on primal weaponry, which Yunfan had only skimmed previously and had yet to commit fully to memory. The ancient book represented Yunfan's greatest source of strength. He aimed to memorize each character inscribed within. Meanwhile, on the streets of Lincheng, a luxury imported BMW SUV was parked by the roadside. Wenke, what shall we do now? A man in his 30s, fair-skinned, sat in the passenger seat, his eyes gleaming with a mocking light as he observed the passing vehicles. Last night's escapade with the young woman was delightful. Let us pursue our next target. His name was Wenshan, yet he was anything but gentle or kind, contrary to what his name suggested. In truth, he was a true maniac. The previous night, Wenshan, accompanied by 2 accomplices, had taken advantage of the chaos to invade another vehicle, murdering the man inside and assaulting the young wife. The very BMW they drove belonged to the ill-fated couple. Wenshan pointed at a young couple by the roadside. What do you think of that woman? She was an elegant beauty wearing glasses, exuding a cultured aura, as if hailing from a scholarly family. Beside her stood a tall and imposing man, complementing her perfectly, a quintessential pair of talents. Such a woman, before the Ice Age, I would have never had the opportunity to even speak with. One of Wenshan's accomplices remarked. Wenshan smirked wickedly. The world has changed. You have that chance now. What do you think about kidnapping that man and having your way with his wife before his eyes? How exhilarating would that be? His companions fell silent, their expressions betraying their unease at Wenshan's perverse and malevolent nature. Though they were no saints themselves, they paled in comparison to Wenshan's depravity. Noticing their reactions, Wenshan's tone dripped with disdain. What is the matter? Afraid? Or have you grown soft? Look at those people outside. They are sheep, and we are lions. Does a lion consider a sheep as feelings while devouring it? With that, Wenshan disregarded their responses and continued scanning for new prey. What about that girl? I've yet to sample someone of her age. The girl Wenshan referred to appeared to be no older than 14 or 15. There's a man over there, looking like he deserves a beating. If I find the chance, he is as good as dead. Simply disliking someone was sufficient for Wenshan to justify murder. At that moment, he spotted a pair of strikingly similar beauties and laughed. A pair of twin sisters, tonight as targets are confirmed. This world is precisely the kind of world I desire. It is nothing short of paradise. Nearby, Wang Kai stood beside a graceful beauty. She possessed an innocent charm that even her thick down jacket could not conceal her tall, slender figure. Wang Kai smiled. Yunfan, let me introduce you. This is Li Moran, a former colleague of mine. Li Moran, please make yourself comfortable. I need to speak with a friend for a moment. After saying this, Wang Kai pulled Yunfan into the bedroom. Yunfan, I know this isn't right, but it's not every day I run into an acquaintance, especially a beauty. Could you help me out? Yunfan regarded Wang Kai and inquired, do you have feelings for her? Wang Kai was taken aback, his face flushing, of course. She is so beautiful, with a high education. She is the dream girl of many men in our company. I aspire to be the leading man worthy of her. Previously, Wang Kai had no chance with Li Moran, but now, having awakened his fiery abilities, he could easily pursue women of her caliber, a shift in status he had yet to fully comprehend. Yunfan nodded. Since you are serious about this, then take her with you. He had no shortage of provisions, and there was ample space in the vehicle, so he saw no reason to hinder the blossoming romance. Chapter 17. The cat and mouse game. As night fell, Yunfan rummaged through the house and discovered several candles. Lighting them, a warm, flickering glow filled the room. To his delight, Wang Kai had found a gas canister in the kitchen. Earlier, when Yunfan had inspected the kitchen, it had been utterly bare, with all food having been taken away. He hadn't considered whether cooking was feasible, given that the utilities had long been cut off. Most residential kitchens now utilized natural gas pipelines, making this old-fashioned gas stove a rarity in such dilapidated neighborhoods. Wang Kai examined the gas canister, excitement bubbling in his voice. Yunfan, we have gas. We can cook. Yunfan felt a surge of enthusiasm. He hadn't eaten a warm meal in days, surviving solely on chocolate and biscuits, and he hadn't even had a sip of hot water. Although the food had been cleared from the kitchen, pots and pans remained. Li Moran looked puzzled. But we have no ingredients to cook with. Wang Kai chuckled. Who says we don't? Yunfan has everything we need. He was aware that Yunfan had stockpiled a considerable amount of food supplies, including salt and other seasonings. The thought of a hearty meal made Yunfan's mouth water. He turned to the others. Why don't you see what you can find in the kitchen? I'll go fetch some supplies from the trunk of the car. In truth, Yunfan accessed his internal space to retrieve items. The trunk contained only rice and flour, while vegetables like potatoes were hidden within his internal space. He understood that even common vegetables like potatoes would become increasingly scarce and precious in the future. Bringing the supplies into the kitchen, Yunfan announced, we're having potato stew with beef. Since the onset of the Ice Age, chaos had ensued, and food became a rarity. Li Moran was always cautious when eating, afraid to consume too much lest she run out of provisions and face starvation. The prospect of a full meal felt like a luxury to her. And now she had the opportunity to savor a warm dish like potato stew with beef, once a mundane meal, now a veritable feast. I'll cook, Li Moran quickly offered. She wished to prove her worth, hoping to stay with Yunfan and Wang Kai, even if her contribution seemed trivial in light of the meal. Soon, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the kitchen, and the three gathered around the dining table, enjoying bowls of potato stew with beef. Li Moran yearned to eat delicately, embodying a refined demeanor, yet she couldn't help but indulge. This was the most scrumptious meal she had ever tasted. As they ate, Wang Kai turned to Yunfan and said, Yunfan, I just learned that I am a superhuman. Yunfan was taken aback, not just by the term, but also by Wang Kai's audacity to announce it in front of Li Moran. Yes, superhuman, or extraordinary person, as the military refers to us. I've heard they're actively recruiting superhumans. Wang Kai continued, don't worry, while this news isn't widespread, it's not a secret either. I had no intention of concealing my identity. This is a good thing. With that, Wang Kai cast a triumphant glance at Li Moran, his eyes gleaming with pride. His status as a superhuman significantly aided his ability to persuade Li Moran to accompany him. Observing Wang Kai's self-satisfaction, Yunfan couldn't help but roll his eyes. All right, enough of the self-admiration. Yunfan knew that enhancing his abilities in the realm of spatial force would take time. Currently, the most effective way to elevate his combat prowess was through the creation of force weapons. However, the materials needed for crafting such weapons were scarce, and obtaining sufficient elemental knowledge would require a significant number of ant beasts. Not long after Yunfan began his training, he was distracted by sounds of a rather embarrassing nature coming from the adjacent room. Half an hour later, the ruckus persisted. As a man of a certain age and still a virgin, Yunfan decided to step outside to avoid the noise, which made it impossible for him to concentrate on his training. Exiting his room quietly, he found the outside world cloaked in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the moonlight reflecting off the snow-covered landscape. If only I could encounter a few ant beasts, Yunfan mused to himself. While everyone else feared such encounters, he was eager to confront them, anxious to gather enough elemental resources to forge force weapons. Meanwhile, When Shan stood before an apartment door where only two individuals resided, the pair of sisters he had seen earlier that day, when Shan's companions flanked him, their emotions a tumultuous blend of anxiety and excitement, being with when Shan awakened their deepest, most sinister desires and prompted them to engage in actions they had previously only dared to contemplate. Knock, knock, knock. When Shan lightly rapped on the door, the sound piercing the stillness of the night. Who is it? A panicked voice called from within. Wen Shan's tone was laced with a hint of frivolity. I wish to discuss life and admire the night with you lovely ladies. Would you be so kind as to open the door? Upon hearing a man's voice, the sisters inside grew even more alarmed. Sister, what should we do? One whispered anxiously. The older sister's voice rang out. Honey, wake up. Someone's here. When Shan smirked, stop pretending. I know it's just the two of you in there. What do you want? I can give you all the food. One sister offered desperately. I don't want your food. I've simply never had the pleasure of meeting twins, when Shan replied, his words dripping with lascivious intent, heightening their fear. Quick, block the door. What do we do? They fretted. When Shan reveled in the thrill of tormenting his prey, akin to an old cat toying with a mouse. Grasping the doorknob, he twisted it with force, warping the handle and damaging the lock. Such a door could not withstand his strength. As the three entered the room, the sisters brandished fruit knives, holding them protectively before their chests. Don't come any closer, they warned. When Shan's eyes sparkled with mockery as he swiftly seized the knives from them. Who do you think you're scaring with fruit knives? Huh, please spare us. We'll give you anything you want, the sisters cried, their voices trembling. Don't struggle, when Shan taunted. Since you can't resist, you might as well enjoy yourselves. With that, he advanced slowly toward the sisters, who, in their terror, retreated until they were cornered against the wall, with nowhere left to escape. Chapter 18. Who is the cat? Who is the mouse? Yunfan wandered for quite some time without catching sight of a single ant beast. It seemed that whenever he wished to avoid them, they would appear, but now, in his quest to find one, he was met with nothing. As he passed by an apartment building, he heard a cacophony of mixed voices, among which was a woman's distressed cry. Surely, this was an instance of excessive openness. Upon closer inspection, however, Yunfan discerned something amiss. He faintly heard cries for help and pleas for mercy. Furrowing his brow, Yunfan pondered the gravity of the situation. Was it a case of assault? Just yesterday, the military had executed several criminals. Who would dare to act brazenly in such a climate? With a sigh, he resolved to ignore it, telling himself that such matters were beyond his purview. This discordant sound pierced the tranquility of the night, and he was not the only one who heard it. Others chose to remain uninvolved, and he saw no reason to intervene. As Yunfan prepared to leave, he caught a voice saying, "Let my sister go. She has a heart condition. Take me instead." Following the sound, he entered an apartment and was met with a scene of utter depravity. Two men were perpetrating heinous acts, unleashing their primal desires upon two women. One was hoarsely crying out and struggling, while the other lay motionless, either unconscious or having given up the fight. Nearby, a man was adjusting his clothing, observing the scene with a bemused expression. In a moment of fury, Yunfan felt an inferno of rage surging through him. He had thought himself accustomed to the apathy and distortion of the world around him, yet this sight ignited an uncontrollable anger within him. The man beside him, Wen Shan, regarded Yunfan with keen interest, observing his attire. "Ah, my friend, are you also an extraordinary being? We have a pair of twins here. Would you care to join in?" Wen Shan had surmised Yunfan's abilities from his clothing. In this frigid night, donning merely a single layer was a bold move that only someone with exceptional powers would dare attempt. Yunfan dismissed Wen Shan's words, his tone frigid as he uttered only 3 words. Why this cruelty? Yunfan sensed that the man before him was not commonplace. With his capabilities, he could easily acquire any beautiful woman he desired. Why resort to such depravity? What do you mean, why? Wen Shan shrugged. Don't ask so many questions. If you wish to do something, then do it. Follow your heart. And what about you? Do you wish to partake? Yunfan reiterated his question, his voice colder still. Why? Wen Shan's brow furrowed. He perceived that Yunfan was unlike him. Very well, our paths diverge. We shall leave, and you may linger here to ponder your why. Though Wen Shan was arrogant, he was also astute. He recognized that confronting Yunfan, whose abilities he could not gauge, would be unwise. Wen Shan's companions, having noticed Yunfan, hastily donned their garments, one brandishing a dagger, eyeing Yunfan warily. Suddenly, Yunfan exclaimed, "Don't speak of why. If you wish to act, then act freely." Huh, what a splendid sentiment. At this moment, I desire to do but one thing. Terminate your vile existence. Yunfan's expression darkened as he coldly replied, Are you certain you wish to meddle? Yunfan fell silent. He deemed it a waste of breath to converse with such scum. His gaze swept over Yunfan and his accomplices as he strategized for combat. His most pressing challenge was the lack of weaponry. He would have to rely solely on the speed and strength derived from his spatial powers and superior physical condition. In an instant, Yunfan surged forth, his speed akin to lightning. His target was one of Yunfan's companions. He aimed to seize a dagger as a weapon. The sudden onslaught took Yunfan and his cohorts by surprise. Yunfan rapidly closed the distance, and as one of them instinctively swung the dagger at him, Yunfan deftly evaded, snatching the weapon while simultaneously delivering a swift kick to the man's chest. With a resounding thud, the man was propelled backward, crashing against the wall with a concussive force that left him gravely injured, blood pooling upon the floor, a quick demise. From the outset, Yunfan had possessed the strength to kick a 200-pound man 5 meters away. Now, with his enhanced abilities, he was capable of dispatching an ordinary opponent without restraint. Yunfan's countenance shifted dramatically. In that moment, he comprehended the magnitude of the predicament he had encountered. Yunfan's speed and strength surpassed his wildest expectations. Armed with the dagger, Yunfan locked his gaze upon Yunfan, the murderous intent evident in his eyes. It is your turn. Yunfan charged at Yunfan with the ferocity of a thunderstorm. However, Yunfan did not retaliate. Instead, he reached for one of his companions. Caught off guard, the companion was seized and flung toward Yunfan. In an unforeseen twist, Yunfan struck out, sending the man crashing against a wall, leaving his fate uncertain. In that fleeting moment, Yunfan had darted to the window, shattering the glass and leaping down to the street below. Yunfan was taken aback by Yunfan's callousness, willing to sacrifice his companion's life to secure his own escape. In truth, Yunfan had hesitated not at all. Notions of camaraderie were mere facades, for he cared solely for himself. After him, Yunfan wasted no time. He had to pursue Yunfan. Such a malevolent fiend, if allowed to flee, would unleash unending troubles upon him. Yunfan was akin to a venomous serpent. Should Yunfan let him escape, he would face retribution. Not only would Yunfan be jeopardized, but so too would Wang Kai and even Li Moran. Yunfan followed Yunfan's lead, leaping from the 6th floor, both escaping unscathed. In the nocturnal cityscape, a frantic chase ensued. Yunfan's speed quickly closed the gap between them. Suddenly, Yunfan pivoted, launching a sharp ice spike towards Yunfan. The unexpected white projectile caught Yunfan off guard. He swung the dagger to intercept it, and with a resounding crash, the ice shard shattered, scattering fragments. A jolt ran through Yunfan's hand, and a chill enveloped him, momentarily freezing his movements. He quickly channeled his powers, dispelling the cold that threatened to hinder him, and continued his pursuit of Yunfan. Yunfan, relying on Yunfan's ignorance of his abilities, attempted a surprise attack, hoping to gain the upper hand. Yet, Yunfan's formidable prowess rendered the ice spike merely a minor impediment. Yunfan's ice manipulation powers, while formidable in an icy realm, paled in comparison to Yunfan's spatial abilities. However, Yunfan's stamina and icy powers waned, causing his speed to diminish. In contrast, Yunfan remained steadfast in his pursuit, closing in on Yunfan with unwavering determination. Chapter 19. Windfall in the Museum. In the Lynching Museum, Yunfan finally came to a halt. Breathing heavily, he fixed his gaze upon Yunfan. Are you truly intent on exterminating me? He inquired. A chuckle escaped Yunfan's lips as he acknowledged the truth in Yunfan's words. Given his nature, should he manage to escape Yunfan's clutches, he would undoubtedly resort to every means possible to exact revenge, pursuing a vendetta until one of them lay lifeless. However, Yunfan continued, there exists another possibility, an alliance between us. Both of us are superhumans. A powerful collaboration could yield great accomplishments in this transformed world. We are no longer ordinary individuals. The future undoubtedly belongs to the extraordinary. Yunfan shook his head. As you said, our paths are divergent. We are fundamentally different beings. With that, Yunfan paused momentarily, then declared, then you must perish. Suddenly, a handgun materialized in Yunfan's grasp, and he discharged several rounds until the magazine was depleted. It had been a long time since he had wielded a firearm, nearly forgetting he possessed such a weapon. Seeing the gun in Yunfan's hand caused Yunfan's pupils to constrict, panic surging within him. His instinctive fear of firearms stemmed from the belief that guns were instruments of murder. He hastily attempted to evade, but his feet were ensnared, frozen in ice, tethering him to the ground. Yunfan's earlier dialogue had merely been a ruse to buy time. With all his might, Yunfan shattered the ice beneath him. Yet he had already forfeited the chance to dodge the incoming bullets. His body, enhanced by primal energy, afforded him extraordinary reflexes, and he managed to raise a dagger in defense against the onslaught of bullets. The metallic clinks rang out as several bullets struck the blade, showering sparks in all directions. The relentless force of the impacts caused Yunfan's right hand to tremble, and the dagger flew from his grasp. A sharp pain pierced his chest. The final bullet evaded his defense and struck true. He refrained from inspecting his wound, instead lunging forward with all his strength, delivering a powerful blow to Yunfan. Yunfan raised his arm in defense, and a resounding crack echoed as his left arm fractured, propelling him several meters back. He tumbled on the ground before regaining his footing, his eyes wide with terror at the sight of Yunfan's strength. Though Yunfan was a superhuman with physical attributes far beyond the average, Yunfan's punch had only managed to injure him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunfan pressed the attack, relentlessly assaulting Yunfan. Severely wounded and drained of stamina and primal energy, Yunfan could not withstand for long and ultimately succumbed to Yunfan's might. This marked Yunfan's first act of murder, apart from a twinge of discomfort. He felt no other emotion. He bore no regrets, for such scum deserved to be eradicated. Stripping off his clothing, Yunfan discovered a bronze bullet lodged in his chest. He pulled it free, blood oozing from the wound. Fortunately, the bullet had only inflicted a superficial injury, sparing his bones. It dawned on him how formidable his physical condition was. In that fleeting moment, his primal energy enveloped his chest, and taut muscles had merely allowed the bullet to pierce the skin and become ensnared within the flesh. Retrieving medical supplies from his spatial storage, Yunfan swiftly bandaged the wound. If only I had primal energy armor, he mused, then no amount of bullets could penetrate it. Primal energy armor, as chronicled in ancient texts, was a type of primal weapon that required extraordinary materials for its fabrication. Furthermore, the quantity of materials needed for primal energy armor was several times that of conventional weaponry. Contemplating the primal energy armor, Yunfan suddenly sensed the presence of special materials in the vicinity. Surveying his surroundings, he realized he was within the interior of the lynching museum. In the chaos, he and Yunfan had inadvertently stumbled into this space. Following the sensation, Yunfan's eyes landed upon a large stone. It was a rock the size of a human face, a mixture of black and silver with a speckled appearance. This stone was displayed within a glass case, accompanied by a placard detailing its history. It was a meteorite that had descended upon lynching in the 1960s, placed here for public viewing, regardless of its origins. To Yunfan's eyes, it was a material for crafting primal weapons. A stone of such magnitude should yield a considerable amount of resources, he thought, before smashing the glass and claiming the meteorite into his spatial storage. After the tumultuous battle, Yunfan found his primal energy considerably depleted and needed to recuperate before returning to his abode. As he passed by an apartment building, he contemplated visiting the sisters he had encountered previously. Upon entering the room, Yunfan was met with the sound of weeping. One girl lay atop another, murmuring sister. A pang of sorrow gripped Yunfan as he beheld the lifeless form of the elder sister. Noticing his footsteps, the younger girl looked up. "I've been waiting for you. I wanted to express my gratitude. That man, rest assured, he will no longer have the opportunity to harm anyone," Yunfan replied. A glimmer of relief washed over the girl's features as she repeatedly thanked him. Thank you for avenging us. I have nothing to offer in return. I hope to repay you in another life." Before Yunfan could respond, the girl produced a fruit knife and drew it across her neck. Sighing softly, Yunfan turned away, his earlier excitement over the meteorite dissipating, replaced by a heavy heart and a sense of melancholy. Moments later, Yunfan clenched his fists. "I shall never allow such suffering to befall my loved ones." The only course of action was to strive for strength. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he protect himself and those dear to him. Extracting elements from the meteorite proved far simpler than from the carapace of an ant beast, as half the meteorite was composed of a rare element. The silver specks on the meteorite's surface were indeed the color of this element, while the black portions represented impurities. Before long, the extraction of the rare element concluded, presenting Yunfan with a sphere the size of a basketball. "Aha, I've struck gold." Yunfan could not contain his laughter. The sheer volume of this rare element equated to countless ant beast corpses. For Yunfan, who was in dire need of weaponry, this was a sudden windfall. Withdrawing an ancient tome, he began selecting the primal weapon he desired. The ancient texts indicated that the rare element was suitable for crafting armor. However, Yunfan's supply was insufficient for that purpose, so he would initially create other weapons. Should he opt for a dagger or a sword? The ancient tome described a myriad of styles for primal weapons, some familiar to Yunfan, while others were entirely foreign. Although the tome appeared to be an ordinary book of 3 to 4 centimeters thick, Yunfan understood that as a record of spatial knowledge. It was far more substantial than it seemed. The decision regarding the style of primal weapon proved challenging for Yunfan. The quantity of the rare element he possessed was sufficient to forge only one primal weapon, which would accompany him for a considerable time. Chapter 20. The Spiral Dragon Spear. As dawn broke, the horizon shimmered with light. In his room, Yunfan was drenched in sweat, wholly engrossed in the creation of a force weapon. His spatial energy flowed continuously into the elemental core in his hand, which gradually shifted shape under his will. The crafting of a force weapon demanded immense energy, and Yunfan had already expended half of his spatial energy. Yet the elemental core had merely begun to take the form of the weapon. After another half hour, Yunfan's spatial energy was entirely depleted, and the weapon was finally complete, the Spiral Dragon Spear. A long spear manifested in Yunfan's grasp, measuring 2 meters in length, with the spearhead exceeding 30 centimeters. The spear, like the elemental core, gleamed a silvery hue, its keen blade and tip glimmering with a chilling radiance. A majestic dragon coiled around the shaft, lifelike and imposing. Considering the foes he would face, ant beasts, Yunfan ultimately chose the spear as his force weapon. A longer weapon is a stronger weapon, was Yunfan's philosophy. Thus, he selected the formidable Spiral Dragon Spear. As he caressed the intricate patterns on the spear, Yunfan was enraptured. Spiral Dragon Spear, henceforth, you shall be my companion. As a force weapon crafted by him, the Spiral Dragon Spear could only unleash its full potential in his hands. Such was the marvel of force weapons. When Yunfan attempted to stow the spear, he realized a dilemma. His internal space was too limited to accommodate it. I'll carry it for now. I shall find a way to store it when my internal space expands. With the Spiral Dragon Spear in his possession, Yunfan's strength had significantly increased. This minor inconvenience was inconsequential. Suddenly, a knock echoed at his bedroom door. Yunfan, are you awake? Just a moment. Yunfan wrapped the Spiral Dragon Spear in a cloth. Upon opening the door, he found Wang Kai and Li Moran waiting for him in the living room. Yunfan, when shall we set off? After a long night. Yunfan was famished. First, let's prepare a meal. We shall depart after eating. Having finally encountered a place capable of cooking, he intended to make the most of it. Li Moran began preparing lean meat porridge in the kitchen. Had it not been for his cramped internal space, Yunfan would have certainly taken the gas canister and stove with him. Once breakfast was ready, the trio sat down to eat. Yunfan yawned several times, exhaustion evident from the previous night. Wang Kai inquired curiously, Yunfan, did you not sleep well last night? Yunfan shot Wang Kai an exasperated look. What do you think? With the racket you made, how could I possibly sleep? At his words, Li Moran quickly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Wang Kai chuckled and leaned closer to Yunfan, whispering, I have good news, it was her first time last night. Oh? Yunfan was taken aback. Given the rapid progression between Wang Kai and Li Moran, he assumed she must be quite open-minded. Despite Wang Kai's hushed tones, Li Moran overheard him, her head sinking lower, nearly seeking refuge beneath the table. After their meal, the three set out. Wang Kai noticed the heavily wrapped Spiral Dragon Spear in Yunfan's hand. Yunfan, what do you need that stick for? Yunfan replied mysteriously, this is no mere stick, it is a weapon. He placed the Spiral Dragon Spear in the car, instructing Wang Kai to drive while he reclined in the back seat. Having endured a sleepless night and engaged in battle, coupled with the crafting of the spear, he felt utterly fatigued. The vehicle started its journey anew toward Jinling City. As those who had rested in Lin City began to depart, cars amassed on the road, all heading toward Jinling. Although Lin City appeared secure, the lurking threat of the Ant Beast army loomed ominously. It was said that Jinling City had established comprehensive defenses. With a substantial military presence ensuring safety, there lay the true sanctuary. At this moment, Wu Xiaofeng's mobile command center was stationed in Lin City. After a restful night, he found solace as civilians distanced themselves from Hang City, while the rear troops gradually retreated, having escaped danger. The scattered ant beasts in the wilderness posed little threat. The situation regarding the 4 million civilians was ever-changing, yet none of it was critical. As long as they could escort the populace to Jinling City, their mission would be deemed a success. He summoned an officer from the logistics department. What is the status of our food supplies? With the evacuation of 4 million civilians, the daily food requirements were daunting. Without the military support, many would perish from starvation. The troops also consumed considerable amounts of sustenance to maintain combat readiness. Soldiers required ample rations. Report, Commander, food supplies are adequate. Our reserves remain untouched, and we procured nearly 10,000 tons of rice from Lin City's granaries yesterday. The matter of food was paramount. Hearing that supplies were sufficient, Wu Xiaofeng felt reassured. Where are we currently located? Maps were promptly presented. We are on the outskirts of Lin City. 10 kilometers ahead lies the highway entrance. The vanguard has already reached the expressway without incident. Wu Xiaofeng instructed, slow down. Ensuring safety is our utmost priority. Provide updates on other matters. Report, Commander, crime rates have significantly decreased, particularly incidents of robbery and assault. Last night, there was only one reported case of assault, though the circumstances were complex. Oh? Wu Xiaofeng expressed surprise, elaborate. We received a report of cries for help emanating from an apartment building. Unfortunately, we arrived too late. By the time we got there, both victims were deceased. One succumbed to a heart attack, while the other took her own life. Wu Xiaofeng frowned. Were the perpetrators apprehended? Such inhumanity should warrant immediate execution. The complexity arises here. When we arrived, there were 2 corpses at the scene, presumed to be the suspects. Both had sustained fatal internal injuries from immense force. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaofeng recognized the case's intricacy. Have we discerned the truth? Not yet. The window was shattered, and footprints indicate 2 individuals jumped from the 6th floor. The trail of footprints faded due to the distance. Wu Xiaofeng concluded, since the suspects are deceased, there is no need to expend manpower on further investigation. Are there any other developments? They faced a myriad of challenges daily, with insufficient manpower to delve into such convoluted cases. The number of newly awakened superpowered individuals was rising, necessitating measures for their control. As Wu Xiaofeng managed various issues within the command vehicle, he suddenly heard a cacophony from outside, followed by an officer's urgent shout, report. Giant insect beasts have appeared. Evacuate. Retreat. Protect the command vehicle. Safeguard the commander. Call for reinforcements. Swiftly call for reinforcements. Chapter 21. The scorpion beast in the backseat of a car. Yunfan reclined, lost in slumber. Wang Kai navigated through the flow of traffic while Li Moran, seated in the front, scrutinized a map. If we proceed for approximately 10 more kilometers, we shall reach the expressway, she noted. At that moment, they had already departed from the urban confines of Linqing and were traversing the suburban roads. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted ahead, horns blared, and the sounds of colliding vehicles filled the air. Yunfan, who had been in a light sleep, jolted awake and asked, what is happening? As he sat up and peered through the window, he beheld several colossal insect-like creatures charging out from the adjacent wilderness. Their jet-black exoskeletons, enormous pincers, and elevated stingers unmistakably identified them as gigantic scorpions. These creatures were massive, measuring over 5 meters in length and exceeding 3 meters in height. A few scorpion beasts plunged into the stream of cars, wreaking havoc and savagely attacking everything in sight. The congested traffic was unable to evade the onslaught, resulting in a series of chain collisions. Terrified individuals screamed as they fled their vehicles, frantically seeking escape, with some even dashing into the snow-laden wilderness, quickly becoming ensnared in the thick drifts. The 8-legged scorpions moved with remarkable agility. In the chaos, Yunfan witnessed one scorpion beast lunge forward, ensnaring a person with its massive pincers and dragging them towards its gaping maw. What should we do? Wang Kai urgently inquired. Yunfan surveyed their surroundings and noticed that the throngs of people were all heading in a singular direction. He soon discerned the reason. 2 camouflaged military vehicles were stationed ahead, one of which was an armored vehicle. Let us make our way there, he declared. The might of the military had always been a source of reassurance for the populace. The trio hastened towards the military vehicles, hoping that the armed forces could vanquish the scorpion beasts. Wu Xiaofeng had not anticipated encountering such formidable insect creatures at this location. In truth, no one passing through had foreseen this. The wilderness flanking the road was blanketed in deep snow, concealing the scorpion beasts, whose forms blended seamlessly with the landscape. The sudden emergence of these creatures left them with no avenue of escape. The chaos had rendered the vehicles immobile, forcing them to remain stranded. Furrowing his brow, Wu Xiaofeng issued a series of commands. As a commander who had previously battled the ant beasts, he remained composed in this dire situation. Summon nearby troops for support. Maintain your composure and prepare for combat. Activate the weapons on the armored vehicle. Beside the command vehicle, a solitary armored car stood guard. a stark contrast to the usual abundance of forces designated to protect such an asset. However, given the extraordinary circumstances, most of the troops were engaged in clearing a path ahead, while numerous civilians were evacuating along various routes, necessitating extensive protection. The command vehicle had unwittingly mingled with the civilian convoy, only to find itself besieged by scorpion beasts at this precarious juncture. Wu Xiaofeng unsheathed his sidearm, prompting the other officers to arm themselves as well. A protective detail of over a dozen soldiers encircled the command vehicle, ensuring its safety. The armored vehicle's heavy machine gun was primed, flanked by 2 light machine guns, a sniper rifle, and a single-man rocket launcher, all loaded and ready for action. This lightweight armored vehicle lacked larger weaponry such as anti-tank missiles. Their original adversaries had been the ant beasts, who could have foreseen the emergence of such gigantic scorpions. The surrounding civilians crowded around the armored vehicle and command vehicle, desperately seeking sanctuary. Yunfan observed as one scorpion beast thrust its stinger through the roof of a nearby car, lifting it aloft with its barbed tail. With a flick of its tail, the car was hurled away, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. In the presence of these colossal scorpions, the vehicles appeared as mere toys. Several scorpion beasts seized cars with their pincers, attempting to consume them, but soon realized that these moving contraptions were not sustenance. The fleeing humans were the true prey. The once mighty humans of Earth had now become food for the insect beasts. As the crowd gathered around the armored vehicle increased, the multitude of potential prey attracted the attention of the scorpion beasts. Several scorpions advanced towards the armored vehicle, their 8 legs propelling them swiftly. Boom! A rocket soared forth, engulfed in flames, striking one of the scorpion beasts. The explosion erupted upon impact, sending shockwaves that overturned nearby vehicles. As the smoke dissipated, the wounded scorpion beast emerged, its ebony exoskeleton embedded with shrapnel, one of its pincers severed. Although injured, it did not succumb. Instead, it became enraged and charged towards the armored vehicle. The battle escalated rapidly, the vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun unleashing a torrent of fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the scorpion beasts. The projectiles rained down like a tempest, striking the scorpions. Sparks erupted from the scorpions' exoskeletons as bullets ricocheted off, striking nearby cars. The air became thick with flying bullets and scattered sparks. While a single bullet might not inflict significant harm, the relentless barrage from thousands of rounds began to crack the scorpion's armor, causing blood to seep forth. Yet, there was not just one scorpion beast. As one endured the brunt of the firepower, another scorpion swiftly approached. The concentrated hail of bullets redirected, momentarily halting the advance of the scorpion. Surrounding them were no fewer than 7 scorpions. The firepower from the armored and command vehicles was insufficient to contend with such a multitude of scorpions, and given the frantic onslaught, their ammunition would not last long. Yunfan tore away the fabric enveloping the dragon-slaying spear, revealing the true form of the 2-meter-long weapon. At that moment, the throng was captivated by the unfolding chaos of the scorpions, oblivious to the sudden appearance of the spear in his grasp. Gripping the spear tightly, Yunfan recognized the gravity of the situation and prepared to break free. Abandon the vehicle. We must break through. Not only had Yunfan sensed the impending peril, but Wu Xiaofeng had also come to the same realization. Relying on the armored vehicle to hold against the scorpions was tantamount to courting death. Only by breaking through could they grasp a glimmer of hope. Wu Xiaofeng led his soldiers in a flanking maneuver, heading towards an opening where 3 scorpion beasts lurked, one of which was gravely injured. Other civilians followed closely behind the soldiers, their safety now intertwined with that of the military contingent. Yunfan, blending into the mass of people, contemplated seizing an opportunity to escape. With so many fleeing together, it was likely that some would manage to break free, while others would inevitably fall victim. His superior physical prowess granted him remarkable speed, as long as he drew near the scorpions. He was confident he could evade capture amidst the turmoil. Wang Kai, stay close behind me. Wang Kai grasped Li Moran's hand, trailing closely behind Yunfan. Chapter 22. Escape from the scorpion's mouth. Wu Xiaofeng led the group in abandoning their vehicle to break free, leaving the armored vehicle that had provided substantial firepower as the target of the scorpion beast's vengeance. The heavily armored vehicle crumpled under the assault, reduced to a mangled mass of scrap metal in an instant. To escape, they had to withstand the onslaught of 2 enormous scorpion beasts blocking their path, necessitating a direct confrontation. Do not be afraid. Charge forward, Wu shouted, but as they drew closer to the scorpion beasts, panic began to ripple through the crowd. Soldiers and officers unleashed a barrage of gunfire, only to find that their bullets failed to pierce the beast's armored exoskeletons. Under Wu Xiaofeng's leadership, the throng bravely advanced towards one of the scorpion beasts. Over 100 individuals surged forward, some darting past the creature, while others crawled beneath its massive body. The scorpion's pincers seized 2 individuals, swiftly dragging them into its maw, sending blood spraying and screams echoing through the chaos. In the midst of the turmoil, someone stumbled and fell, but no one dared to assist. All were frantically fleeing for their lives. The scene was a cacophony of confusion, with people trampling one another, shrieking in terror. While some perished in the jaws of the scorpion, many more managed to slip past its bulk, racing towards safety. This was a desperate escape, a sacrifice of a few for the survival of the many. Yunfan moved with remarkable speed, even while restraining himself. Wang Kai, having awakened his physical prowess, also outpaced the ordinary, but Li Moran, an ordinary woman, found it impossible to keep up. Suddenly, a massive pincer lunged toward Yunfan. Damn, he cursed inwardly. Realizing that amidst the chaos, the scorpion had singled him out. He deftly dodged the strike, recognizing that while the creature was enormous and agile, its attacks were cumbersome. After evading the pincer, it crushed a nearby black sedan, twisting it into a pile of scrap in a heartbeat. The sight sent a chill down Yunfan's spine. Had he been caught, he would have been reduced to mere pulp. At that moment, he grasped the fragility of his own strength. Previously, he believed himself formidable, having effortlessly dispatched ant beasts without encountering true danger, even feeling invulnerable to bullets. Now, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. Each of these scorpion beasts was exponentially stronger than the ant beast he had faced. After Wang Kai and Li Moran maneuvered past the scorpion, Yunfan executed a series of evasive maneuvers to escape the creature's reach. However, the threat remained, as additional scorpions surged forward, hunting the fleeing humans. The 8-legged creatures were far swifter than the humans, and those lagging behind were relentlessly hunted down. As a soldier, it was his duty to protect the populace. If they retreated faster than ordinary citizens, how could they justify their uniforms? Commander, let me escort you to safety, a soldier urged. When have I ever feared death? Wu Xiaofeng bellowed. Everyone fire. Anyone who dares to flee ahead of the civilians will face court-martial. Wu led his soldiers in a tactical retreat, their bullets flying toward the scorpions. Though they could not slay the beasts, the gunfire momentarily impeded their advance. Wu awaited reinforcements, knowing that their arrival would ensure their salvation. The soldiers' resistance bought precious time for the crowd to escape, but it came at the cost of their own ranks. In mere moments, fewer than 10 remained of Wu Xiaofeng's guard. This scene did not escape the notice of the fleeing masses. Yunfan felt a surge of respect for these soldiers. They embodied the honor of their uniforms, living up to their identities as protectors. Suddenly, a fireball soared from the crowd, a sphere about 10 centimeters in diameter, hurtling toward the foremost scorpion beast. It struck the creature squarely in the face, erupting into flames. This fireball was not cast by Wang Kai, but by another man in his 30s. The impact of this projectile far surpassed that of the bullets. As the flames dissipated, scorch marks marred the scorpion's visage, altering the hue of its exoskeleton, yet the beast remained agile, unharmed in a lethal sense. Wang Kai, witnessing this, instinctively gathered his own fiery energy, conjuring a fireball that swelled in his hand. With a forceful exhalation, he hurled it at the scorpion, the projectile whistling through the air. Its size was remarkable, measuring 20 centimeters in diameter, 8 times larger than the previous fireball. Wang Kai was taken aback by the power of his own creation, having awakened his abilities. He had yet to engage in combat. The force of his fireball was immense, though it lacked precision. It struck the scorpion's flank, unleashing flames that melted the snow beneath it. As the fire receded, the crowd observed that the scorpion's movements had slowed noticeably. A closer inspection revealed that one of its legs had been rendered immobile, seemingly scorched by the flames. Having awakened his fire abilities only 2 days prior, Wang Kai demonstrated tremendous potential. With the assistance of the 2 fire wielders, Wu Xiaofeng's soldiers managed to avert further casualties. Yet another scorpion pursued them. But under the combined efforts of the pyromancers and gunfire, it soon sustained injuries and slowed its pursuit. Among the 7 scorpions, 1 was severely injured, 2 were hindered, while 4 remained in prime condition, relentlessly pursuing them. However, the soldiers' firepower was dwindling. Without ammunition, their weapons were as good as useless. Wang Kai's fire energy was nearly depleted, and the other fire manipulator, though weaker than Wang Kai, had exhausted his energy and could no longer launch fireballs. Yunfan frowned as he assessed the encroaching scorpions. How could 2-legged humans hope to outrun 8-legged beasts? The relentless pursuit indicated that the scorpions would not relent until every last person was consumed. At that moment, another soldier fell victim to the scorpion's attack. At this rate, no one would escape. Wang Kai, how many more fireballs can you throw? Yunfan suddenly inquired. Wang Kai frowned. I've expended too much energy. I can manage only one more. All right, when I get close, throw a fireball to cover me. Yunfan urged. Wang Kai was taken aback. You want to confront it? Yunfan? Yunfan spoke rapidly. I'll give it a try. Otherwise, no one will survive. With that, he abruptly halted, turning to face the charging scorpion. Gripping his dragon coil spear tightly, he fixed his gaze upon the beast, steeling himself for the confrontation. Many in the crowd witnessed this moment and assumed he had lost his mind, thinking he could possibly impede the scorpion. Chapter 23. The gas cylinder. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. The distance between Yunfan and the scorpion beast continued to diminish, the creature's form growing larger and more terrifying before his eyes. A fireball surged forth from behind Yunfan, hurtling towards the scorpion beast's face. The beast extended its massive pincers to intercept it. Having learned of the fireball's potency from the fate of its companion, the fireball detonated against the scorpion beast's pincers, erupting into a blaze. As the fireball drew the scorpion beast's attention, Yunfan seized the opportunity. He gathered strength in his legs and leaped into the air. Soaring 3 to 4 meters high, the scorpion beast's broad, flat back provided a stable landing for him. Yunfan surveyed the creature's back, which was encased in a thick, black shell, devoid of any apparent weaknesses. Unlike the ant beast, which had a vulnerable neck, the scorpion beast's head and thorax were seamlessly fused, shielded by its armored exterior. With determination, Yunfan aimed for the spot atop the scorpion beast's head, targeting the junction between the two plates of armor with his spiral dragon spear. The spear's tip struck true, meeting with immense resistance as though it had pierced through a thick steel plate. The spearhead sank deeply into the scorpion beast's shell, penetrating over 20 centimeters. Feeling its life threatened, the scorpion beast thrashed wildly. Its body convulsed, pincers flailing in the air, yet they could not reach its back. The rampaging creature overturned countless vehicles, but Yunfan remained steadfast upon its back. Clinging tightly to the embedded spiral dragon spear, he refused to let go despite the beast's frantic struggles. Standing atop the scorpion beast, he began to rotate the spear. Its sharpness promised to inflict fatal damage should it penetrate further into the creature's body. Suddenly, a rush of wind signaled danger. Yunfan turned to see the scorpion beast's robust tail poised to strike. In a split second, he deftly evaded the attack, the tail narrowly missing him. The scorpion beast's tail, armed with a sharp stinger, constituted its most formidable weapon, far more fearsome than its pincers. Undeterred by the miss, the tail launched another swift assault, its speed rivaling lightning. Yunfan leapt from the scorpion beast's back to dodge the tail's onslaught, then landed heavily upon the spiral dragon spear. With all his might, he pressed down, elevating himself to over 10 meters high. The force of his weight bore down on the spear, driving it even deeper into the beast, half of it now embedded within its body. After a few convulsions, the scorpion beast suddenly stiffened and collapsed, motionless upon the ground. With a thud, Yunfan descended from the air, withdrawing the spiral dragon spear from the beast's corpse as he stepped down from it. Wu Xiaofeng gazed at Yunfan in astonished disbelief. Was he a power user or a martial arts master? The battle between Yunfan and the scorpion beast had lasted no more than a minute. Yet it unfolded like scenes from a film, as if Yunfan was a martial arts hero, wielding a long spear to vanquish the beast. Boom! A shell flew in from a distance, striking a scorpion beast squarely. The violent shockwave hurled the creature into the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. Its legs shattered and its shell riddled with cracks. The military support had finally arrived. Several armored vehicles unleashed a barrage of armor-piercing rounds upon the remaining scorpion beasts, annihilating them within a minute. Commander, are you all right? Quickly, call for a checkup. Wu Xiaofeng waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. I'm not injured. Let us convene an emergency meeting. Before departing, Wu Xiaofeng cast a lingering glance at Yunfan. Yunfan, you're incredible. Wang Kai gave Yunfan a thumbs up. This was the second time he had witnessed Yunfan in action. The first was long ago against a few petty thugs. Since awakening his powers, Wang Kai believed himself to have surpassed Yunfan, for power users had transcended ordinary humanity. No matter how skilled Yunfan was, he could not be compared to a power user. However, the recent confrontation with the scorpion beast showcased Yunfan's formidable strength and ill. Li Moran was equally astonished. She had always perceived Yunfan as an ordinary person. In her eyes, Wang Kai had always been the one in charge, solely due to Yunfan's life-saving intervention. Passers-by who witnessed the recent spectacle would forever remember Yunfan, the master wielding a long spear. Yunfan understood that his victory over the scorpion beast was entirely due to the sharpness of the spiral dragon spear. Without it, he would have been unable to breach the beast's defenses. It doesn't even matter if we can't leave, Wang Kai shrugged nonchalantly, as long as we're safe. Yes. Our greatest hope now is simply to survive, Yunfan replied, locating their white sedan. Fortunately, their vehicle had remained at a distance from the battle, sustaining only minor scratches on the right side and a few bullet marks, but no major damage. After narrowly escaping the jaws of the scorpion beast, the three of them found their stomachs rumbling with hunger. Yunfan rubbed his belly. What do you all want to eat? Anything is fine. Just having a meal is good enough for me, Wang Kai responded. I'm okay with anything, Li Morin added, not inclined to suggest anything. Yunfan licked his lips. I crave hot pot. What a delightful experience it would be to savor a steaming pot of hot pot in the frigid weather. Upon hearing hot pot, Wang Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Can we really have hot pot? Yunfan nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. I have a rich supply of foodstuffs prepared for just such a feast. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Chapter 24. The Deification Project. May I inquire if Yunfan and Wang Kai are present? At the entrance stood a soldier clad in military attire. Yunfan regarded him with curiosity. And you are? I am here to extend an invitation to both of you. I wonder if you might have time to visit the command center. The commander wishes to meet you. The commander? Yunfan replied, perplexed, for he was unfamiliar with such a significant figure. He shook his head. I'm afraid I have no time. Yunfan speculated about the officer's origins, recalling how he had slain a scorpion beast earlier that day, thus capturing the military's attention. The officer's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated such a swift rejection from Yunfan. With no recourse, he acknowledged that Yunfan, not being a soldier, was under no obligation to heed the command center's summons. Regaining his composure, the officer continued, Please reconsider. Ultimately, he had no choice but to depart. They've come to us so soon and even know our names. It seems they have conducted an investigation, Wang Kai remarked. Yunfan nodded in agreement. Indeed. They likely wish to recruit us for service, and would certainly have conducted preliminary inquiries. Joining the military was out of the question in these perilous times. Soldiers were perhaps the most dangerous. He had no inclination to serve in the armed forces. After declining the officer's invitation, Yunfan dismissed the matter from his mind and began preparing the ingredients for hot pot: lamb, potatoes, sweet potatoes, lotus root, and even a small head of baby cabbage, along with garlic and ginger for seasoning. Though his selection of condiments was lacking, he resolved to make do with a simple hot pot. Given the current circumstances, being able to enjoy hot pot was already a rare luxury. Meanwhile, at the command center, Wu Xiaofeng was overwhelmed with tasks. Following a fierce battle with the scorpion beast, numerous matters required his attention: clearing wrecked vehicles, repairing roads, and tallying casualties. Report: Yunfan is unwilling to come. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaofeng was taken aback. He refuses to come? Immediately after the battle, Wu Xiaofeng had dispatched personnel to investigate Yunfan and Wang Kai. The fact that Yunfan had evacuated the unconscious Wang Kai from Hang City led Wu Xiaofeng to perceive him as a person of loyalty. Yunfan's background prior to the IC era was easily accessible. He was merely an ordinary individual raised by his grandmother after losing both parents. With a straightforward family background, the intelligence regarding Yunfan led Wu Xiaofeng to conclude that he could be of significant use. However, he had not anticipated Yunfan's refusal to meet him. In truth, recruiting superpowered individuals did not necessitate Wu Xiaofeng's direct involvement. He had officers specifically tasked with this duty. Yet, Yunfan was unique in Wu Xiaofeng's eyes, prompting him to take personal action in inviting him. Since he won't come, I shall go to him myself. Yunfan's worth merits such an effort. Commander, an officer interjected, you are quite busy. He is merely a superpowered individual. There is no need for you to go personally. Just send someone to discuss terms with him and offer sufficient incentives. He won't be able to resist. With that, Wu Xiaofeng set off to Yunfan's residence, accompanied by a soldier named Zhang Zhongjing, a superpowered individual in his own right. Before their departure, Wu Xiaofeng had someone fetch 10 cans of luncheon meat. Just as Yunfan and his companions finished preparing the hot pot, they heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, Yunfan was met with 2 soldiers, one of whom he recognized as the senior officer responsible for coordinating during the battle with the scorpion beast. while the other was evidently his bodyguard. "Who are you?" Yi Yunfan inquired. Wu Xiaofeng smiled. "Young man, I am Wu. You may call me Commander Wu, or simply Old Wu. I have come to commend you." "Commend?" Yi Yunfan responded, confused. Wu Xiaofeng nodded. "Indeed, commend. Young man, are you not going to invite me in?" Yi Yunfan wore an expression of reluctance. "You may come in." Wu Xiaofeng managed a wry smile. As a commander, he had personally sought out Yi Yunfan, yet he was met with disdain. "Young man, thank you for your timely intervention today. You saved many lives. This is what you rightfully deserve." With that, Wu Xiaofeng signaled to Zhang Zhongjing, who placed the cans of luncheon meat on the table. "No need." Yi Yunfan shook his head. "I didn't act to save others. I did it for myself." He distanced himself from the notion of heroism, wishing to avoid any labels from Wu Xiaofeng. Wu Xiaofeng felt a twinge of awkwardness. He had not expected Yi Yunfan to be so forthright, leaving him at a loss for words. "Regardless of your intentions, you undeniably saved many lives." At that moment, Wu Xiaofeng noticed the hot pot on the dining table, the aroma wafting through the air upon his entrance. His mouth watered. It had been ages since he last enjoyed hot pot. Zhang Zhongjing also gazed longingly at the dish, salivating. No wonder he overlooked the luncheon meat. The feast was evidently quite lavish. As a commander, Wu Xiaofeng could certainly indulge in hot pot if he desired, but during these tumultuous times, it was not his moment to relish such pleasures. Observing Wu Xiaofeng's fixation on the hot pot, Yi Yunfan casually suggested, "Would you care to join us?" "Certainly." Wu Xiaofeng replied with a grin, "I shall not hold back." Yi Yunfan was taken aback. He had merely extended a polite invitation, yet Commander Wu genuinely intended to partake in the hot pot. With little choice, Yi Yunfan turned to Li Moran. "Please add more ingredients. Utilize whatever is left in the kitchen." Li Moran took the hot pot back to the kitchen to add more ingredients. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaofeng initiated a serious conversation with Yi Yunfan. He got straight to the point. "Yi Yunfan, Wang Kai, both of you are formidable superpowered individuals. I shall be frank. I am here to invite you to join our military." Yi Yunfan and Wang Kai were not surprised. It would have been odd if Wu Xiaofeng had not come for such a reason. Yi Yunfan shook his head. "I'm sorry, Commander Wu, but I truly do not wish to join the military. Please do not be hasty in your refusal. Allow me to elaborate," Wu Xiaofeng continued. "I understand your desire for freedom and reluctance to be constrained. We are currently recruiting superpowered individuals to form a unique legion, one that operates differently and allows for greater freedom. Those who join our military will enjoy generous benefits, including ample provisions and special protections for their families." As Wu Xiaofeng elaborated on various terms and benefits, Li Moran returned with the replenished hot pot. Wu Xiaofeng wasted no time, picking up chopsticks and digging in. "Zhang, you ought to sit and join us." Zhang Zhongjing hesitated to refuse, but the enticing aroma of the hot pot was irresistible. "Go ahead and sit down," Yi Yunfan encouraged, prompting Zhang Zhongjing to express his gratitude. Thank you. Once seated, Zhang Zhongjing disregarded the ongoing negotiations between Wu Xiaofeng and Yi Yunfan, focusing solely on devouring the hot pot. As Wu Xiaofeng enjoyed the meal, he continued discussing terms with Yi Yunfan. However, his propositions bore no appeal to Yi Yunfan. Yi Yunfan declined once more. "Commander Wu, I'm sorry." Wu Xiaofeng turned to Wang Kai. "What about you? Would you consider joining us?" "I follow Yunfan, wherever he goes." "I go." Wang Kai made his position clear. Wu Xiaofeng felt a tinge of regret, yet remained undeterred. "In that case, let us discuss another matter, the deification project." The deification project? Chapter 25. I am not so noble. In this era of tumultuous upheaval, chaos reigns supreme. Morality has deteriorated, and humanity has lost both faith and hope, living each day in a state of panic and despair. The current circumstances need no further elaboration. You are undoubtedly aware of them. Wu Xiaofeng wore a concerned expression, his anxiety for the future of the nation and humanity palpable. People yearn for a belief that can instill hope, and you, perhaps, could embody that figure. Wu Xiaofeng gazed intently at Yi Yunfan, his eyes glimmering with a fervent light. Your prowess in combat is unparalleled, surpassing all the extraordinary beings I have encountered. And your weapon? The dragon spear. Do you comprehend how many throughout the annals of Chinese history wielded such arms? Xiang Yu, with his invincible spear, Zhao Yun, with his shining silver lance, who bravely fought through the battlefield, and figures like Ma Chao, Yu Fei, the Yang family generals, and Lin Chong. If you were to cultivate your image with proper promotion, you would become the hero in the hearts of the people, the invincible god of war. At such a time, Extraordinary beings would seek to emulate you, and the youth would look up to you as their role model. You would be the spiritual pillar for countless souls. The impact you could have would far exceed your own combat abilities. Wu Xiaofeng spoke with fervor, as if he were not addressing Yunfan, but rather himself. Once he concluded his impassioned speech, he looked at Yunfan with hopeful anticipation. Upon meeting Wu Xiaofeng's gaze, Yunfan felt a pang of reluctance to shatter his dreams. Yet the cold truth must be faced. Thank you, Commander Wu, for holding me in such high regard, but I am afraid I cannot fulfill that role. Wu Xiaofeng's expression grew complex, a blend of confusion, disbelief, and disappointment. Why not? Do you not wish to be a hero? Yunfan shook his head. No. I am merely an ordinary individual. Moreover, I am not so noble. At that moment, as Wu Xiaofeng's words ignited a brief surge of passion within him, Yunfan was swiftly reminded of the immense responsibilities, pressures, and risks that come with being a hero, causing his spirit to wane. Sighing, Wu Xiaofeng lamented. I do not understand the youth of today. In our era, such honor was pursued with fervor. With that, he shook his head. Very well, if you are unwilling. Then we shall take our leave. Wu Xiaofeng departed with Zhang Zhongjing, their backs turned in solitude. Yunfan respected and admired Wu Xiaofeng deeply. He was indeed an exceptional and great soldier. However, admiration aside, Yunfan could not aspire to such heights. As he had stated, he was simply an unremarkable person. After dining, Wang Kai took Li Moran and left, while Yunfan retreated to his bedroom to cultivate his spatial energy. Within Yunfan, the space measured just over 1 meter along each side, insufficient to accommodate the dragon spear. He urgently needed to expand his internal space. The current dimensions were inadequate. And once filled with provisions, there was no room for other items. In addition to the spatial constraints, Yunfan faced another dilemma. His combat style was excessively simplistic. His battles relied solely on the formidable strength and speed bestowed by his spatial energy. Despite possessing the dragon spear, he lacked any knowledge of spear techniques, relying solely on its blade to fight. This cumbersome and inefficient method of battle vexed him. He envied Wang Kai's fire abilities, which allowed him to unleash powerful fireballs without engaging in close combat, ensuring a higher degree of safety. Determined to diligently cultivate his spatial energy, he understood that it was the foundation of his power. Where did you procure these garments? The streets are lined with clothing stores. Yet no one seems to care about them. Those high-end boutiques charge thousands, even tens of thousands for a single outfit. I would have never dared to even glance at them before, yet now I can take them at will. Wang Kai remarked, handing a set of clothes to Yunfan. I retrieved this for you. Do give it a try. Thank you, Yunfan replied, accepting the clothes, realizing he had gone several days without a change. During times when even meals were a concern, no one prioritized such superficial matters. Only those like Wang Kai and Li Moran, who had their fill, could afford to seek out new attire. As night fell, the sounds of Wang Kai and Li Moran engaging in physical activities echoed from the adjacent room. Yunfan quietly slipped away. He had an important task to attend to. After the battle earlier in the day, all 7 scorpion beasts had perished, leaving behind their lifeless forms. Yunfan intended to locate these scorpion corpses. If the ant beast's exoskeletons yielded valuable elements, perhaps the scorpion creature's shells could also provide some unique materials. The thought of the scorpion beast's substantial size filled him with excitement. Upon arriving at the site of the earlier conflict, Yunfan discovered that the area had already been cleared. However, he stumbled upon discarded scorpion carcasses in the nearby wilderness. As he swept through the scorpion exoskeletons with his spatial energy, he discovered valuable elements akin to those found in the ant beast shells. After expending a significant portion of his energy, he successfully extracted the valuable elements from a single scorpion exoskeleton. One scorpion carcass provided him with a piece of the valuable element the size of a fist, far exceeding what he had obtained from an ant beast. With 6 more scorpion carcasses remaining, he could not afford to waste this opportunity. It would be challenging to encounter such a wealth of valuable elements again. Yunfan scanned the surrounding area amidst the white wilderness, where numerous abandoned vehicles and scorpion corpses lay scattered about. Wait, why is one carcass missing? After extracting the elements from 6 scorpion corpses, Yunfan noticed the absence of the 7th. Eventually, he discovered the final scorpion carcass beside a military truck. This particular carcass appeared relatively intact, leading Yunfan to surmise it was reserved for research purposes. There were no guards stationed by the truck, likely due to the assumption that no one would dare steal a scorpion beast body. Yunfan refrained from extracting the valuable elements from this carcass, as doing so would significantly diminish its research value. He hoped that the scientists could uncover the vulnerabilities of these insect beasts and subsequently eliminate them. In the grand scheme of eradicating the insect beasts, a mere fraction of valuable elements seemed trivial. Under the cover of night, Yunfan stealthily departed, having acquired 6 pieces of the valuable elements, bringing him one step closer to gathering the materials needed to forge his energy armor. Chapter 26. A fleeting shadow after a night's rest. On a clear morning, Yunfan and his companions set forth once again from the urban confines of Linqing. The roads had been cleared by the military, allowing for passage. Yunfan directed their vehicle towards the expressway entrance leading to the outskirts of Linqing. The journey from Hangzhou to Jinling spanned 300 kilometers, yet the snow-laden roads and the sluggish speed of travel, compounded by the occasional appearance of monstrous creatures, meant they had only covered a third of the distance within 3 days. The road ahead to Jinling still loomed far, fraught with various unknown dangers and challenges awaiting them. Upon successfully merging onto the expressway, their journey progressed smoothly, save for 2 brief traffic jams. Wang Kai, behind the wheel, exhaled clouds of smoke as he drove, while Li Moran, seated beside him, engaged him in light conversation from time to time. Yunfan reclined in the back seat, attempting to rest. He had spent the previous night extracting elemental essences and had scarcely slept for more than 2 hours. By afternoon, they had traversed several dozen kilometers along the expressway. At this pace, they anticipated reaching Jinling in less than 3 days. Suddenly, with a screech, Wang Kai slammed on the brakes. Yunfan jolted awake. Instinctively alert after these past few days, a young man clad in military garb stood before their vehicle, arms outstretched. This young soldier was none other than Zhang Zhongjing, whom Yunfan had encountered the day prior. Zhang had appeared abruptly, nearly causing Wang Kai to miss the break. "Ah, finally found you," Zhang Zhongjing gasped. "Please. You must help save the commander." "Save the commander?" Yunfan queried, puzzled. "What has happened to Commander Wu?" Zhang Zhongjing explained. "The commander has suffered an acute heart attack and collapsed. The doctor warned that without medication, his condition could deteriorate, and he may not survive." Yunfan recalled that Commander Wu had seemed well when he saw him yesterday. How had a heart attack come upon him so suddenly? "What medication do you need?" Yunfan inquired. Although his internal space contained various remedies, they were primarily for treating wounds, inflammation, infections, and fevers, none for heart conditions. He found it curious that such a large contingent of soldiers was seeking their assistance. Zhang Zhongjing replied urgently, "I had no choice but to seek you out. The command center is in disarray, having received fragmented reports from the rear units. Additionally, the commander is known for his straightforwardness and dedication to the populace, which has antagonized several of his subordinates. To put it bluntly, some would prefer the commander to remain in his current state indefinitely. I am merely his guard and currently lack the authority even to requisition a military vehicle." Yunfan recalled Wu Xiaofeng's words from the previous day. Indeed, Wu Xiaofeng's forthright nature was not well received in the cutthroat arena of power struggles. He also remembered the desolate figure of Wu Xiaofeng as he departed. It was possible that the commander's sudden ailment was connected to Yunfan's previous refusal. "Speak up. What do you need us to do?" Yunfan asked, a sense of respect for Wu Xiaofeng coloring his tone. Zhang Zhongjing produced a map. "There is an expressway exit 3 kilometers ahead. After exiting, we can reach Xingqing, where we can find the necessary medication." "Very well," Yunfan nodded. "Then open the car door. Get in. Let us go together." Zhang Zhongjing entered the vehicle, expressing his gratitude profusely. He had braced himself for rejection, knowing that Yunfan and his companions had no ties to Wu Xiaofeng, and that the commander's fate was not their concern. Once they departed from the expressway, the vehicle sped up significantly, while all other vehicles hurried towards Jinling. Only Yunfan's group diverted towards Xingqing in search of medicine. The white sedan glided steadily through the snow-blanketed landscape, devoid of other cars or pedestrians. Enveloped in a serene, wintry world, Xingqing mirrored Linqing's desolation, with citizens long departed, leaving behind an empty shell of a city. The tires crunched over the snow, emitting a soft sound. Zhang Zhongjing consulted the map, guiding Wang Kai. "Turn left at the upcoming intersection. There is a hospital about 5 kilometers ahead." Soon, they arrived at the hospital's entrance. The group disembarked, and to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Yunfan gripped his dragon coil gun firmly. Zhang Zhongjing drew his handgun and disengaged the safety. Together, they ventured into the hospital building. Inside, an unsettling silence permeated the air. No voices or figures were present. "We'll fetch the medication and leave swiftly," Yunfan stated. Upon entering, he felt an unsettling sensation as if someone were watching him. As they reached the pharmacy, Yunfan effortlessly picked the lock with his dragon coil gun. Its sharpness could slice through even a bank vault with ease. Upon gaining entry, they began searching for the required medications. "I found it," Li Moran exclaimed, having located the heart medication that Zhang Zhongjing had mentioned. Zhang Zhongjing collected a substantial amount of medicine, not only the types specified by the doctor, but also any other heart-related medications he could find. Yi Yunfan gathered some trauma and cold remedies, seizing the opportunity to procure additional supplies while at the hospital. Li Moran also selected various medications for menstrual pain and blood replenishment. Wang Kai, brimming with excitement, stuffed several boxes into his backpack, piquing Yi Yunfan's curiosity. "Wang Kai, what have you taken?" Wang Kai remained silent, instead shaping his lips into a few words. Yi Yunfan discerned his message: contraceptive pills. "Damn." Yi Yunfan shot him an incredulous glare. "You are incorrigible." With their collections in hand, the group exited the pharmacy. Suddenly, Yi Yunfan turned sharply, catching a fleeting glimpse of a figure disappearing around a corner. "Did you see that?" he called out, inciting a sense of caution among the others. "Yunfan, what did you see?" Yi Yunfan furrowed his brow. "I can't be certain, but it seemed like a shadow at the staircase corner." Wang Kai expressed doubt. "Could it be a trick of the light? There's no one here." Yet Zhang Zhongjing countered. "I too saw a shadow, although I couldn't discern it clearly." "What could it be? Monsters lack such intelligence, and if it were a person, why would they be hiding?" Wang Kai, with a conspiratorial grin, suggested. "Do you think it could be a ghost? This is a hospital, after all, and there's a morgue." His words sent an icy chill through the air. Li Moran shivered. "Let us hurry and leave, regardless of what it is." "Afraid?" Wang Kai laughed. "I'm just joking. There are no monsters here. It's all in our heads." He then clasped Li Moran's hand reassuringly. "Only humans can be frightening. I wonder who is playing tricks on us," Yi Yunfan remarked. "We have secured the medicine. Let us depart without concerning ourselves with any supernatural antics." Zhang Zhongjing pondered. "Perhaps we should check it out. Someone might be in need of assistance." Yi Yunfan sighed, reluctant to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. Zhang Zhongjing, much like Wu Xiaofeng, possessed a heart inclined towards rescuing those in distress. Chapter 27. This is their own choice. Within the hospital building, Yi Yunfan and his companions ascended the stairs. "Everyone, tread carefully and maintain silence," Yi Yunfan whispered, leading the way. As they climbed the staircase, he cautiously peered around the corner to assess the situation on the second floor. What had transpired here? Unlike the empty first floor, the corridor on the second was cluttered with various debris. Yi Yunfan faintly discerned voices emanating from one of the rooms. The others trailing behind also took note of this scene. "It appears there are people inside," Wang Kai murmured, gesturing discreetly towards a nearby room. As they approached, the indistinct sounds grew clearer, revealing a cacophony of moans and gasps, unmistakably of a lewd nature. Moreover, it was evident that more than one couple was involved. Zhang Zhongjing's expression turned grave. Gripping his firearm, he advanced toward the room. Upon reaching the door, the sounds intensified, almost echoing in his ears. A series of indistinguishable cries, whether of agony or ecstasy, provoked Zhang Zhongjing into action. He raised his foot and forcefully kicked the door. As a superpowered individual, Zhang Zhongjing possessed considerable strength. With a resounding bang, the door flew open, unleashing a wave of heat. Inside the room, 2 men and 3 women lay entwined, devoid of clothing. "Ah!" Li Moran gasped, quickly turning away. The abrupt intrusion startled the 5 occupants, causing one man to jump in surprise. Zhang Zhongjing, witnessing a woman's contorted visage, assumed they had been violated. Rage surged within him, and he instinctively raised his firearm to pull the trigger. "Stop!" Yi Yunfan reacted swiftly, the barrel of his gun striking Zhang Zhongjing's weapon, deflecting it upward. In the nick of time, the bullet soared past a man's head, leaving a hole in the window. The occupants, still hastily pulling on their clothes, raised their hands in surrender. "Don't shoot, please. We beg you." Zhang Zhongjing maintained his aim, demanding, "Put on your clothes first." They complied with urgency. One robust man spoke up. "We were merely passing the time. This isn't illegal. They are all willing participants. I haven't coerced them." "You can ask them." Zhang Zhongjing turned his gaze to the previously distressed woman. "Is what he says true?" "Do not fear. I will take charge today." The woman nodded, affirming, "What he says is true. We are here of our own volition." The burly man continued, "Dear soldier, while our actions may be questionable, they are certainly not illegal. Please, show us mercy." At that moment, others began to emerge from different rooms, drawn by the gunfire. However, The sight of Zhang Zhongjing's weapon deterred them from approaching. Zhang Zhongjing inquired, "Why are you all here? Were you not instructed to head to Jinling?" The sturdy man retorted, "Why should we go to Jinling? It's freezing outside. And there are giant insects. It's far more comfortable here. Are you not afraid of the ant beasts?" Zhang Zhongjing pressed. The man shrugged nonchalantly. "Aren't the ant beasts in Hang City? Such a distance is unlikely for them to traverse. Outside, one might freeze, starve, or be bitten by insects. Staying here guarantees food, drink, and entertainment." Zhang Zhongjing found himself speechless at the man's logic. Yi Yunfan interjected, "Let us depart. There is no point in wasting time here." Yet Zhang Zhongjing remained undeterred, addressing the robust man. "How many of you are there? I wish to speak with them." "About 30 or 40. It's simple to find them. They're all in this building. I will call them for you." With that, the burly man exited the room and shouted down the corridor, "Hey, everyone, come here. There's a soldier with something to say." Yi Yunfan perceived Zhang Zhongjing's efforts as futile. These individuals seemed content and secure in their current situation. He observed the room, noting the occupants' indulgence. The hospital had been transformed into a living space, furnished with expensive solid-wood beds, luxurious leather sofas, and surprisingly, the air conditioning was operational. The source of these lavish furnishings remained a mystery, though the air conditioning was likely powered by a generator. With the departure of others from Xing City, they had free reign over the city's resources. Soon, a gathering of over 30 individuals formed, comprising men, women, and children of various ages. Zhang Zhongjing introduced himself. "Greetings. I am Zhang Zhongjing from the 124th Division of the East Military District. You are likely aware that the ant beasts are persistently attacking. Hang City has been abandoned, and it is probable that the ant beasts will invade Xing City. Jinling has fortified its defenses, and with military protection, it is relatively safe. Currently, our division is on the highway, escorting many civilians to Jinling. You may join us for a secure passage." As anticipated by Yi Yunfan, the crowd remained indifferent to Zhang Zhongjing's words. They were comfortable where they were and unwilling to embrace the uncertainty of leaving. No one expressed a desire to follow Zhang Zhongjing, leaving him feeling somewhat despondent. Yi Yunfan patted Zhang Zhongjing on the shoulder, stating, "This is their own choice. Let us be on our way." "Very well," Zhang Zhongjing conceded, "and thank you, Yi Yunfan. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I could have inadvertently taken a life. Such a mistake would be irreparable." The group, having successfully retrieved the medications, bore good spirits, though Zhang Zhongjing's mood remained subdued due to the encounter. Yi Yunfan instructed Wang Kai, "You two stay in the vehicle and rest. Zhang Zhongjing and I will scout ahead. Stay safe." Wang Kai signaled his understanding with an okay gesture. After a prolonged search, Yi Yunfan finally spotted Wu Xiaofeng within an ambulance. Wu Xiaofeng appeared in dire condition, his pallid lips devoid of color, and an oxygen tube inserted into his nostrils, indicating he was critically ill. Under the dismal medical circumstances, there was a high likelihood that he might never awaken. Wu Xiaofeng handed a backpack to the female medic. "Everything is in here. Is there any hope for the commander?" The medic's expression was grim. "It is difficult to say. Even under optimal conditions, I would not guarantee a full recovery, let alone now, after such a prolonged delay. I can only do my utmost." As she spoke, the medic skillfully selected several medications from the backpack. Chapter 28. You cannot carry a gun at the military command center. A young man in his 30s bore a grave expression. His name was Ning Ziho, the deputy division commander under Wu Xiaofeng. Achieving the rank of deputy division commander at such a young age was indicative not only of his capabilities but also of his exceptional background. "Is there any new information?" Ning Ziho inquired, directing his gaze towards the communications officer. "Report. The Corps Command has indicated that the ant beasts have suddenly amassed and launched a frenzied assault, resulting in heavy casualties. They are on the verge of collapse. However, their difficulties did not end there. Report. The reconnaissance team has relayed news of large caterpillar beasts approximately 20 kilometers ahead in Nanshu town, possessing formidable combat capabilities. The reconnaissance team has already lost half of its soldiers, following the last encounter with the scorpion beasts. The military had dispatched reconnaissance teams over a broad range to avoid further encounters that could lead to significant losses." Ning Ziho's brow furrowed deeper. "Does this affect our retreat?" Nanshu town lay adjacent to the highway, meaning their current retreat route would inevitably pass through it unless they took a longer detour. However, a detour would waste time and increase the distance, potentially resulting in greater losses. "I propose we eliminate the caterpillar beasts to remove the obstacle," suggested one officer. Ning Ziho shook his head. "No, we lack the manpower and time. Do you have a more efficient solution?" One officer hesitated before suggesting, "We could deploy a suicide squad to divert the caterpillar beasts, allowing us to pass through Nanshu town safely." The officers present concurred, recognizing it as the most efficient solution at hand. The concept of a suicide squad, while seemingly brutal, was a tactic commonly employed in warfare, sacrificing a few for the safety of the many. After several moments of contemplation, Ning Ziho formulated a plan in his mind. Given that their adversary was the caterpillar beasts, deploying a suicide squad might not yield the desired effect. Moreover, with their limited forces, every soldier's life was of utmost significance. "I have an idea." Recently, an increasing number of superpowered individuals have emerged, exhibiting remarkable strength. Upon sharing his plan, a heavy silence enveloped the room. One officer voiced concern. "This may be inadvisable. It contradicts our unit's ethos." If the division commander were present, he would surely disapprove of such a strategy. Ning Ziho's expression turned icy, anger flashing in his eyes. "Then do you possess a superior alternative? Do not regard superpowered individuals as mere commoners. Their strength is formidable and beyond our control, representing a potential threat. Eliminating this threat to maintain stability is our responsibility. If sacrificing them can protect the majority of ordinary citizens while preserving our unit's combat effectiveness, it is a multifaceted solution." With the division commander gravely ill, "I am in charge. We shall proceed with this plan at once." At that moment, a voice came from outside the command vehicle. "Report. The division commander has awakened. Please send Deputy Commander Ning to see him." Ning Ziho was taken aback. How could Wu Xiaofeng have regained consciousness? Was it not said that without medication, his condition was dire? Inside the command vehicle, the officers exchanged glances, uncertain whether to heed Ning Ziho's orders. Ning Ziho shouted, "What are you hesitating for? This plan must be executed immediately, and the division commander will surely agree. I will see him now, and I will take responsibility for any consequences." In the ambulance, Wu Xiaofeng, voice still weak, expressed gratitude to Yunfan. "Thank you for saving me." Yunfan had just witnessed the military doctor administering medication to Wu Xiaofeng, after which he quickly regained consciousness. Attempting to rise, Wu Xiaofeng was halted by the doctor. Yunfan shook his head. "No need for thanks. If you truly wish to show your appreciation, perhaps you could offer me a favor." "A favor? What do you desire?" Wu Xiaofeng inquired. "A gun." Yunfan replied without hesitation. He had been contemplating acquiring a firearm for the past few days. Although a gun posed little threat to the insect beasts, it held considerable deterrent power against humans and superpowered individuals. Wu Xiaofeng shook his head. "That is not permissible. As an ordinary citizen, you cannot carry a firearm. If you were to enlist, that would be a different matter." Yunfan silently mocked Wu Xiaofeng's rigidity, especially at a time when such regulations seemed trivial. Just then, Ning Ziho arrived. Wu Xiaofeng addressed Yunfan, "Young man, if you need assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out." With that, Wu Xiaofeng gestured to Zhang Zhongjing and the military doctor. "You both may leave. I need to speak with Ning Ziho." Yunfan and the others exited the ambulance, leaving Wu Xiaofeng and Ning Ziho to converse. Upon seeing Yunfan depart, Ning Ziho appeared contemplative. Wu Xiaofeng struggled to sit up. "Are there any special developments recently?" Ning Ziho recounted the dire situation regarding the ant beast's attack, omitting the discovery of the caterpillar beasts by the reconnaissance team. Upon hearing the gravity of the situation, Wu Xiaofeng's expression shifted to one of urgency. "Order an immediate withdrawal. We must move swiftly. Everyone must travel through the night." Ning Ziho replied, "I have already made arrangements. You should focus on resting. Your health is paramount." "You want a gun?" Zhang Zhongjing addressed Yunfan. Yunfan nodded. "Yes. Having a firearm for self-defense would be considerably more convenient." "Very well, follow me. I will assist you in obtaining a firearm." Yunfan was taken aback by Zhang Zhongjing's willingness, especially after Wu Xiaofeng's earlier prohibition. Noticing Yunfan's astonishment, Zhang Zhongjing explained, "The division commander can be overly principled at times and lacks flexibility. Given your combat prowess, you could inflict harm without a firearm if you wished." Yunfan followed Zhang Zhongjing to a military transport truck laden with weapons. The truck was heavily guarded by a fully armed contingent of soldiers. Yunfan was unable to approach, but he witnessed Zhang Zhongjing being granted access after verifying his identity. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Zhongjing emerged with a handgun. Zhang Zhongjing handed the gun to Yunfan. "Here you go, along with this box of ammunition. There isn't much, so use it sparingly. Remember to engage the safety when not in use." Yunfan accepted the firearm. "Thank you. Actually, it is I who should be thanking you," he replied. As they spoke, an officer rushed over. Zhang Zhongjing, there's an urgent mission. You must report to command immediately. After bidding farewell to Yi Yunfan, Zhang Zhongjing hurriedly departed. As Yi Yunfan began to leave, he was halted by the officer. Wait, are you Yi Yunfan? What is it? Yi Yunfan asked, a hint of wariness in his gaze. The officer replied, we are currently assembling superpowered individuals for a mission to transport gasoline and diesel. Would you be willing to participate? Yi Yunfan shook his head. I'm sorry. I'm not interested. He turned to leave, but the officer stopped him. Wait, perhaps I wasn't clear. This isn't a request for you to enlist. It's a contract job. You would assist us in transporting fuel, and in return, our unit will provide you with what you seek. Rest assured, we have gathered over a dozen superpowered individuals, making this operation quite safe. Yi Yunfan remained resolute in his refusal. I have no need for food. The officer persisted, it's not just gasoline. We can offer a variety of items. Weapons, ammunition, transportation, anything you might need. Even if you don't require anything now, once you reach Jinling City, you'll have needs, such as housing and employment. The officer's words stirred something within Yi Yunfan. Housing and job opportunities were certainly enticing. Yet, the distance to Jinling City felt far too great, and such promises seemed distant. I'm sorry, but I don't have the time. You should seek someone else. Chapter 29. The diamond ring Li Moran had already fallen asleep in the car when Yi Yunfan and Wang Kai stepped outside. Wang Kai lit a cigarette and remarked, the military is gathering superhumans for a fuel transport mission. What are your thoughts? We are not short on food and supplies. There is no need for us to go. Yi Yunfan replied. Wang Kai scratched his head. Well, I've already promised them. We're supposed to assemble in an hour. Do you want to join? Yi Yunfan was taken aback. Wang Kai shrugged. They promised to give me a house in Jinling. If it were just me, it wouldn't matter. But now that she is involved, I need that house. I inquired, and this mission is said to carry no danger. If you prefer to stay, you can protect Li Moran. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Yunfan made his decision. If we're going, then let us go together. All right, let us go, Wang Kai exclaimed, waking Li Moran and informing her of their mission. As they spoke, the two began to kiss in front of Yi Yunfan. Unable to bear the sight, Yi Yunfan interjected. Stop, stop, stop with the public display of affection. Li Moran, take this for self-defense. He handed her a handgun, which held greater significance in her hands. Surprised, Li Moran thanked him. Thank you. If you encounter any trouble, seek out Colonel Wu, Yi Yunfan added. Li Moran nodded, acknowledging his words. After a brief moment of intimacy, Wang Kai and Li Moran departed with Yi Yunfan. Upon arriving at the assembly point, they found two military trucks parked by the roadside, with over 20 superhumans already present. Yi Yunfan? You're also here? Zhang Zhongjing expressed surprise upon seeing them. As a superhuman of the military, I'm responsible for this mission. Hurry up and get in the vehicle. We're leaving shortly. After waiting for about 10 minutes, two more superhumans arrived. Zhang Zhongjing checked the time and called out, everyone, get on the trucks. We leave immediately. Nearly 30 superhumans divided themselves between the two military trucks, each remaining cautious and unfamiliar with one another. Yi Yunfan, Wang Kai, and Zhang Zhongjing sat together. The trucks set off quietly into the night, one following the other. Where are we transporting the fuel to? Yi Yunfan inquired. To Nanshu town. Over 20 kilometers away. There are several oil tankers from a petroleum company there, Zhang Zhongjing replied. Yi Yunfan pressed further. Why is this mission so urgent? The military had gathered superhumans and assembled them for departure in under 2 hours, all in the dead of night. Zhang Zhongjing hesitated for a moment. I'm not sure. Perhaps they are in dire need of fuel, and the vehicles cannot start. A nearby superhuman chimed in. It's certainly because the vehicles are out of fuel. With this weather, they burn through gas quickly. If we don't have fuel before dawn, we won't be able to leave. He believed he had unraveled the mystery and shared his thoughts, while a few others murmured in agreement. After half an hour of travel, as the mood lightened among the more outgoing superhumans, they began to chat. The military seems to be short-handed. They must have spent quite a bit to recruit us. Indeed. Just for a few trucks of oil, they promised me 100 pounds of rice. Only 100 pounds? They promised me a box of canned meat, a pack of cigarettes, and a bottle of liquor. The military promised me a position, saying they'd arrange a prestigious role for me in Jinling. What else with the sudden generosity from these soldiers? Some self-important individuals shared their speculations. I believe this is merely an excuse to win us over. They want us to join the military, but we declined. Now they're offering us benefits as a means to entice us. I think that makes sense. Each of us is worth the combat power of an entire squad, which is why they seek to recruit us. The superhumans conversed animatedly in the truck, their shared abilities instilling a sense of superiority over ordinary people who were often filled with hesitation and fear about the world. In the company of fellow superhumans, they quickly found common ground and the atmosphere became lively. "What are your powers?" one asked. "I control flames, the most common type of superpower. I harness the wind." Aside from blowing breezes and running a bit faster, there's nothing particularly special about it. Yunfan listened intently, intrigued by their discussions. He was not an ordinary superhuman, but possessed the unique ability to cultivate primordial energy as conferred by ancient texts. Beside him, Zhang Zhengjing seemed lost in thought, his gaze vacant and his mind elsewhere. "Zhang Zhengjing, what's wrong?" Yunfan asked, having noticed Zhang's unusual demeanor since their meeting. He was withdrawn, seemingly in a daze. Zhang shook his head. "I'm fine, just a little tired. I'll rest for a moment." With that, he closed his eyes and leaned back against the truck. Wang Kai, holding a small box, occasionally broke into a silly grin. "Hey, Wang Kai, what are you grinning about?" Wang Kai handed the box to Yunfan. "Take a look. Isn't it beautiful?" Yunfan opened the box to reveal a sparkling diamond ring. "Wow, where did you find this? How many carats is it?" Wang Kai chuckled. "I found it at a jewelry store. I picked the most expensive one, priced at 99,000. In the past, the money I saved over 3 years wouldn't have been enough to buy this ring." Yunfan had previously lived paycheck to paycheck. "I plan to marry Li Moran once we settle down in Jinling. What do you think?" Yunfan was astonished. "Are you serious?" Wang Kai nodded. "It's strange how life works. I used to find life dull and craved excitement, but now that I have enough excitement, I want stability. If it were in the past, you and Li Moran would never have been possible." Wang Kai sighed. "Such is the wonder of life. If not for the current world, I would never have ended up with Li Moran. Yet, I long for the simple and happy life we once had. Isn't that contradictory?" Yunfan shook his head. "You're overthinking it. In today's world, it's not about what kind of life we choose, but rather about adapting to whatever life presents us." Half an hour after the superhumans departed, those who had been resting were abruptly awakened by the military's announcement. All vehicles were to start and proceed on their journey. At this moment, the sky had yet to brighten, and most people remained lost in slumber. The awakened individuals, still disoriented, followed the flow of vehicles as they revved their engines and moved forward. A voice from the loudspeaker urged everyone to hurry along. The vehicle's radio crackled with the military's announcement. "All personnel, start your vehicles immediately and head to Jinling City. All personnel, start your vehicles immediately and head to Jinling City." In a white sedan, Li Moran was in a state of panic, unsure why the military was making haste at such an hour. Watching cars pass by, she had no choice but to start her own vehicle and join the convoy. Chapter 30. The vengeful caterpillar beast. The military trucks carrying the superpowered individuals arrived at Nanshu town, their speed gradually decreasing. "Where's the oil tanker?" Everyone looked around. But there was no sign of the tanker that Zhang Zhengjing had mentioned. It must be nearby, so they scrutinized their surroundings. The military trucks aimlessly roamed through Nanshu town. Suddenly, Yunfan spotted a pool of green liquid descending from the sky. The liquid landed on the roof of the rear military truck, and white smoke began to emanate from it. "What is that?" Yunfan noticed a massive creature writhing toward them not far away. All the superpowered individuals on the truck also saw the beast. It moved swiftly, and as it drew closer, they could clearly discern its form. It was an enormous caterpillar, light green in hue, with a diameter of 2 meters and a length of 10 meters. The caterpillar's body was covered in dense, spiny bristles resembling steel bars. Once harmless, the caterpillar had transformed into a terrifying monster after growing to such a formidable size. With a sudden surge, the caterpillar expelled a large glob of green liquid from its mouth, splattering it onto the military truck's compartment. The metal of the compartment emitted a sizzling sound. "This is bad. It's corrosive." Under the onslaught of the green liquid, a half-meter-wide hole appeared in the compartment in an instant. "Drive. Hurry," someone shouted from inside. The 2 military trucks roared to life, engines straining as they sped away. Not far into their escape, another caterpillar appeared beside them. It unleashed a spray of green slime, hitting the side of the rear military truck. After enduring 2 attacks, the second truck's compartment had already suffered 2 large breaches. Yunfan's heart sank. If their trucks were hit in critical areas, they could very well become inoperable. Everyone counterattack. Though the trucks were unarmed, equipped only with a few rifles, the superpowered individuals possessed ranged attack capabilities. In an instant, bullets from the rifles, along with several fireballs and ice shards, flew toward the nearest caterpillar. Sparks flew as the bullets struck the bristles, but they failed to penetrate the caterpillar's formidable defense. Ice shards shattered upon impact, while fireballs left only charred marks on its wrinkled skin, provoking its wrath. With a loud puff, the caterpillar released another blast of corrosive slime, this time landing on the wheel of one of the military trucks. As the truck sped along, the icy terrain already posed a risk of slipping, and with the wheel now corroded, it immediately deflated. The truck swayed violently before tipping over, crashing into a nearby building. The collision was catastrophic, yet for the superpowered individuals, whose physical prowess exceeded the norm, it was not fatal. However, a greater peril loomed as another caterpillar had caught up with them. We must go. Forget about them. The superpowered individuals in Yunfan's truck showed no intention of rescuing those involved in the accident. They did not know the others and were unwilling to risk their lives for strangers. As the truck sped down the road, another caterpillar relentlessly pursued them. A scene of despair unfolded as yet another caterpillar appeared on the left side of the vehicle. 3 caterpillars had emerged since the beginning. To the right. Quickly, the truck skidded on the icy surface, executing a drift toward a road on the right. The driver, in a moment of life or death urgency, pushed his driving skills to the limit. Only Zhang Zhongjing understood the underlying reason for their predicament. The others remained blissfully unaware. The trucks raced down the road, oblivious to where it led, only intent on escaping the caterpillars. With their formidable defenses and terrifying corrosive attacks, 3 caterpillars were a daunting challenge. The truck screeched to a halt at a fork in the road, managing to outpace the caterpillars by a slim margin, despite the treacherous icy terrain. Which way do we go? Zhang Zhongjing glanced at the map and pointed in a direction. This way. No one noticed that he indicated a completely opposite route. At that moment, 2 enormous green figures reappeared in the distance. Damn, they're back. Hurry. The trucks roared to life once more, following Zhang Zhongjing's lead. The caterpillars, patient and relentless, pursued closely behind. The trucks accelerated, seemingly on the verge of shaking off their pursuers. They believed that as long as they kept moving, they could evade the beasts. Suddenly, a muffled thud echoed as the truck tilted sharply. They had blown a tire. In that crucial moment, the driver exhibited remarkable skill, bringing the vehicle to a gradual stop without overturning. A blown tire at such a critical juncture could prove fatal. Abandon the truck. Yunfan leaped out, glancing at the damaged wheel and understanding the cause. The corrosive slime had dripped from the compartment, ultimately reaching the tire. What do we do now? The other superpowered individuals looked to Zhang Zhongjing, the only one among them with military experience. Yunfan furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with Zhang Zhongjing. They had not fully escaped the caterpillars, and it was only a matter of time before they returned. Without their vehicle, how could they possibly flee? Zhang Zhongjing gestured toward a nearby cluster of buildings. We must go inside. With their size, they will struggle to enter. We can use these structures to elude them. They found themselves in an unfamiliar commercial district, surrounded by various buildings. The group entered a shopping mall. Shortly after, the 2 caterpillars arrived, circling the abandoned truck and spraying it with corrosive slime, rendering it completely inoperable. Those on the rooftop of the mall witnessed the scene unfold clearly. Before long, a 3rd caterpillar appeared, its scorched exterior confirming it was one of the initial pursuers. The 3 caterpillars searched nearby but failed to locate Yunfan and the others. After venting their frustration by spraying more corrosive slime against a wall, they slowly slithered away. These creatures held a grudge. This was Yunfan's lasting impression of them. Chapter 31. Sacrificing the few to save the many on the highway, the vast evacuation force was advancing at full speed. Under the guidance and urging of the military, all vehicles were moving at an unprecedented velocity, 2 to 3 times faster than before. Occasional collisions and rear-end accidents occurred, yet no one cared about assigning blame or compensation. As long as the vehicles were operational, they continued their relentless journey. Li Moran was swept along with the flow of traffic, her anxiety mounting as she had no news of Wang Kai and Yi Yunfan. They had gone to carry out a military mission. Why did the military not wait for their return before making an urgent departure? Rumors of the ant beast army pursuing them had spread through the evacuation ranks, instilling a palpable sense of panic. Li Moran was deeply concerned for Wang Kai and Yi Yunfan, her sense of security utterly shattered. Throughout the evacuation, she had been searching for Wu Xiaofeng, the only person she could think of in this dire moment. After inquiring with several soldiers, Li Moran finally located the military command vehicle. Once her identity was verified by the guarding soldiers, she was permitted entry. Wu Xiaofeng, still weak in body, was nonetheless resolutely commanding the evacuation efforts from within the vehicle. The situation was critical. even at the cost of his own life. He was determined to ensure the safety of the civilians en route to Jinling. Upon seeing Li Moran, Wu Xiaofeng was taken aback. "You are Wang Kai's girlfriend? Do you have something to discuss with me?" Wu Xiaofeng was perplexed, struggling to comprehend Li Moran's words. "What are you saying? This is Deputy Commander Ning's order." "You don't know?" Wu Xiaofeng's confusion deepened. "What order?" "The reconnaissance team has discovered the insect beasts ahead and sent a group of superpowered individuals to." Wu Xiaofeng felt a rush of blood surge within him. His already weakened body nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. "Where is Ning Ziho? Bring him to me at once." At that moment, Li Moran's expression changed dramatically. Yunfan and Wang Kai were not tasked with transporting fuel, they were luring the insect beast away. Just then, Ning Ziho entered, having overheard Wu Xiaofeng's furious outburst. "Commander, you called for me?" he asked calmly, as if the matter were trivial. "Commander, I believe I did nothing wrong. Sacrificing them will allow the entire team to evacuate more safely." "You." Wu Xiaofeng scoffed in anger. "Ning Ziho, your heart is misguided." "Commander," Ning Ziho replied nonchalantly. "If it were you in my position, you would make the same choice. Sacrificing a few to save many is not a difficult decision. They have already departed. Discussing this now is futile. Our primary focus must be on the evacuation." Li Moran trembled slightly, pointing an accusatory finger at Ning Ziho. You have no shame. As a soldier, you deceive ordinary people into facing death. You are despicable." Ning Ziho shook his head gently. "I do not act for myself, but for everyone, including you. You should be grateful to me." Li Moran was rendered speechless by her anger. Wu Xiaofeng sighed. "Alas, young lady, you should accompany us on the retreat. I assure you of your safety." Li Moran glanced at Ning Ziho, then fixed her gaze on Wu Xiaofeng, her disdain unmistakable. "I do not need your protection. I do not trust you." "Commander Wu, let me remind you, your life was saved by Wang Kai and Yunfan." With that, she stormed out of the command vehicle, leaving Wu Xiaofeng in an awkward silence. In that moment, Li Moran's previously gentle demeanor transformed into one of fierce resolve. Wu Xiaofeng was filled with conflicting emotions. But this was not the time for accountability. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he turned to Ning Ziho. "Increase the speed of the convoy. Our current pace is insufficient." On the rooftop terrace, Yunfan and his companions had been waiting for 2 to 3 hours. They should have left by now. From the terrace, no trace of the caterpillar beast could be seen. To be cautious, they waited an additional 2 hours. "What should we do?" one asked. "I can repair vehicles. If we locate a malfunctioning one, I can attempt to fix." A dozen superpowered individuals descended from the terrace, exiting the building to search for vehicles. Finding automobiles proved challenging, as the citizens had already driven away all available cars during their own evacuation. "Here's an off-road vehicle." One of the superpowered individuals pointed to a vehicle by the roadside. Suddenly, a mass of green slime descended from above, landing on the speaking individual. "Ah!" A scream erupted as the corrosive liquid rapidly dissolved the clothing, exposing the flesh beneath in a horrific display. The individual writhed in agony on the ground, their screams chilling to the bone. The 3 caterpillar beasts had not departed. They were lurking nearby. "Run!" the group shouted, fleeing in haste, leaving the afflicted individual writhing on the ground. The superpowered individual's formidable physique prevented an immediate death. Yunfan watched in horror as a caterpillar beast swallowed the individual whole, without so much as a chew, erasing them from existence in its cavernous maw. The screams abruptly ceased, heightening the terror among the onlookers. "Careful!" Ahead of them, another caterpillar beast emerged. With 2 visible and 1 yet unseen, the danger was ever present. The approaching beast unleashed a spray of corrosive slime. A superpowered individual attempted to dodge but was caught, the liquid splattering onto their arm. "Ah!" they cried out, gritting their teeth to endure the searing pain. The corrosive substance penetrated their clothing, leaving their arm bloodied and raw. Grabbing a piece of ice from the ground, they pressed it against the wound, ignoring the injury as they focused on the looming threat of the caterpillar beasts. With 2 beasts in pursuit, what options did Yunfan and his companions have but to await their fate? Chapter 32. A human incandescent orb. Yunfan observed the maggot beast's undulating form drawing nearer. Its maw, as capacious as a water vat, continuously brewing corrosive spittle. Thwack! The maggot beast discharged its viscous fluid. The group scattered, knowing that even a droplet of the creature's corrosive discharge could inflict harm. In the instant the maggot beast opened its mouth, Yunfan espied the crimson flesh within. The oral cavity. Its mouth is the vulnerability. Assault its mouth. Alas, Yunfan lacked ranged offensive capabilities. His coiling dragon spear remained in his grasp. yet without an opportunity to unleash its might. Wang Kai, heeding Yunfan's warning, seized the moment as the maggot beast once more ejected its fluid and propelled a fireball, the size of a basketball, directly into the creature's gullet. Flames engulfed the maggot beast's oral cavity, while grayish vapors billowed from its maw, the air redolent with the faint scent of roasted flesh. The fireball caused the maggot beast to writhe in agony upon the earth, its body contorting ceaselessly. Witnessing the extent of the fiery sphere's damage, the assembled metahumans commenced their assault upon the creature. Under attack, the maggot beast instinctively discharged corrosive spittle in retaliation, the fluid striking a metahuman squarely. Yet, in ejecting the fluid, the beast afforded the others an opportunity to assault its mouth. Fireballs, ice shards, and bullets alike converged within the maggot beast's maw, the ensuing chain reaction tearing the oral cavity asunder, a confluence of crimson ichor and verdant slime flowing forth. Assail it together, slay it, someone bellowed, whereupon the assembled unleashed their full offensive potency. The afflicted maggot beast was grievously wounded. The devastation to its oral cavity robbed it of the capacity to spew corrosive fluid. This propitious moment must be seized to dispatch it. Yunfan, grasping the coiling dragon spear, charged toward the maggot beast. The 2-meter coiling dragon spear, wielded by Yunfan, was thrust forth with lightning velocity. The maggot beast's bristles, as unyielding as steel rods, snapped like fragile toothpicks before the coiling dragon spear. The keen spearhead pierced the creature's hide, encountering instant resistance. Yunfan exerted force, and with a distinct pop, the coiling dragon spear seemed to breach a membrane, penetrating the maggot beast's innards, half of the spear's length disappearing within the creature's bulk. Oh! The maggot beast emitted a muffled wail, a lament of agony, as it thrashed wildly. Yunfan's grip faltered, and the coiling dragon spear slipped from his grasp. Embedded in the maggot beast's frame, quivering with the creature's motions, the maggot beast, impaled by the coiling dragon spear, descended into utter frenzy. Its rampaging form even demolishing a section of wall, scattering bricks and earth. Everyone, exercise caution, disperse. A metahuman, through carelessness, was struck by the rampaging maggot beast, the bristles piercing his frame. Impaled by the dense thicket of bristles, he perished instantly. As this maggot beast convulsed, another approached, ejecting corrosive spittle, felling 2 more methumans, who collapsed in agony. Once prostrate, the metahuman's fates were sealed. The maggot beast undulated toward them, devouring them whole. What to do? Yunfan despaired, realizing that these 2 maggot beasts were beyond their capacity to overcome. They lacked the speed to evade them and the strength to defeat them. Just then, the maggot beast impaled by the coiling dragon spear inadvertently pressed upon the weapon during its contortions. The spear, previously half embedded within the creature's innards, was driven entirely into its body, leaving only a scant 20 or 30 centimeters of the shaft exposed. Ugh! The maggot beast moaned, collapsing to the earth, its struggles gradually ceasing. It had inadvertently slain itself. Yunfan and the others now faced but a single maggot beast. Their numbers diminished from the initial dozen to fewer than 10. We must confront it with all we have. The assembled metahumans launched an assault, concentrating their firepower upon the maggot beast's oral cavity. The creature, having learned from its prior experience, eschewed spewing fluid, relying instead upon its lithe form and formidable defenses to withstand their attacks. With the maggot beast's maw sealed, the group found themselves helpless, left to endure the creature's relentless physical onslaught. Only fireballs inflicted any appreciable harm. The group's primal force was finite, and much had already been expended. Confronted by the maggot beast, the powerless metahumans succumbed to despair. Yunfan, too, was frustrated. His coiling dragon spear lay within the carcass of the deceased maggot beast, leaving him weaponless and unable to pose a threat to the remaining creature. Had he the coiling dragon spear, he could have repeated his prior stratagem, slaying this maggot beast as well. Beware! Yunfan heard a rushing sound from behind. Turning, he beheld a thick tail sweeping toward him. The maggot beast, already incensed by the demise of its comrade, was further enraged by the desecration of its fellow's remains. The tail, as thick as a tree trunk, swept toward him. Had Yunfan been struck, he would have been grievously wounded, if not killed outright. A figure darted from the side, shoving Yunfan aside. Suffering the full brunt of the maggot beast's sweeping tail, Wang Kai, airborne, coughed forth a mouthful of blood. The blow had cost him dearly. Wang Kai. Yunfan recognized the one who had saved him. Wang Kai crashed to the earth, skidding across the ground for a dozen meters before struggling to his feet. His face ashen, He sensed his life ebbing away. Wang Kai glanced at Yunfan, his gaze complex. Finally, he fixed a resolute gaze upon the maggot beast, gathering the full extent of his fiery primal force. In that moment, his fire primal force surged, as if he were transforming into a colossal sphere of fire. Yunfan. Care for her. Wang Kai cried to Yunfan before charging toward the maggot beast, his body growing ever hotter, its temperature soaring. Wang Kai, no. Yunfan understood Wang Kai's intent, but events transpired too swiftly for him to intervene. Wang Kai hurled himself toward the maggot beast like a moth drawn to a flame. Sensing prey delivered unto it, the maggot beast opened its gargantuan maw, inhaling Wang Kai. In that instant, Wang Kai's temperature reached its zenith, detonating into a humanoid conflagration. The maggot beast, realizing its error, sought to eject Wang Kai, but it was too late. With a thunderous roar, a burst of flame erupted within the creature's maw. The expanding heat distended the maggot beast's form, its forequarters swelling abruptly. The creature's oral cavity expanded to a diameter of 2 meters, disgorging a 10-meter plume of incandescent flame. As if in a fiery spectacle, the flames vanished in an instant, while thick smoke billowed from the maggot beast's maw and even its tail. The pervasive odor of roasted flesh filling the air. The maggot beast's body lay limp upon the earth, twitching faintly. Wang Kai, through his sacrifice, had vanquished the creature. Yunfan clutched a small box, his heart heavy. The small box had been tossed to him by Wang Kai as he charged toward the maggot beast. Within the box lay a ring. Chapter 33, The Truth. With a flicker of intention, Yunfan concealed the diamond ring within his spatial realm. At this moment, only 7 individuals remained alive, including Yunfan, several of whom bore wounds. The 7 gazed upon the surrounding corpses of their comrades and the grotesque caterpillar beasts in somber silence. Yunfan approached Zhang Zhongjing. Can you finally unveil the truth? What truth? Zhang Zhongjing feigned ignorance, yet his gaze betrayed him, flickering with unease. Yunfan's voice turned cold. We were not here merely to transport gasoline, were we? There are no fuel tankers in that town. Though I am unaware of the specifics, it is evident that you have concealed the truth. Speak quickly. So many have perished. And you still withhold information? After a prolonged silence, Zhang Zhongjing raised his head, casting a glance over the others. I apologize. But this operation was indeed not for transporting gasoline. It was to lure the caterpillar beast away from Nanchu town. What? Why? The revelation incited an uproar among the group. Zhang Zhongjing continued. These caterpillar beasts were too close to the evacuation route. If they became aware, countless lives would be lost. The military lacked sufficient forces and time to eliminate them, hence the summons for you superhumans to assist. Once we departed, the evacuation team would urgently set forth. By now, they should have traversed Nanchu town. Realization dawned upon the assembly. They had been deceived. Their lives had been the price of this treachery. Yunfan was astounded by the brutal truth. The military had manipulated them, superhumans, into undertaking a nearly fatal mission to minimize troop losses. A surge of fury coursed through him. Zhang Zhongjing, how dare you? Yunfan unleashed a kick aimed squarely at Zhang Zhongjing's chest. Zhang Zhongjing, seeing the impending blow, stood his ground, allowing Yunfan's foot to collide with his chest. He was propelled backward, tumbling several meters away. This was only possible because Yunfan had tempered his strength at the last moment. Otherwise, Zhang Zhongjing would have sustained severe injury. Yet, Yunfan's anger remained unabated. I assisted you alongside Wang Kai, and you so easily betray our lives. My goodwill was squandered, and you were even lower than a dog. And that Wu, I saved his life. I saved his life. In Yunfan's mind, this scheme must have received the sanction of Wu Xiaofeng, the highest-ranking official. Zhang Zhongjing offered no explanations. He merely murmured, I'm sorry, I had no choice. He bore the weight of military orders, leading over 20 superhumans toward their demise, including those he owed gratitude to, like Yunfan and Wang Kai. The agony of witnessing Wang Kai's death was palpable. Yunfan longed to pierce Zhang Zhongjing's heart with his dragon spiral gun, yet he hesitated. He understood Zhang Zhongjing's character. Regardless of circumstances, he would make such a choice, willingly sacrificing his own life. Yunfan's ire was directed towards the decision-makers, who, from their lofty perches, had manipulated them into sacrifice through deceit. Your willingness to sacrifice yourself is your affair. You have no right to demand our sacrifice. I understand. Zhang Zhongjing's eyes were vacant. I'm sorry. I cannot. The superhumans who grasped the truth seethed with rage. Deceiver, how dare you trick us? What gives you the right to sacrifice us? Are our lives worthless? A chorus of accusations erupted, encircling Zhang Zhongjing, some even contemplating physical retribution. He repeatedly apologized, but his words fell on deaf ears. until a figure emerged, silencing all voices. The third caterpillar beast arrived late. The sudden appearance of the beast became the final straw for the beleaguered group. Among the remaining 7, some were wounded. And in their current state, they faced an inevitable demise. The caterpillar beast, enraged by the sight of its fallen brethren, opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of corrosive slime, which fell like rain. Yunfan dodged and weaved, evading the corrosive droplets, yet one still landed on him. As the slime touched his arm, he swiftly tore off the affected sleeve and cast it aside. Among the group, only Zhang Zhongjing did not flinch. Instead, he moved towards the caterpillar beast. His expression remained calm as he drew a handgun, advancing while firing. With each gunshot, bullets penetrated the corrosive slime, finding their mark within the beast's maw. Streams of corrosive goo drenched Zhang Zhongjing, eroding his clothing and flesh, yet he wore a semblance of relief. Ultimately, Zhang Zhongjing succumbed to the beast's corrosive slime. This time, the caterpillar beast did not consume its quarry. Instead, it vented its wrath, reducing Zhang Zhongjing to a pile of bones. Yunfan, witnessing the fall of his fellow superhumans, felt his heart turn to ash. Each loss struck him like a hammer, nearly forcing blood from his mouth. From a band of over 20 superhumans, only a handful remained, teetering on the brink of annihilation. The architect of this calamity was the very caterpillar beast before them. Among humans, there exists deception, manipulation, emotional entanglements, and conflicting interests. Yet, the relationship between man and beast is far simpler. You perish, or I forget. You wish for my demise? Then I shall drag you down with me. Yunfan surged toward the caterpillar beast, moving with blinding speed. A glob of corrosive slime splattered onto him, but he continued undeterred, leveraging his robust physique and innate power to withstand the onslaught. As the caterpillar beast expelled more corrosive slime, it failed to react in time as Yunfan plunged into its maw. The beast welcomed this intruder, inhaling deeply as Yunfan was swallowed whole. What followed was a torment of pressure, darkness, suffocation, and an intense burning sensation. He had entered bearing the dragon spiral gun, and being consumed by the beast ironically granted him an opportunity. Inside the beast, Yunfan gripped the dragon spiral gun tightly and thrust it into the tender flesh surrounding him. The weapon tore through the beast's insides, rupturing its organs and tissues. The excruciating pain ignited the caterpillar beast's rage. It thrashed violently, attempting to expel Yunfan, but to no avail. Its body, ravaged and instinctively contracting, secreted more corrosive slime and digestive fluids. The internal struggle of the caterpillar beast intensified as it fought to eliminate Yunfan before he could burst forth. Every inch of Yunfan's skin screamed in agony, yet he gritted his teeth, relentlessly stabbing with the dragon spiral gun. Outside, the chaotic writhing of the beast crushed the injured superhumans. The last few were swept away, leaving only Yunfan and the caterpillar beast locked in a desperate struggle, man versus monster. Chapter 34. The Black Torrent. Yunfan's spatial energy was rapidly depleting, and his stamina was swiftly dwindling. Most alarmingly, he found himself unable to breathe. The suffocating sensation clouded his mind, leaving him in a state of confusion. Summoning every ounce of strength, he thrust his dragon spear with fervor, feeling the immense resistance travel up the shaft. Ignoring the peril, he aimed to pierce through all that stood in his way. Suddenly, the weight in his hand lessened, and a glimmer of light appeared before his eyes. This flicker expanded, transforming into an opening large enough for Yunfan to escape. He struggled to crawl out from the gaping wound in the caterpillar beast's body, a mixture of viscous fluids and flesh flowing forth. The caterpillar beast lay motionless on the ground, reduced to slight convulsions. Gasping for fresh air, Yunfan's vision gradually cleared. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the corpses strewn about. He was the sole survivor. Looking down at himself, he realized his clothing had been utterly corroded within the beast's innards. His skin burned painfully, marked by countless burns. Collapsing onto the ground, he felt utterly drained of energy. Though he was alone, Yunfan resolved to press on. He had his grandmother, his aunt, and his family to protect. He stumbled upon a clothing store, where he scavenged a fitting outfit to don. He had no inclination to run about unclothed. Scanning his surroundings, he found no vehicles to facilitate his escape. Reluctantly, he mounted a mountain bike and pedaled through the icy terrain, determined to find the main evacuation force and locate Li Moran. Wang Kai had entrusted Li Moran to him, and he vowed to ensure her safety as they reached Jinling City. Yunfan also needed to seek out Wu Xiaofeng. The lives of these superpowered individuals, Wang Kai's life, and even his own, were nearly extinguished here. He demanded answers. Regardless of Wu Xiaofeng's noble intentions, the military's deceitful tactics had forced them into a deadly mission, an irrefutable fact. Inside the military command vehicle, chaos reigned. The situation was graver than anticipated, as they had not received any communication from the Legion command for 2 hours. This could only imply that the troops had suffered a severe blow and were unable to relay information. The worst possibility loomed. The entire Legion might have been annihilated. Confronted with this possibility, Wu Xiaofeng felt the weight of despair, struggling to breathe. Having witnessed the terror of the ant beasts, he understood that the Legion had likely met with disaster. Report to the commander. Scouts have detected a massive swarm of ant beasts approaching from the rear. Wu Xiaofeng's expression revealed no surprise. The pursuers had finally caught up. Commander, what should we do? An officer's voice trembled. Wu Xiaofeng's gaze swept over the assembled officers. Are you afraid of death? No, they replied. Dying for our homeland is our honor. Beside them, Ning Ziho felt a sinking sensation. While he certainly preferred to survive, Wu Xiaofeng's words clearly indicated preparations for sacrifice. Wu Xiaofeng nodded. Gather all combatants to intercept the ant beasts. Every second we hold them off saves lives. Zhao Ping. Take a company and escort the professors and experts to safety. They are crucial for our future fight against the insect beasts. Ensure they reach Jinling. The rest of you, stay with me to cover our retreat. At this moment, Ning Ziho interjected. Commander, this is unwise. We only need to send a portion to cover the retreat. There is no need for everyone to face death. Wu Xiaofeng shot him a stern glance. This is not a death mission. It is a chance to buy time for the populace. No further discussion. This is the decision. Seeing the doubtful expressions of the surrounding officers, Ning Ziho chose not to press further. Continuing to argue would be tantamount to defying military orders. However, he had no intention of sacrificing himself. As the deputy commander, he held significant influence. Even in the face of the apocalypse, he remained a figure of importance, distinct from ordinary civilians. Ning Ziho would not lay down his life for the common folk. The evacuation convoy descended into utter chaos. Vehicles clamored to move faster, with instances of cutting in line rampant. Collisions and accidents were commonplace, as countless disordered vehicles congested the roads, leading many to abandon their cars and proceed on foot. The ant beast army was imminent, and they were racing against time. The military could no longer contain the turmoil, perhaps having never intended to restore order. With millions in the evacuation, it was evident that not everyone could escape. How many would make it out remained uncertain. They could only resign themselves to fate. The armored vehicles and tanks assembled, not retreating, but standing by. They awaited the ant beast's arrival, preparing to establish a defensive line with shells in their own lives. Yunfan pedaled through the frigid expanse, the biting cold wind seeping into his clothes. Were it not for his robust constitution, he might have succumbed to frostbite. He was unaware of how long he had been riding when the distant sounds of engines and voices reached his ears, creating a cacophony. Hearing the commotion, Yunfan felt a measure of relief. After all, humans are inherently social beings. The prospect of journeying alone to Jinling would have driven him to madness with solitude and ennui. As he drew closer, Yunfan beheld the scene before him. It was not a well-organized flow of vehicles, but rather a chaotic frenzy. He witnessed pedestrians racing along the road, cars colliding, some even crashing through guardrails and veering off the path. What has transpired? Yunfan wondered, confused. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from afar. Yunfan turned to witness an unforgettable sight, a torrent of darkness spreading across the white landscape. This black wave surged forth, enveloping everything in its path, moving with alarming speed. Upon recognizing the nature of this dark tide, Yunfan's legs trembled uncontrollably. The blackness was none other than the ant beasts he had encountered in Hang City. An endless horde of black ant beasts crawled forth, producing a rustling noise. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions? Yunfan lost count, realizing only that this dense swarm of ant beasts divided the world into two halves, one black, one white. In that instant, Yunfan comprehended why the formidable military had faltered and why they had abandoned Hang City. This overwhelming legion of ant beasts was capable of engulfing and consuming all. In comparison to this army, the scorpion and caterpillar beasts were utterly insignificant. Chapter 35. The affected fish. The shocking scene left Yunfan momentarily stunned, and it was only after a minute that he realized. Escape. Regardless of the number of ant beasts, as long as he ran fast enough, there was a chance to flee this place. The instinct for survival propelled Yunfan to pedal furiously on his bicycle. He was determined not to die here. At that moment, his bicycle became an asset for his escape. While cars were stranded on the road, rendered immobile like iron boxes. Yunfan lowered his body, with the Panlong gun strapped to his back as he sped forward. The bicycle raced across the icy terrain, leaving behind a slender track. The cacophony of roaring engines, crashing sounds, human wails, screams, and the terrifying rustling noise merged into a chaotic symphony. A black torrent surged toward the fleeing crowd, swallowing those left behind in an instant. The relentless march of the ant beasts continued, devouring every creature in their path, leaving no bones behind. The booming gunfire rang out, momentarily slowing the advance of the ant beast horde. Out of the corner of his eye, Yunfan spotted a shell landing among the ant beasts, exploding and sending dozens of them flying, like droplets in a dark deluge. However, this single shell was of little consequence to the countless ant beasts. Shells fell, creating splashes, and Yunfan saw a segment of a black form soar into the air, landing beside him, half of an ant beast body. Yunfan's speed intensified as several ant beasts closed in on him. Just then, two buses appeared ahead, blocking the road almost entirely. There was no way he could ride through. With a curse, Yunfan leaped from his bicycle, soaring over 3 meters high, landing atop one of the buses. The road ahead was littered with abandoned vehicles, and when faced with an obstructing car, Yunfan leaped over it without a moment's pause. This was the fastest he had ever run in his life. The cold wind whipped against his face, and the snowflakes, swirling in his rapid flight, felt like daggers against his skin. Soon, he spotted a crowd of people fleeing ahead of him. The last to escape were the frail, elderly, women, and some burdened with bags, their pace painfully slow. Men pulling their wives, fathers cradling their children, elderly helping their partners, and women carrying infants. Yunfan surpassed one figure after another, distancing himself from the horde of ant beasts. Each life devoured by the ant beast army slightly slowed their advance, granting Yunfan precious moments to escape amidst the death of countless souls. Yunfan had not initially noticed, but as the fleeing crowd came to a halt, he became aware of another surge. A group of silver-white ant beasts, blending into the icy landscape, their numbers rivaling those of the black ant beasts behind him. He had seen these silver-white ant beasts before, but was oblivious to any differences between the two. Fundamentally, they were all enemies of humanity. This group of silver-white ant beasts appeared to the right front of Yunfan, and he had no time to change direction. He had to choose between the black or the silver-white ant beasts. Without hesitation, he charged forward. He knew that to continue onward toward Jinling, he must press ahead. Yet, gazing at the seemingly endless swarm of ant beasts, he understood the futility of his endeavor. How could he possibly fight his way through the masses? Even if the ant beasts stood still for him to attack, how many could he possibly kill? Hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands. As the distance between him and the two groups of ant beasts diminished, the throngs of terrified and desperate humans intermingled in the space between. The black tide and the silver-white wave collided, creating a tumultuous splash. War was imminent as the black and silver-white ant beasts tore into each other, severed limbs and shattered bodies flying through the air. Yunfan realized that this was a battle between the two ant beast factions. They were merely collateral damage in this conflict. Fortunately, as these ant beasts were adversaries, if they had united, humanity would stand no chance of resistance. A black ant beast opened its mandibles and crawled toward Yunfan. He deftly dodged aside, sweeping his Panlong gun and sending an ant beast's head soaring. Having faced numerous battles, a few ant beasts posed no threat to him. However, he was surrounded not by one or two, but by an innumerable horde. Although the humans caught in the fray were not the protagonists of this war, it did not mean they were exempt from attack. They represented the weakest side, easily obliterated by either faction of ant beasts. Yunfan trudged forward step by step, leaving a trail of ant beast corpses in his wake. He yearned to break through the encirclement, but the surrounding ant beasts left him disoriented. As Yunfan continued to slay the ant beasts, he drew their attention, and more of them began to encircle him, both black and silver-white, launching their assaults. 1, 2, 3. The bodies of ant beasts piled up beside him, forming a mound exceeding 50 and still growing. Yunfan's reserves of spatial energy quickly dwindled, and his strength was nearly exhausted. In the end, he fought solely on the strength of his will. His arms, clutching the Panlong gun, grew numb as he mechanically swung the weapon, dispatching one ant beast after another that approached him. Yunfan's movements slowed, and he lost track of time. His consciousness began to blur. At that moment, only one thought echoed in his mind: kill. As long as he drew breath, he would fight to the bitter end. As life endures, so too shall the battle. Chapter 36. The Mighty King Kong. Where am I? Upon awakening, Yunfan found himself enveloped in darkness, compressed beneath some object. With great effort, he pushed aside the weight above him, only to discover he had been buried under the carcass of an ant beast, clutching his dragon spiral spear. Its tip impaled through another ant beast's body, he struggled to rise. Standing atop the heap of carcasses, he surveyed the desolate landscape. Dead bodies sprawled across the hills. A lifeless realm devoid of any other creature but himself. A chilling illusion gripped him, as if all humanity had perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. This sensation filled him with profound dread. Descending from the mound of corpses, he leaned on his spear and trudged forward. Surrounding him lay the remains of silver and black ant beasts, alongside human corpses, with a scorpion beast's carcass not far away. Checking the time and glancing at the sun, he managed to discern a rough direction. Yunfan set his sights northward, towards Jinling City. His sole desire was to reach a place where humanity still thrived. To reaffirm that he was not the last vestige of mankind. He paid no heed to the restoration of his internal energy or the expansion of his spatial capacity. The multitude of ant beasts remained scattered about offered a wealth of resources, but he was indifferent. Yunfan walked tirelessly, step by step. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Yet the gruesome sight of corpses persisted, with not a single living shadow in sight. The 4 million civilians evacuated from Hang City, how many had managed to escape? The countless bodies he encountered bore witness to this place having become a graveyard for at least 1 million souls. Night fell and dawn broke anew. Yet Yunfan continued his relentless march. Apart from the snowflakes that drifted into his mouth, he had neither quenched his thirst nor nourished his body. With each passing moment, despair deepened within him, the pervasive scent of death gnawing at his heart. As he numbly pressed on, like a mere shell of a man, he suddenly spotted several figures. Upon closer inspection, they were ant beasts, silver ones at that. These creatures, too, noticed Yunfan but paid him no mind. Busy as they were in clearing away the battlefield debris, the victors of this gruesome conflict appeared to be the silver ant beasts. Yet the countless corpses spoke volumes about the heavy toll they had exacted. Yunfan, fueled by an inexplicable surge of energy, charged at them. His spear transformed from a mere support into a deadly weapon, dispatching several ant beasts with swift thrusts. The sacrifices of millions had imparted a crucial truth. On this earth, only one race could endure, either the ant beasts or humanity. The enmity between him and these creatures was indelible. After slaying a few ant beasts, Yunfan found himself utterly drained, on the verge of collapse. He desperately needed sustenance. Drawing chocolate and sausages from his spatial storage, he began to eat, striving to replenish his strength for the hunt ahead. He had reached the periphery of the battlefield, where the number of corpses gradually diminished, revealing traces of wheels and spent bullets on the ground. These remnants suggested that many humans had managed to flee the chaos. Relief washed over him. As long as some remained alive, hope persisted. His greatest fear had been the demise of all, including Jinling City. The overwhelming scene of ant beasts still lingered vividly in his mind, and under such an assault, he could not be certain of Jinling's fortitude. His worst dread was arriving only to discover a ghost town. Continuing his journey, Yunfan encountered an increasing number of silver ant beasts, all occupied with the grim task of battlefield cleanup. They did not initiate an attack on him, and he chose not to hunt them further. Their sheer numbers necessitated caution. Engaging them could be perilous, should he find himself encircled. After enduring several more hours, he distanced himself from that hellish battleground. Occasionally, he spotted solitary ant beasts wandering, but their numbers were sparse. A troubling realization struck him. He did not recognize the path to Jinling. Even with a map, navigating the icy expanse proved challenging. The relentless ice age had obscured roads and landmarks beneath thick blankets of snow, complicating his quest to find the way forward. With no choice but to head north. Trusting that his general direction would suffice, Yunfan pressed on. The only transportation he encountered were abandoned vehicles, all incapacitated and left to rust, remnants of a bygone era. As night descended upon the wilderness, he discovered a derelict car and climbed inside. The vehicle had likely been abandoned for some time, its body encrusted with snow, and one well half buried. Upon closing the door, the howling wind was kept at bay, replaced by the eerie sound of gusts swirling around the vehicle. Yunfan retrieved some biscuits and began to eat. Even without regular training, his internal energy gradually replenished, particularly after exhausting it in battle and allowing for a slow recovery. Hours later, he finished his cultivation and fell asleep in his clothes. Upon awakening, dawn was just breaking. Yunfan ate a little to satiate his hunger and examined his reflection in the car's mirror. Emerging from the body of a caterpillar beast had left his skin scorched and his face disfigured, a sight most unsettling. Yet, after several days, he noticed his skin beginning to shed. The burnt layers fell away, revealing fresh, healthy skin beneath, an evident result of cultivating his internal energy. The first realm of energy cultivation. The realm of awareness involved sensing energy and transforming the body, marking the most rudimentary stage. Opening the car door, Yunfan set forth once more. After several hours of walking, he faintly heard voices in the distance. This sound was not that of ant beasts, for they made no vocalizations apart from the rustle of movement. Yet it did not resemble human voices either. Driven by curiosity, he cautiously approached the source of the sound. What he found was a colossal creature reminiscent of a film titled King Kong. A silverback gorilla, towering over 2 meters, far exceeding the size of an ordinary silverback. With arms as thick as barrels, it seized an ant beast and wielded it like a weapon, hurling it at others of its kind. Several ant beasts were sent flying, crashing to the ground. With a mighty fist, the gorilla struck the earth, crushing the ant beast in its grasp with an iron grip. Its movements were wild and brutal, akin to that of the iconic giant on the rooftop of the Empire State Building, defending its beloved. Chapter 37. Sun Shaoxing. The formidable strength of the silverback gorilla thwarted the repeated assaults of the ant beasts. However, these ant beasts began to call for reinforcements, and increasingly more of them converged upon the scene. The gorilla's fist struck with the force of iron hammers, relentlessly shattering the advances of the ant beasts. Suddenly, a figure leaped forth from behind the gorilla, soaring high into the air. At a cursory glance, Yunfan perceived it as a human form, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was a monkey. This agile creature sprang onto the gorilla's back, hurling an ant beast that had climbed onto the gorilla away with ease. The monkey seized an ant beast's leg from the ground, wielding it as a weapon. The front end of the leg bore sharp, backward-facing hooks, brandishing the side-like armament. The monkey defended the gorilla's back, intercepting those ant beasts that sought to scale the gorilla's body. Yunfan was perplexed. How could a monkey possess such formidable combat prowess? At that moment, a colossal ant beast emerged within Yunfan's line of sight. This creature was 4 to 5 times larger than the average ant beast, exceeding 2 meters in length. Yunfan had encountered such a beast amidst the swarm of ant beasts, if one were to draw a comparison to ants. The common ant beasts were akin to worker ants, while this one resembled a soldier ant. Soldier ants were few in number, but their combat capabilities were formidable, revealing their might when the ant swarm faced formidable prey. The soldier ant beast strode forward with its chest puffed out, its mandibles slightly raised, resembling a general among the ranks of the ant beasts, exuding an imposing presence. Upon the arrival of the soldier ant beast, both the gorilla and the monkey became cautious, fully aware that their adversary was not to be trifled with. The clash between the silverback gorilla and the soldier ant beast erupted in a moment of fierce confrontation. The soldier ant beast opened its mandibles to clamp down on the gorilla, yet the gorilla stood firm, refusing to evade, meeting the assault head-on with its powerful hands. The gorilla's strength was remarkable. It held the soldier ant beast's mandibles at bay. The soldier ant beast exerted all its might to close its mandibles, striving to crush the gorilla. The two were locked in a stalemate. Suddenly, the gorilla let out a thunderous roar, its arm muscles bulging with newfound strength. What was it planning? Yunfan was astounded. With a resounding crack, the soldier ant beast's mandibles were astonishingly snapped apart by the gorilla. Without pausing, the gorilla delivered a powerful downward punch to the soldier ant beast's head. The creature's body stiffened abruptly, sinking into the snowy ground, motionless. With a triumphant roar, the silverback gorilla pounded its chest, releasing a cry that reverberated through the air. Yunfan was taken aback by this display, noticing the gorilla's hands were drenched in blood, the crimson liquid pooling in the snow beneath it. The scent of blood incited the surrounding ant beasts to surge forth once more. Through the layout of the surrounding enclosures and structures, Yunfan surmised that they were within a wildlife sanctuary, which also explained the presence of the silverback gorilla and the monkey. The battle was nearing its conclusion, with the number of ant beasts dwindling, while the injuries sustained by the gorilla and the monkey increased. Particularly, the gorilla bore several grievous wounds, blood oozing continuously from its body. Yunfan hurled his dragon-slaying spear, slicing through the air and piercing the body of an ant beast, pinning it to the ground. He approached, withdrew the spear, and dispatched the remaining ant beasts, bringing the confrontation to a close. The gorilla, heavily injured, had collapsed onto the ground, its strength waning. It regarded Yunfan warily, its gaze tinged with a sense of threat. Yunfan maintained his distance, wary of approaching, fully aware that a single punch from the gorilla could send him flying. Given the display of power it had just exhibited, Yunfan harbored no illusions that the gorilla would express gratitude for his role in vanquishing the ant beasts. To the gorilla, humans were no different from ant beasts, both being outsiders to its kind. In contrast to the gorilla's caution, the monkey approached Yunfan without trepidation. Gesturing towards him, the monkey made several signs, and to Yunfan's surprise, he comprehended. You want food? Yunfan retrieved several sausages from his storage and offered them to the monkey. The monkey eagerly accepted the sausages, tearing open the packaging and devouring them with delight. Observing the monkey's joy, the gorilla's eyes glimmered with longing. Yunfan realized that the gorilla's massive size likely meant that all the food in his storage would scarcely suffice for a few meals. Noticing the gorilla's injuries, Yunfan reflected that if such wounds were inflicted upon a human, that person would have long since met their demise. The gorilla was merely enduring through sheer physical resilience. Evidently on the verge of collapse, struggling even to remain seated, Yunfan took out a cabbage and several carrots. His storage contained few vegetables. He tossed these offerings to the gorilla. The gorilla accepted the food and quickly stuffed it into its mouth, the morsels barely enough for a single bite. The gorilla's vigilance towards Yunfan diminished significantly, replaced by an expression of contentment. Then, the gorilla lay down, never to rise again. Yunfan clearly discerned the sorrow in the monkey's eyes. This creature was intelligent and imbued with humanity. The monkey gestured to Yunfan, indicating for him to follow. He trailed the monkey deeper into the wildlife sanctuary, where corpses of various animals lay strewn about, including lions, tigers, rhinos, elephants, and other once mighty creatures. As they approached a courtyard, Yunfan noted the many dead monkeys surrounding them, and the sorrow in the monkey's eyes deepened. The monkey arrived at a rocky hill and retrieved something from the crevice between two stones. Upon closer inspection, Yunfan discovered it was a newborn monkey. The monkey performed a series of intricate gestures and chattered incessantly, then handed the tiny creature to Yunfan. Yunfan cradled the newborn monkey in his palm. It was no larger than his hand, its fur not yet fully grown, leaving it bare and wrinkled. The little monkey lay with its eyes closed, curled up, trembling from the cold. Yunfan did not comprehend the meaning behind the monkey's earlier actions and calls. But he could surmise. This monkey wished for him to care for the newborn. He pointed to the small monkey, then to himself. Nodding in affirmation, I will help you raise it. Upon witnessing Yunfan's agreement, the monkey turned away, choosing to remain with its companions, the creatures with whom it had shared its life in the sanctuary. Yunfan wrapped the little monkey carefully and placed it in the inner pocket of his coat, ensuring its warmth. Long ago, there was a monkey that sprang forth from a stone, fierce and unafraid. Its name was Sun Wukong. Renowned as the great sage equal to heaven, you too emerged from the crevice of a stone. Henceforth, I shall name you Sun Shaoxing. Chapter 38. The Super Dad. The presence of Sun Shaoxing infused a breath of life into Yunfan's previously dreary existence. At last, the silhouette of a city emerged in the distance. Yunfan was unaware of how long he had traversed, but he finally caught sight of the city's outline. He quickened his pace, eager to reach this urban haven. The city appeared desolate. Apart from a few abandoned vehicles, there was no trace of humanity on the streets. Glancing at a signpost by the roadside, Yunfan discovered that he had arrived in Yicheng. Yicheng? This confirmed that he had not strayed from his path. He muttered to himself, intending to first seek out some baby formula. Baby formula was Yunfan's foremost priority. Lacking food to nourish Sun Shaoxing, who had just recently entered the world, breast milk was the most suitable sustenance for him. Previously, Yunfan had resorted to mashing a bit of sausage to feed Sun Shaoxing, who, driven by hunger, had consumed some of it. However, this was not a sustainable solution. To care for Sun Shaoxing properly, appropriate food was essential. After a prolonged search, Yunfan finally stumbled upon a baby supply store. Upon entering, he found chaos. Shelves lay toppled and scattered across the floor. After scouring the disarray, he was unable to locate any formula, but he did find several pieces of infant clothing. The garments were soft and delicate, offering a comforting texture. Yunfan carefully extracted Sun Shaoxing from his makeshift wrap and replaced it with a cozy baby outfit. As Sun Shaoxing stirred in his slumber, a look of contentment graced his features. The soft fabric was a considerable improvement over the ragged cloth. At present, Sun Shaoxing spent the majority of his time asleep. Yunfan continued his search throughout the city and eventually discovered a can of formula tucked beneath a shelf. Unnoticed by others, "Little Shang, now you have something to eat," he thought, relieved after days of worrying about Sun Shaoxing's nourishment. In the same store, Yunfan also found a pacifier and a baby bottle, and he began preparing the formula for Sun Xiaoxing. He retrieved an alcohol stove and a stainless steel container from his internal space, filling it with mineral water to heat. This setup had originally been intended for cooking instant noodles. Before long, the water reached a boil, and Yunfan poured the hot water into the bottle containing the formula. Releasing an enticing aroma, the scent roused Sun Xiaoxing, who opened his large eyes and flailed his arms excitedly. Recognizing his evident hunger, Yunfan realized the formula was too hot and needed to cool down. Noticing Sun Xiaoxing writhing in eagerness, Yunfan gently placed his finger in the baby's mouth, and Sun Xiaoxing instinctively began to suckle. Alas, I haven't even had a girlfriend, yet here I am, experiencing the joys of fatherhood, Yunfan mused, feeling a peculiar emotion swell within him. In this chilly weather, the temperature of the baby bottle quickly diminished. Yunfan inserted the nipple into Sun Xiaoxing's mouth, watching as the little one embraced the bottle, greedily gulping down the formula, akin to a parched traveler stumbling upon water after days in the desert. As Sun Xiaoxing consumed his meal, Yunfan caught sight of the alcohol stove and swallowed hard. It had been ages since he had enjoyed a warm meal. He reignited the stove and pulled out a packet of instant noodles. Once prepared, he savored the noodles from the container, slurping up the broth with delight. "Oh, what a comfort!" he exclaimed, relishing the warmth of the meal in the frigid air. With both man and monkey satisfied, they set forth once more. Yunfan began searching every supermarket and shop he encountered, as the expansion of his internal space allowed him to stockpile more supplies. What was that? Yunfan spotted several moving figures a few streets away. As he approached, he realized they were buses, people. His heart raced with excitement. After days without seeing another living soul, he had almost convinced himself that he was the last survivor in this world. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, he dashed toward the buses. 3 buses lined up, moving slowly forward. Yunfan noticed many passengers inside, even some seated atop the roofs. His appearance drew the attention of several individuals, particularly due to the conspicuous weapon he carried. A slender man stepped in front of Yunfan, asking, "Young man, what is your name? Where do you come from? What was your previous occupation?" The man's tone quelled Yunfan's initial excitement. Even in a world where countless lives had been extinguished by monstrous creatures, a sense of wariness and division lingered among people. This place was not as idyllic as he had imagined. Zhao Zizhu scrutinized Yunfan from head to toe, glancing at the long gun in his possession. Unable to ascertain Yunfan's true nature, "Are you an ability user?" he inquired. Yunfan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "No, I am not." He did not belong to the awakened ability users, and preferring to remain inconspicuous, he chose to downplay his identity. Upon hearing Yunfan's denial, Zhao Zizhu's demeanor shifted noticeably. He expressed impatience, saying, "You can choose either the front or the back bus. It's up to you." Among the 3 buses, the first and third appeared rather dilapidated, while the middle bus was in much better condition. After speaking, Zhao Zizhu turned and entered the middle bus. Yunfan approached the third bus. Having discerned that the treatment of the 3 buses was evidently different, he resolved to remain discreet for the time being and ascertain the circumstances surrounding them. "Hey, wait a moment." A robust man suddenly appeared before Yunfan. "Where did you acquire that long gun?" Recognizing the man's single-layer clothing in such cold conditions, Yunfan understood that he was likely an ability user. "I found it in a museum," he replied. Li, eyeing the long gun with keen interest, proposed, "Brother, I'll trade you food for it. What do you say?" Yunfan shook his head. "Sorry, I'm not interested in trading." Li, growing anxious, pressed on. "How much food do you want? Name your price. I can even get you on that middle bus. Think it over." Still, Yunfan declined. "Apologies, but I am not interested." Li's demeanor soured. He felt his offer of food was already quite generous, considering his status as a powerful ability user. He knew that if he resorted to force, no one would dare intervene on Yunfan's behalf. "Hey, kid, don't be foolish. You're just an ordinary person. What use is that weapon to you? Weapons only hold value in the hands of ability users. In your possession, it will only bring you troubles. Do you understand?" Yunfan smirked wryly at the man's blatant intimidation. He had thought that by remaining humble and polite, he could avoid conflict. Yet his forbearance had only led to overt threats. Seeing Yunfan's dismissive expression, Li was incensed and reached for the long gun in Yunfan's grasp. Today, he was determined to seize that weapon. Chapter 39. The elderly superpowered individual, are you going to make a move? Yunfan observed as Li reached for the panlong spear, his brows furrowing in discontent. Get lost. Yunfan suddenly sprang into action. lifting his leg and delivering a powerful kick straight to Li Yi's chest. The assault was so abrupt and executed with such velocity that Li Yi could only raise his arm to shield himself. A tremendous force collided with his arm, sending him hurtling backward. Li Yi was propelled 3 meters away, and as he struck the ground, he skidded back several additional meters before coming to a halt. His eyes were filled with shock, not only at Yunfan's audacity to strike, but also at the astonishing speed and strength he had just witnessed. Li Yi's expression darkened. Being knocked back by a newcomer was a significant blow to his pride. "How dare you?" he muttered, preparing himself for a counterattack. Zhao Zhizhua rushed out of the vehicle to intervene. "Brotherly, wait. Let's talk this over. We are all superpowered individuals. There's no need to escalate things." "Humph." Li Yi scoffed, refraining from further aggression as he turned and boarded the bus. Only he knew that the kick from Yunfan had left his arm tingling and still trembling slightly. Zhao Zhizhua turned to Yunfan, his face beaming with a forced smile. "Young brother, so you are a superpowered individual. Why didn't you mention it earlier? It was all a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart. You should get on the bus now, the one in the middle." Previously, Zhao Zhizhua had displayed impatience towards Yunfan, remaining silent when Li Yi attempted to seize the Panlong spear. However, upon realizing Yunfan's formidable strength, his demeanor changed with remarkable swiftness. Akin to the rapid face-changing performances seen in Sichuan opera, it seemed that being overly modest had little merit. Showcasing one's capabilities was indeed necessary, Yunfan mused. He remained silent and followed Zhao Zhizhua onto the middle bus. Once he stepped inside, the door closed immediately, and the bus began to move slowly once more. Inside the vehicle, Yunfan surveyed his surroundings. To create more space, most of the seats had been removed, leaving a pile of food and clothing in the center. The bus was not crowded, accommodating only a handful of individuals, making it feel quite spacious. The air conditioning was on, blowing warm air, and the enclosed cabin felt cozy. Zhao Zhizhua announced loudly, "Let me introduce everyone. This brother is a new superpowered individual. His name is Yi." He awkwardly glanced at Yunfan, having forgotten his name after Yi had mentioned it earlier. "Yunfan, please welcome him." Zhao Wenjua clapped a few times to signal the welcome. The passengers turned their curious gazes toward Yunfan, while only Li Yi cast him a disdainful glance, clearly still displeased by the earlier incident. Zhao Zhizhua continued with the introductions. "This is Brother Feng, our strongest ice superpowered individual. He can eliminate an ant beast with a single strike." Yunfan regarded Brother Feng, a man with a cold demeanor, his features sharply defined and his gaze somewhat haughty. Feng Hui nodded at Yunfan, acknowledging his presence. Zhao Zhizhua went on. "This is Li Yi. You two have already met, so let's put the past behind us. Lao Jiang and Xiao Lu are in the other 2 buses. I will introduce you to them during lunch. We have a total of 5 superpowered individuals, and with you, we now have 6. Zhao Zhizhua introduced only a few superpowered individuals to Yunfan. The others on the bus were associated with them. Yunfan found a spot to sit down, and the 2-meter-long Panlong spear had to be placed horizontally in the bus due to space constraints. He sighed, realizing he needed to further expand the internal space in his body to accommodate the spear. Zhao Zhizhua incessantly probed into Yunfan's background. "Yunfan, have you ever killed an ant beast?" "Yes," Yunfan replied nonchalantly. "How many have you killed?" "Not many." In reality, Yunfan had slain hundreds of ant beasts. Zhao Zhizhua sought to ascertain the specifics of Yunfan's abilities, but Yi remained vague in his responses. Frustrated, Zhao Zhizhua abandoned the idea of prying into Yunfan's prowess and shifted to casual conversation. "What material is your spear made of?" "It doesn't seem to be iron or aluminum." "I'm not sure," Yunfan replied curtly. Zhao Zhizhua continued to engage in conversation with Yunfan, but Yi showed little interest. The abrupt shift in Zhao Zhizhua's attitude, now tinged with a hint of flattery, left Yi feeling somewhat irked. Curious about the other 2 superpowered individuals, Yunfan inquired. "Why are there 2 superpowered individuals in the other buses? Shouldn't they all be on this vehicle?" Zhao Zhizhua explained, "It's their task to protect the 2 buses. Sometimes, ant beasts can appear unexpectedly. Additionally, with more people in those 2 buses, they can help maintain order." After several hours of travel, Yunfan began to feel stifled. The warm air from the air conditioning, combined with the crowded atmosphere and the vehicle's bumps, created an oppressive environment. The passengers either slept or sat in silence. Yunfan exchanged pleasantries with Zhao Zhizhua before stepping outside for some fresh air. The bus was moving at a slow pace, and with Yunfan's speed, he could easily keep up. As he looked towards the roof of the 3rd bus, he noticed an elderly man sitting atop it. He had seen someone on the roof earlier and initially thought it was due to space constraints. Yunfan gathered his strength, took a running leap, and jumped onto the roof of the bus. There sat an elderly man with graying hair, leisurely enjoying his time. Old Jiang. Jiang Hongwa smiled and nodded. Yes, it's me. You are the new superpowered individual? I saw you and Li Yi clash earlier. He tried to take my belongings. I couldn't hold back, Yunfan admitted. Jiang Hongwa gave a thumbs up. Well done. That kid has always been arrogant. He deserved a lesson. Yunfan, intrigued by Jiang Hongwa, asked, May I inquire how old you are? Jiang Hongwa, always squinting his eyes and wearing a kindly expression, replied, No need for such formality. Just call me old Jiang. I am 72 this year. Can't tell, right? Haha. 72? Yunfan exclaimed, astonished not by Jiang Hongwa's age, but by the fact that there existed a superpowered individual of such an advanced age. The superpowered individuals Yunfan had encountered were all young adults, predominantly men, as they were more likely to awaken their powers. Yet here's to Jiang Hongwa, a superpowered individual at 72. Seeing Yunfan's bewilderment, Jiang Hongwa chuckled. Are you curious about how I awaken my powers? To be honest, I'm not quite sure myself. It just happened. Perhaps it was because of my old partner. Your partner? Yunfan's confusion deepened. Jiang Hongwa nodded. There was a car accident nearby, and both of us were unharmed, but she got trapped under a vehicle. I don't know what came over me. I felt a surge of strength and lifted that car, allowing her to escape. That's how I awakened my powers. All my previous ailments vanished. And I even discovered the ability to conjure stones. It was truly miraculous, as if I were dreaming. Chapter 40. Atop the bus, Yunfan lit a cigarette, enjoying the breeze alongside Jiang Hongwa. Old Jiang, do you smoke? Jiang Hongwa rubbed his hands together. Haven't smoked in ages. Hand me one. I was 5 years older than her. When she was with me, I was merely a poor lad from the village, while she was a refined young lady from the city, what you might call a rich beauty in your youthful parlance. Her parents disapproved of our union, yet she chose to marry me, enduring considerable hardship alongside me. Throughout my life, I have possessed little talent and have not provided her with much comfort. To my surprise, at this advanced age, I encountered this so-called IC era. A man must never allow his woman to suffer, no matter his own burdens. As Jiang Hongwa recounted tales from his era, Yunfan listened quietly, feeling nothing but admiration for the couple who had endured together for 4 to 5 decades. 3 buses moved slowly, departing from Yicheng City and heading toward the outskirts. Along the way, they encountered 2 individuals, ordinary folk, who boarded the first bus. As dusk settled, the 3 buses came to a halt. Dinner's ready, Zhao Zhizhua called, prompting the passengers to disembark. Jiang Hongwa patted his belly. Young man, let's go eat. I'm famished. Yunfan followed Jiang Hongwa off the bus. A lively scene unfolded as people busily prepared food, with Zhao Zhizhua directing operations. Yunfan observed them retrieving a large iron pot from the bus, quickly constructing a makeshift stove nearby. Wooden furniture, seemingly scavenged, was dismantled into splintered boards to serve as kindling. Several individuals gathered a substantial amount of clean snow from the roadside to melt for water. There were around 70 to 80 individuals waiting for their meals, yet only a handful remained on the central bus. The rest crowded into the other 2. Once the porridge was ready, Zhao Zhizhua instructed everyone to line up for their servings, while Li Yi maintained order. Is this dinner? Yunfan noted that each person received a bowl of thin porridge, with the grains barely filling the bottom. Among them was a visibly pregnant woman. After the ordinary folk had their turn, it was the turn of the few remaining passengers from the central bus. Similarly, they received a bowl of porridge, but theirs contained a half bowl of rice. Yunfan noticed Jiang Hongwa supporting an elderly woman in her 60s, his long-cherished companion. Finally, it was the turn of the 5 superpowered individuals to eat. Xiao Yi, Zhao Zhizhua beckoned. Come eat. Everyone gets 2 bowls, just right. Yunfan received a bowl filled predominantly with rice. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached, his steps unsteady, appearing frail. Zhao, please give me another bowl of porridge. My wife is pregnant, and this is hardly enough. Before Zhao Zhizhua could respond, Li Yi interjected. What more do you want? You should be grateful for the ride. Don't push your luck. The middle-aged man, intending to argue, fell silent upon seeing Li Yi's fierce expression and reluctantly turned away. Yunfan discreetly added some milk powder to his porridge, feeding it to Sun Xiaoxing, wishing to keep her presence a secret for now. After the meal, Zhao Zhizhua organized the others to clean the pot and bowls. As superpowered individuals, the 6 of them were the only ones who ate without laboring. A young man stealthily approached Yunfan. Hey, brother, how about we strike a deal? Yi Yunfan regarded him with confusion, unsure of the nature of the transaction being proposed. Height 168 centimeters, weight 49 kilograms, 34D. What do you think? Interested? Yi Yunfan paused, taken aback, realizing the man was attempting to solicit him. He shook his head, not interested. The young man persisted, it's quite cheap. Think about it. I used to be a teacher, no diseases, I assure you. As Yi Yunfan contemplated declining, a woman matching the description approached, her expression one of fury. Zhou Ping, you scoundrel. Didn't you say you'd never do this again? Honey, let me explain. I was just so hungry, I had to compromise, he replied, glancing at Yi Yunfan. Brother, she's the one. Think it over. Yi Yunfan was astonished. This man's deal involved his wife. The woman, infuriated, attempted to leave but was caught by the young man. We shared a life together. Observing the couple's quarrel, Yi Yunfan turned away, unwilling to involve himself in such matters. As night enveloped the landscape, all retreated inside the bus to rest. In the wilderness, the occasional sighting of silver-white ant beasts could be seen, nearly camouflaged against the snow. Zhao Zhizhua gathered several superpowered individuals, let us assign tonight's watch duty. Xiao Yi and Old Jiang take the first half, while Li Yi and I will handle the latter half. Xiao Lu, you can rest tonight. We'll rotate tomorrow. Sound good? Lu Yi, a young man in his early 20s, tall yet slender, nodded. All right, I'll follow your lead, Zhao. Yi Yunfan noted that Zhao Zhizhua had not mentioned Feng Hui. It seemed that in the eyes of the group, Feng Hui enjoyed various privileges as the strongest superpowered individual. Besides the superpowered, Zhao Zhizhua had also arranged for ordinary folk to keep watch in the buses at the front and back. Under the night sky, Yi Yunfan and Old Jiang stood outside the vehicle. Xiao Yi, could you spare a smoke? Night watch is dreadfully dull. Yi Yunfan produced a cigarette and handed it to Jiang Honghua. Thanks, Jiang Honghua lit it, scanning the surroundings idly. Xiao Yi, what are your plans for the future? Yi Yunfan pondered before responding. I'm uncertain. First, I need to find my grandmother and aunt. I hope they're safe. And you, Old Jiang? At that moment, Yi Yunfan heard a faint rustling sound, the noise of an ant beast scuttling. 50 meters away, they spotted one. I'll handle this. You take care of the next one. Jiang Honghua declared, extending his palm. Suddenly, a stone the size of a basketball materialized in the air, hurtling towards the ant beast with a rush of wind. When it struck the beast's head, it shattered, sending fragments flying with tremendous force, each shard possessing bullet-like power. The ant beast's head bore a noticeable dent. And with another stone hurled by Jiang Honghua, the creature finally collapsed. This was Yi Yunfan's first encounter with an Earth-type superpowered individual's attack. Fire and ice types were commonplace. After dispatching the ant beast, there was a half-hour lull before a massive soldier ant beast appeared. This creature's combat prowess surpassed that of ordinary ant beasts by 7 to 8 times, with formidable defense and crushing bite strength. According to Jiang Honghua's earlier words, Yi Yunfan should take care of this one, yet Jiang Honghua hadn't anticipated the emergence of a soldier ant beast. Xiao Yi, should we wake them up? Jiang Honghua suggested, concerned that the two of them faced too great a danger against the soldier ant beast. Chapter 41. The hometown of the departed Yi Yunfan demurred. There's no need. While soldier ant beasts were several times stronger than regular ant beasts, they posed little threat to him. Their exposed necks were a fatal vulnerability. Grasping the dragon scale spear, Yi Yunfan darted forward, closing the distance to the soldier ant beast. He vaulted over its head, landing on its back, and thrust the dragon scale spear with concentrated force towards its neck. The spear pierced through the soldier ant beast's neck with ease. Yi Yunfan withdrew the spear and leaped off its body. The creature's 6 legs buckled, and it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Is that it? Jiang Honghua exclaimed in astonishment. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, Yi Yunfan had already vanquished the soldier ant beast. I didn't expect you were such an accomplished individual, concealing your abilities so adeptly. Discovering Yi Yunfan's prowess, Jiang Honghua felt heartened. Having a capable comrade would undoubtedly enhance their safety. During the first half of the night, Yi Yunfan and Jiang Honghua stood guard. They spent most of their time conversing, and when they exhausted their topics, they patrolled near the bus, searching for ant beasts in the vicinity. Any ant beasts that appeared were swiftly dispatched by the duo. Unbeknownst to Jiang Honghua, Yi Yunfan discreetly extracted essence from the slain ant beasts, particularly the soldier ant beast, which yielded a considerable amount of element. The creation of a force armor required a substantial amount of element, and Yi Yunfan had accumulated less than a third of the necessary quantity. In the latter half of the night, Zhao Zhizhua and Li Yi relieved Yi Yunfan and Jiang Honghua of their watch. Returning to the bus, Yi Yunfan commenced force cultivation. He had eliminated several ant beasts and extracted elements from their carapaces, which had depleted his spatial force considerably. Under such circumstances, cultivation proved highly efficient. Yunfan reclined to sleep only when dawn was imminent. Yunfan journeyed with the convoy for 2 days. Sun Shaoxing exhibited rapid growth, increasing in size noticeably within a few days. A faint golden fur began to adorn its body, and it frequently scampered around inside Yunfan's clothing. Sun Shaoxing's presence attracted the attention of several superhumans. While most remained silent, Li Yi expressed his displeasure. Hey, people are struggling to find sustenance, and you're raising a monkey? Yi Yunfan cast a dismissive glance at Li Yi. Rest assured, it won't consume your provisions. It's consuming the collective food. Li Yi scrutinized Sun Shaoxing intently before inquiring. Have you ever consumed monkey meat? I've heard monkey brains are quite delectable. Yi Yunfan's countenance shifted, and he glared at Li Yi. At such junctures, Zhao Zhizhuo would mediate. Let's not quarrel, everyone. A small monkey can't consume much food daily. We'll reach the urban area soon, and we can search for additional supplies. Although others remained silent, they harbored reservations about Yi Yunfan raising a monkey. After all, people were struggling to find adequate nourishment, let alone enough to sustain a monkey. Only Jiang Hongwu displayed fondness for Sun Shaoxing, frequently teasing it. Yi Yunfan possessed an abundance of food within his inner space, but he couldn't reveal its existence to these individuals. Superhumans possessed diverse abilities, but the existence of an inner space was unique to him. Where are we? How long until we reach the urban area? Yi Yunfan inquired of Zhao Zhizhuo. Zhao Zhizhuo, responsible for charting the convoy's course, responded, We've already entered the Mon City vicinity. We should reach the urban area within an hour. Mon City? Upon hearing the name, Yi Yunfan was taken aback. It was Wang Kai's hometown. Wang Kai had originally planned to locate his parents upon reaching Mon City, before continuing with Yi Yunfan. Little did he know that while Yi Yunfan had reached Mon City, Wang Kai would never arrive. Wu Xiaofeng, I'll settle this score with you. Yi Yunfan had never envisioned Wu Xiaofeng's demise, as Wu Xiaofeng, as a division commander, was the highest-ranking officer at the time. If anyone were to escape the ant beast tide, it would undoubtedly be Wu Xiaofeng. The convoy halted in the center of Mon City's urban area. Zhao Zhizhuo gathered everyone and announced, the bus will remain here for 2 hours. Everyone is to venture out and search for supplies. Retain half of the collected food for yourselves, and contribute the remainder to the collective. Proceed swiftly, and do not tarry. Those ordinary individuals, excluding the elderly and children, ventured out to forage for sustenance. Even the middle-aged man with a pregnant wife was compelled to leave his wife on the bus and embark on the search. The individuals inside the bus, however, remained stationary. As Zhao Zhizhuo stated, superhumans were solely responsible for eliminating ant beasts. Yi Yunfan grasped the dragon scale spear, preparing to seek out resources. Little Yi, where are you going? We don't need to search for food. They can handle it, Zhao Zhizhuo remarked. Rest assured, you won't lack food. Yi Yunfan disregarded him, proceeding towards the adjacent commercial district. He merely sought a secluded location to retrieve items from his inner space. He also required some inconspicuous items to facilitate the retrieval of objects from his inner space. The shops here had been ransacked countless times, and all edible items had long been depleted. However, other items remained untouched. Yi Yunfan discovered a backpack in an upscale handbag store. Yi Yunfan extracted biscuits and chocolate from his inner space, placing them into the backpack. He then retrieved a 10-kilogram bag of rice, carrying it in his hand. Yi Yunfan carried the bag of rice in his hand while wearing the backpack, seemingly laden with numerous items. Yi Yunfan presented the rice to Zhao Zhizhuo. This is a contribution for everyone. He was aware of the reservations others held regarding Sun Shaoxing, so he contributed a bag of rice, believing it would dispel their objections to Sun Shaoxing. Yi Yunfan disliked feeling indebted to others, and the bag of rice would allow him to justifiably provide sustenance to Sun Shaoxing. Lu Yi, one of the superhumans in the convoy, ventured out to search for items a few minutes after Yi Yunfan's departure. Brother Zhao, Lu Yi is being surrounded by several individuals. At the supermarket over there. What? Zhao Zhizhuo exclaimed in surprise. To dare provoke a superhuman indicated that the assailants were also superhumans. A young woman burst out of the bus. Where? Where is Lu Yi? Take me there immediately. She was Lu Ye's elder sister, and his only relative within the convoy. Zhao Zhizhuo turned to Feng Hui. Brother Feng, what should we do? Although Zhao Zhizhuo was responsible for various affairs within the convoy, Feng Hui was the de facto leader, as everyone recognized him as the most formidable combatant. Feng Hui furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily. He disliked such troublesome matters. If Li Yi were merely an ordinary individual, he would undoubtedly disregard the situation. However, Li Yi was a superhuman within the group. Let's go. We'll go and see what's happening. After a prolonged pause, Feng Hui finally uttered those words. Chapter 42. Sanitary napkins in the supermarket. Lu Yi found himself surrounded by a group of 5 individuals. Hand over what you have, one of them demanded. In Lu Yi's grasp were several packages of sanitary napkins. No, I found them first, he retorted. A woman among the 5 declared, I spotted them first. To clarify, both had discovered the sanitary napkins simultaneously on the floor, but Lu Yi, with his quick reflexes, had seized them first. Logically, the one who picks it up first should keep it, yet with 5 against 1, they encircled them. Lu Yi shook his head defiantly. I got them first. They are mine. Don't be foolish, warned a man with a flashy hairstyle. The 5 were all superhumans, and in their encounters, no one dared to confront them. Their imposing presence made it clear they could dominate any situation. When Yunfan and his companions arrived, they found the 5 tugging at Lu Yi. Among them were 4 men and 1 woman. One of the men brandished a crossbow, while another held a shotgun. Upon seeing the newcomers, the 5 halted their actions, apprehensive at the sight of a larger group. The newcomers included not only Yi Yunfan and his 4 superhuman companions, but also Zhao Zhizhua, who had brought along 4 or 5 ordinary young men. Though these ordinary men lacked combat prowess, their presence was imposing. Zhao Zhizhua stepped forward. What are you doing? Seeing Zhao Zhizhua and the others bolstered Lu Yi's confidence. Brother Zhao, they want to rob me. Who says it's yours? I saw them first. The woman shouted defiantly. The man with the flashy hairstyle, noticing that half of the newcomers were ordinary men, relaxed slightly and proclaimed, we saw them first. He stole them. In the world of the flashy-haired man, one must not show weakness in confrontation. The question of who spotted the sanitary napkins first had become irrelevant. Zhao Zhizhua turned to Feng Hui. What should we do? At this juncture, whether to fight, negotiate, or retreat was up to Feng Hui to decide. Feng Hui, feeling the pressure, stepped forward. He had no desire to take the lead, as he intended to part ways once they reached Jinling. These individuals were not his concern. Faced with the intimidating 5 superhumans, he opted for peace. Standing before Lu Yi, Feng Hui advised, just give them what they want. Lu Yi's heart sank. He never anticipated Feng Hui would say such a thing. Not only Lu Yi but everyone else was taken aback, despite their numerical advantage. Feng Hui chose to concede without even attempting negotiation. Yi Yunfan was astonished. Was Feng Hui really so timid? Would he not fear demoralizing his own team? Zhao Zhizhua and Jiang Hongwu were equally stunned. Feng Hui's unwillingness to stand up for his own left them disheartened. Had Feng Hui remained silent initially, Zhao Zhizhua might have felt confident in negotiating, but now Feng Hui's words had diminished their morale significantly. Only Li supported Feng Hui's stance. Yes, Lu Yi. Just give it to them. It's not a big deal. Once Li spoke, the morale of Yi Yunfan's group crumbled. Even before any confrontation, 2 of them had already backed down. Yi Yunfan inwardly scorned Li Yi. Despite his usual arrogance, he was nothing but a coward when faced with strength. The flashy-haired man laughed, confident that his philosophy of strength had prevailed. Did you hear that? Your leader says to give it to me. Hurry up. Lu Yi clutched the last package of sanitary napkins tightly in his grip. Give it all to us. Do you understand? The flashy-haired man demanded aggressively. Li Yi clenched his fists. He had to retain at least 1 package for his sister, who was currently menstruating. As the flashy-haired man and his group appeared ready to resort to violence, Lu Yi's sister emerged from the crowd. Lu Yi, just give it to them. I don't need it. She feared for her brother's safety. The 5 looked at Yi Yunfan's group with smug satisfaction. The feeling of having triumphed was intoxicating. Zhao Zhizhua and Jiang Hongwu wished to speak up for Lu Yi, but their morale had plummeted, while the opposing group's confidence soared. Jiang Hongwu opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent. Being older and weaker than the youth, he felt outmatched. Yi Yunfan shook his head. It was a shame how the kind-hearted were often taken advantage of. If one does not present a strong front, others will overlook them and even seek to bully them. He had encountered many of such individuals since the Ice Age, and Li Yi was no exception, a cowardly bully. Yi Yunfan noticed one of the opponents sneering at him with an air of arrogance. He and Lu Yi were only acquaintances, having known each other for a mere 2 days and exchanged few words. Yet, as Lu Yi was his companion, he felt a strong discontent towards the 5 before him. Yi Yunfan advanced a couple of steps and calmly stated, Lu Yi, do not give it to them. The flashy-haired man shot Yi Yunfan a glare. Mind your own business. However, Lu Yi looked at Yi Yunfan with gratitude. At last, someone was speaking up for him. Haha. The flashy-haired man laughed. You think you can talk about fairness with me? There is no such thing as fairness in this world. Yunfan raised his panlong gun, directing its tip at the man's throat. No talk of fairness? Then, hand over 2 packages. The flashy-haired man stammered. But as he felt the coldness of the gun's tip against his throat, he swallowed his words. After a moment of hesitation, he produced 2 packages of sanitary napkins and handed them to Lu Yi, leaving himself with only one. As the group departed, the flashy-haired man, despite his bravado, found himself lacking the courage to act. In the end, he backed down, and thus, he was defeated. Thank you, Yunfan. Lu Yi expressed his gratitude. After Feng Hui had made his stance clear, only Yunfan had spoken on his behalf. You're welcome. Yunfan did not dwell on Lu Yi's thanks. Such minor acts of kindness were not something he expected Lu Yi to remember. After all, he had learned through experience that even a life-saving grace might not guarantee loyalty. Zhao Zhizhua gave Yunfan a thumbs up. Yunfan, impressive. I am in awe of you. Previously, Zhao Zhizhua had referred to Yunfan as Little Yi, but now he addressed him as Yunfan. Jiang Hongwu was not overly surprised. He had witnessed Yunfan's capabilities before. Li Yi and Feng Hui remained silent, particularly Li Yi, who would think twice before mocking Yunfan in the future. Chapter 43. An epic dilemma within the confines of the bus. Yunfan perused the pages of an encyclopedia of insects, a treasure he had unearthed from a nearby bookstore. In this altered world, the once diminutive insects had been magnified to colossal proportions, undergoing various transformations, such as the peculiar elements embedded within their exoskeletons. These insectoid creatures retained much of their original characteristics. Yunfan harbored hopes of uncovering clues regarding the mutations of these insects or documenting their traits, so as to better prepare himself for encounters with these formidable beings. Meanwhile, Sun Shaoxing scuttled about, occasionally perching atop Yunfan's head or burrowing into his clothing. The little creature had grown noticeably in size, and his appetite had escalated accordingly. Sun Shaoxing's diet now extended beyond mere milk powder and porridge. He could also indulge in snacks like biscuits, candies, and chocolate. 2 days had elapsed since the supermarket incident involving sanitary napkins, and in its wake, the dynamics among the superhumans within the convoy had shifted subtly. Yunfan's standing had risen significantly. Zhao Zhizhua now sought his counsel on pivotal decisions, a stark contrast to the previous reliance on Feng Hui's opinions. Lu Yi, having lost faith in Feng Hui following the incident, expressed gratitude towards Yunfan. Jiang Hongwu, who had always harbored disdain for Feng Hui and Li Yi, found camaraderie with Yunfan through their frequent conversations. Feng Hui's prowess remained acknowledged among the group, yet his influence had undeniably waned. Indifferent to the change in their attitudes, Feng Hui was singularly focused on reaching Jinling. Li Yi, who had previously derided Yunfan, found himself in a position where he had to further ingratiate himself with Feng Hui, unaware that Yunfan bore him no ill will and had not given him a second thought. The small team of superhumans, now consisting of merely 6 individuals, had divided into factions led by Yunfan and Feng Hui. Look, what is that ahead? A voice from within the bus broke the silence, capturing everyone's attention. Yunfan gazed out the window, and in the distance, he discerned the faint outline of a forest. Is that a forest? Yunfan pondered. For after the Ice Age's devastation, Earth's flora had suffered catastrophic damage. The once vibrant greenery lay buried beneath layers of ice and snow, with trees reduced to bare trunks. Most vegetation had perished, leaving only a handful of hardy species to endure. Yet, the sight before him unmistakably resembled a forest, though it appeared close. The convoy took 3 hours to reach the perimeter of the trees. These trees towered above, soaring into the heavens with straight trunks, reminiscent of a primordial forest that had flourished for centuries. Yet, where in East China could such a vast expanse of ancient woodland exist? Zhao Zhizhua scoured the map for answers, but the origin of this forest remained elusive. What should we do? Zhao Zhizhua inquired, as the forest loomed as an obstacle in their path. Of course, we should pass through it. What other option do we have? Li Yi remarked nonchalantly. Jiang Hongwu shook his head. Let us detour. It is wiser to avoid this strange place. How much time will that waste? Yunfan was equally reluctant to enter the forest. In this peculiar world, the more unusual the phenomenon, the greater the potential peril. As the group debated their course of action, the bus ahead suddenly came to a halt. What has happened? A middle-aged man rushed down from the front bus, approaching the second vehicle with urgency, signaling the driver to open the door, his face a mask of anxiety. Having traveled with the convoy for several days, Yunfan recognized him as Chen Cheng, the husband of a pregnant woman. As the door swung open, Qingqing burst onto the bus. Brother Zhao, my wife is going into labor. Please, I beg you to help me. Zhao Zhizhua's expression turned grave. This was a situation beyond his capacity to assist. Please, I beseech you. Qingqing, overwhelmed with emotion, fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. His desperation was palpable, compelling even the most stoic among them to feel a tremor of empathy. Zhao Zhizhua turned to Yunfan, his eyes silently seeking guidance. Though they were powerless in such circumstances, abandoning a pregnant woman was unconscionable, especially after witnessing Qingqing's heartfelt plea. Yunfan addressed Zhao Zhizhua. Go to the back bus and inquire if there is a doctor on board. Understood, I shall do so. Yunfan tossed Zhao Zhizhua a pack of biscuits. Take this with you. Zhao Zhizhua accepted the offering and, with Qingqing in tow, made his way to the rear bus. They could only hope for the presence of a doctor, for without one, their hands were tied. In the third bus, Zhao Zhizhua inquired several times before a man in his 30s finally stood up. I am an obstetrician, albeit an intern, yet to be fully qualified. Were it not for the cookies Zhao had offered as a reward, or for Qingqing's tearful pleas, he would not have emerged from his seat. Given the current circumstances, the outcome could very well result in the loss of both lives. An intern would suffice. You must hasten to the front bus to assist in the delivery. The fortunate arrival of a doctor was a blessing, and the intern's status was of little consequence. Inside the bus, all others had been ushered out, leaving only the doctor, the pregnant woman, Qingqing, and Zhao Zhizhua. The pregnant woman was already wailing in agony, her cries piercing even the ears of Yunfan, causing him some distress. Upon the doctor's arrival, he swiftly assessed the woman's condition and commenced the delivery. Do not panic. Breathe deeply and push. The doctor, drenched in sweat, adjusted the woman's position while imparting techniques and methods. However, his assistance was limited. This was not an operating room, but rather a bus devoid of medical equipment, save for a fruit knife that served as an improvised scalpel. Suddenly, the doctor stood up, approached Qingqing with a serious demeanor, and whispered, "The woman is experiencing a difficult labor and without medical instruments. I must ask you a question. Do we prioritize the mother or the child?" The weight of this question struck Qingqing like a thunderclap, leaving his mind blank. This dilemma, once again manifesting in modern society, had confounded countless individuals throughout history. Qingqing's emotions erupted. How can you ask me this? You are the doctor. Surely you have a solution. The doctor, now drenched in perspiration, began to regret stepping forward. I am powerless in this situation. Perhaps you should seek assistance elsewhere. With that, he attempted to leave. Realizing his error, Qingqing urgently grasped the doctor's arm. If the doctor departed, the dilemma would transcend the choice between mother and child, becoming a matter of two lives lost. Doctor, please do not go. I beg you. Allow me a moment to think. The question of whether to save the mother or the child nearly sent Qingqing into a frenzy. His eyes were bloodshot, oblivious to the tears streaming down his face. One life belonged to his wife, with whom he had shared over a decade of harmonious marriage. The other was a vibrant new life. In his 40s, after countless visits to hospitals and endless medications, he had finally succeeded in helping his wife conceive. If this child were lost, he might never have another chance at fatherhood. Do I save the mother or the child? Save the mother or the child? Qingqing murmured in a daze, tormented by the impossible choice. Were it possible, he would willingly trade his own life for the safety of both mother and child. Yet reality offered no such alternatives. Only one life could be spared. Please make your decision quickly. Time is running out, the doctor urged. With the pregnant woman's cries piercing Qingqing's heart, nearly driving him to despair. He tugged at his hair, yet the answer remained elusive. Whichever path he chose, he would endure a lifetime of torment. Seeing Qingqing's profound agony, the doctor finally spoke. Very well, I will proceed with the common choice, to save the mother. As an intern, his experience was limited, and he had never encountered such a situation. In light of modern medical advancements, this kind of dilemma was virtually non-existent. By convention, the priority was to preserve the life of the adult. The doctor had posed the question to Qingqing merely to inform him in advance, to prevent any blame should the child not survive. Little did he know, his inquiry would subject Qingqing to unbearable suffering and anguish. Chapter 44, One Death. One life is the baby not born yet. The anguished cries of the expectant mother filled Yunfan with an inexplicable sense of agitation. The birth of a child should be a moment of celebration, yet under such dire circumstances, it could only be deemed a tragedy for both the parents and the child. Upon hearing that the doctor had presented him with the harrowing choice of saving the mother or the child, Yunfan felt a shiver run down his spine. Such a dilemma was utterly terrifying. Faced with such a choice, he would likely crumble under the weight of it. Suddenly, Yunfan recalled that he possessed a medical emergency kit within his spatial storage, which he had taken from the hospital during his previous visit. The kit was well stocked with essential supplies and medications, making it a potentially life-saving resource for both mother and child. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to present the emergency kit to the doctor. "This might be of some use," Yunfan said, handing the kit over. The doctor, taken aback by the unexpected assistance, nodded vigorously. "This is incredibly helpful. With this emergency kit, my chances of success have significantly increased." Beside them, Chen Cheng felt a glimmer of hope at the sight of the kit. In that moment, it seemed as though the kit had provided him with a lifeline. In the chaos, no one seemed to notice where Yunfan had retrieved the emergency kit. The doctor quickly began the surgery on the expectant mother. But the convoy soon encountered an even graver situation. The insect beasts are coming. There are insect beasts. Not far from the convoy, a horde of insect beasts was crawling toward them, numbering in the hundreds. While their numbers paled in comparison to the ant beast tide, they were still far beyond what the group could manage. "Everyone, get on the bus. We need to leave," Zhao Zhizhua shouted, emphasizing that survival was paramount. The importance of childbirth was dwarfed by the urgency of preserving nearly 100 lives. As everyone scrambled aboard, the bus slowly started moving while the doctor continued his operation. The heavily laden vehicle struggled to gain speed in the frigid environment, and the pursuing insect beasts drew ever closer. A few superpowered individuals huddled together, pondering their next move. "What do we do? At this speed, we won't escape." Yunfan glanced toward the looming forest ahead. "We head into the woods. We can lose them there." With no other option available, they placed their hopes on the forest's intricate terrain to aid in evading the insect beasts. The convoy drew nearer to the trees, but the horde was hot on their heels. Yunfan could clearly distinguish the insect beasts now. They were not particularly large, resembling common ant beasts but with thicker exoskeletons covering their heads and thoraxes. These creatures bore a distinct characteristic, a long, slender proboscis resembling an elephant's trunk. Yunfan recognized them from the Encyclopedia of Insects as a species known as elephant trunk insects. Their proboscis was not a nose but a feeding appendage. The elephant trunk insects began to swarm onto the bus, their sharp proboscises piercing through the vehicle's body. "Quick, get them off. If they get inside, we'll face tremendous casualties. If their proboscises damage the bus's critical components, we'll be in even greater peril." Yunfan leaped from the bus, ascending to the roof. With a swift motion of his dragon spiral spear, he sent one of the elephant trunk insects flying. The creature's proboscis pierced the roof, leaving a gaping hole. Several superpowered individuals sprang into action, working together to knock the climbing insects off the bus. However, more and more elephant trunk insects continued to scale the vehicle, slowing their escape. "Die!" Li bellowed, hurling a fireball into the mass of insects. The fireball detonated among them, sending several insects flying, while one was left with its shell glowing red from the flames. Yunfan observed as Feng Hui unleashed a barrage of ice arrows, each capable of freezing an elephant trunk insect solid. The frozen insects stood like ice sculptures, immobilized for the time being. Feng Hui, perched atop the bus, left a trail of frozen foes in the wake of their passage. His formidable power was evident in every arrow he shot. In contrast, Lu Yi, also wielding ice abilities, struggled significantly. He could only launch ice spikes, requiring 2 or 3 to barely freeze a single insect, which would still thrash violently within the ice. Zhao Zhizhua's fire abilities matched Li Yi's in combat prowess, while Yunfan, observing the situation, felt a sense of ease. Feng Hui and Li Yi defended the first bus, while Zhao Zhizhua, Lu Yi, and Jiang Hongguo protected the middle vehicle. Yunfan stood on the roof of the third bus, free from any threats to its safety. As one elephant trunk insect climbed onto the rear, Yunfan swiftly drove his spear into its head. With a flick, he withdrew the weapon, and the creature fell lifelessly to the ground. His prowess was evident. He could eliminate an insect with a single strike. The towering trees loomed at the edge of the forest, each one thick enough to require 2 or 3 people to encircle. The trunks stood straight and tall, some exceeding 50 meters in height, true giants of the forest. A light mist hung in the air, creating an eerie atmosphere. As the convoy approached the forest, a struck elephant trunk insect became ensnared beneath the wheels, causing the bus to tilt dangerously close to tipping over. Li lost his balance and fell from the roof, immediately beset by several insect beasts. "Lu Yi!" Yunfan called out from the roof of the third bus, unable to render assistance in time. He witnessed Lu Ye's defenses being breached, sharp proboscises piercing his body. Zhao Zhishua's fireball failed to reach Lu Yi in time and nearly struck him instead. Jiang Honghua's stone projectiles were ineffective in dispatching the beasts quickly enough to save Lu Yi. The convoy pressed onward, undeterred. A beam of white light shot through the air, as Yunfan's spear pinned one of the attacking elephant trunk insects to the ground. With a leap, he landed beside Lu Yi, pulled out his spear, and swept it across, sending several insects flying. He hoisted Lu Yi and jumped back onto the bus. As the convoy entered the forest, the pursuing insect beasts halted at the threshold, unwilling to cross. Yunfan sighed softly, having witnessed countless deaths. The loss of a companion after just a few days together stirred a hint of sorrow within him. Yet, it was merely a fleeting sadness in this world. Death had become an all-too-common occurrence. Aside from Lu Ye's sister, who fainted from grief, the others showed little reaction to the tragedy. They had grown numb to death. Suddenly, a clear, vibrant cry of a newborn echoed through the air. The baby had been born. Thanks to the emergency kit, the doctor successfully performed a cesarean section, ensuring the safety of both mother and child. Upon hearing the news, Qin was overcome with joy, tears streaming down his face. He had experienced the highest highs and lowest lows, despair giving way to hope, culminating in this moment of good fortune. Life's complexities had never been so vividly illustrated to him. Lu Ye's passing, juxtaposed with the birth of a new life. Chapter 45. The misty forest. The convoy traversed through the forest, surrounded by towering trees, as a faint white mist enveloped the air, obscuring the sun above. The entire woodland was shrouded in a veil of fog. Following the birth of Qin's child, he found himself in a state of joyous despair, succumbing to a high fever and unconsciousness. None in the convoy understood the reason behind this, except for Yunfan, who recognized that it was the result of intense emotional fluctuations triggering his awakening. Wang Kai had awakened after a few days of fever-induced unconsciousness, emerging significantly more powerful than the average superhuman. Though Zhao Zhishua and Jiang Honghuo were also superhumans, their abilities were comparatively feeble. Their awakenings were smooth, devoid of the intense reactions that Qin experienced, leaving them unaware that his condition signified an impending awakening. "Brother Yi, which way should we go?" Zhao Zhishua inquired of Yunfan, having elevated his address for Yi after witnessing him vanquish the elephantine beast. Yunfan surveyed the surrounding trees, his brow furrowing. Since entering the misty forest, the trees loomed in every direction, rendering any path indistinguishable. The fog obscured the sun, making it impossible to discern their bearings, leaving them to wander aimlessly like headless flies. "Let us proceed forward. As long as we maintain a straight course, we are bound to find our way out," he proposed. The misty forest also harbored ant beasts, which mostly scuttled up and down the sturdy trunks, showing no inclination to attack the convoy. Aside from these ant beasts, they had not encountered other insect creatures. After 2 days of wandering within the misty forest, the convoy still had not glimpsed the forest's edge. They were oblivious to how far they had ventured into the mist. "Time to eat," Zhao Zhishua called out, prompting everyone to disembark and begin their meal preparations. Yunfan gazed at the seemingly endless expanse of trees ahead, feeling a sense of déjà vu. "Old Jiang, do you not feel as if we have been here before?" "I share that sentiment. Could it be that the surrounding environment is too similar, leading us into a false perception?" Jiang Honghuo replied. Suddenly, Yunfan spotted a mark on the trunk of a nearby tree. Upon closer inspection, he became even more convinced that this was no mere illusion. The previous day, while preparing a fire to cook, he had marked a large tree, and this mark was indeed his own. Yunfan relayed his discovery to Zhao Zhishua and the others, who also recognized the anomalies within the forest. With Yunfan's confirmation, a sense of dread enveloped them. "What should we do? If we cannot escape, are we to be trapped here forever?" Feng Hui expressed his unease, unwilling to perish in this place. Zhao Zhishua pondered for a moment. "Let us pause here. Without fuel replenishment, our vehicle will run out of gas if we continue to wander. We must first ascertain the situation of this forest before devising an escape plan. Let us keep this matter among ourselves. It is sufficient for us to know. As superhumans, we are helpless in this situation. If ordinary people were to discover this, it would only incite unnecessary panic." At that moment, Yunfan heard a faint buzzing sound. "What is that noise?" It was not only Yunfan who noticed it. The others followed the sound, spotting an insect creature flying in circles overhead. The creature moved with remarkable speed, adorned with black and yellow stripes, its wings vibrating rapidly, producing the buzzing sound. "Is that a bee?" The bee creature was relatively small, measuring only half a meter in length, yet it possessed the ability to fly. As a flying insect, Once targeted, escape became nearly impossible. Li Yi raised his hand, conjuring a fireball. "Wait!" Yi Yunfan exclaimed urgently, but he was a moment too late. The fireball had already been launched. The flaming projectile struck the bee creature, erupting into a conflagration that engulfed it entirely. The bee creature spiraled down, crashing to the ground, struggling briefly before succumbing. The defense of this bee creature was even weaker than that of an ordinary ant beast. Li Yi wore a triumphant expression. "This flying insect is surprisingly weak in combat. There is no cause for alarm." However, Yi Yunfan's demeanor was grave. "Are you aware that bees are social creatures? By killing one, you may attract a swarm. Everyone, back to the vehicles. We must leave this place." The previous bee creature had shown no intent to attack. Yi Yunfan had no desire to provoke it, but Li Yi's preemptive strike had changed everything. As a social species, disturbing one bee would inevitably summon many more. Just as Yi Yunfan's warning fell, a cacophony of buzzing echoed from afar. This sound was markedly different from the earlier faint noise, even at a distance. It was apparent that a multitude was approaching rapidly. Under Zhao Zhizhua's urging, all the ordinary individuals boarded the vehicle, securing doors and windows as the bus began to move. In less than a minute, a vast shadow loomed overhead. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that this shadow was comprised of countless bee creatures. Yi Yunfan felt a chill run down his spine. The swarm numbered in the hundreds, their collective presence obscuring a small patch of the sky. Most alarmingly, escape seemed impossible. Previously, even the swiftest insect creatures had crawled along the ground, but these bee creatures could fly. No matter how fast the vehicle reached, it could not evade their pursuit. Presently, the convoy was only traveling at a mere 10 kilometers per hour, slightly faster than a human's walking speed. The bee creatures closed in rapidly, now within 50 meters. Li Yi and Zhao Zhizhua launched fireballs, striking the dense swarm and downing several. The explosions disrupted the formation, scattering the bees in the air. Feng Hui and Jiang Hongwu joined the fray. Every ice arrow Feng Hui loosed successfully encased a bee creature in ice, which shattered upon impact with the ground. However, the efficacy of his ice arrows paled in comparison to the fireballs. In addition to the fallen bee creatures, countless others surged toward the group. At this moment, Yi Yunfan's prowess became evident. Any bee creature that approached was swiftly dispatched by a spear. The bee creatures possessed weak defenses. Yi Yunfan's dragon spear created a flurry of motion in the air, each thrust claiming the life of a bee creature, occasionally achieving a double kill with a single strike. In mere moments, the ground was littered with the remains of fallen bee creatures. While Yi Yunfan displayed formidable endurance in battle, the others were rapidly depleting their energy. Superhumans did not cultivate their powers but relied on natural growth, resulting in limited resources and diminished endurance for prolonged combat. Behind Yi Yunfan, Li Yi observed him thoughtfully. The power of Yi Yunfan's dragon spear was apparent to all, leading Li Yi to ponder whether it was the spear itself that granted him such strength. It was not unreasonable for Li Yi to think this way, although Yi Yunfan lacked long-range capabilities. His ferocity in slaying insect creatures with the spear was nothing short of terrifying. Chapter 46. The fireball from behind the group had slain a considerable number of the bee beasts, yet more than half remained aloft. Aside from Yi Yunfan, the others had succumbed to exhaustion and could no longer continue the fight. Alone, Yi Yunfan could not hope to fend off such a multitude of foes. Suddenly, a bee beast descended upon Feng Hui's back, its sharp stinger poised to strike. Zhao Zhizhua, quick of hand, wielded a watermelon knife and severed the bee beast's head before it could pierce Feng Hui. However, Feng Hui had already been stung, and a large, swollen bump began to form on his back. As more bee beasts descended, Yi Yunfan found himself overwhelmed, unable to assist anyone else. At that moment, a new wave of buzzing filled the air. Were they to face yet another swarm? Yi Yunfan watched as the bee beasts, which had been surrounding them, suddenly scattered in all directions. In their place emerged 4 or 5 enormous hornets. These hornets, exceeding 2 meters in length, were robust with large heads and prominent mandibles. Their stingers were even sharper than those of the bee beasts, and their 6 legs were longer and more powerful. Known as hornets, they were a stark contrast to the bees. Hornets were considerably larger and included bees and other small insects in their diet. While bees consumed nectar, hornets preyed on them, showcasing a clear disparity in combat prowess. The emergence of the hornets sent the attacking bee beasts fleeing in terror. The speed of the hornets rivaled that of the bees, and in a heartbeat, each hornet had claimed a bee beast as its prey. One hornet lagged slightly behind, its surrounding bee beasts having already fled. Instead of pursuing them, it turned its attention to the few individuals left on the ground. With a powerful beat of its wings, it surged forward, covering dozens of meters in an instant. Everyone, be cautious, Yunfan exclaimed, spotting a shadow overhead. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Hongwo was seized by a hornet and lifted into the air. Old Jiang. Several hornets soared away with their catch. Jiang Hongwo ensnared beneath one of them. The hornet's 6 legs clamped tightly around him as it ascended. Yunfan, driven by instinct, chased after them. Jiang Hongwo was the person he felt most fondly towards within their group. The hornet's speed diminished considerably due to its burden, but Yunfan, on foot, could only watch helplessly. Li hesitated for a moment, grappling with his thoughts, before pursuing Yunfan. Zhao Zhizhua and Feng Hui remained stationary. Zhao Zhizhua felt compelled to protect the bus, knowing his entire family was aboard. Among the extraordinary individuals, he had the most relatives in that vehicle. Jiang Hongwa, larger than the beasts, made it difficult for the hornet to maintain its speed. The other hornets had already flown far with their prey, leaving this one swaying precariously behind. Jiang Hongwa struggled, unwilling to accept his fate. However, his energy was nearly depleted, rendering him unable to fight back against the hornet, which continued to carry him away. Yunfan moved swiftly, yet the hornet flew with wings, its 2 legs no match for its 2 pairs of wings. Just as the hornet seemed poised to vanish from sight, Yunfan resolved to make a desperate attempt with his long dragon spear. Old Jiang, be careful. Concentrating all his strength, he thrust the spear forward, releasing a piercing sound as it shot through the air. The spear transformed into a streak of silver light. Racing towards the hornet, Jiang Hongwa, seeing the rapidly approaching glimmer, exerted all his strength to evade it, fearing the spear would strike him instead. The hornet noticed the incoming spear as well and attempted to dodge, but Jiang Hongwa's bulk severely compromised its agility. The long dragon spear grazed Jiang Hongwa's body before embedding itself in the hornet. The impact severely injured the hornet, causing it to lose its balance and plummet towards the ground, despite its frantic attempts to remain airborne. Thud. The hornet crashed to the earth, skidding several meters. Jiang Hongwa felt the jarring impact of the fall and found himself momentarily incapacitated. Yunfan rushed over, seeing that the hornet was still alive. Its wings fluttering as it attempted to rise, the spear lodged within it. Even incapacitated, the hornet's combat potential remained formidable. At that moment, Li arrived behind Yunfan. Seeing Yunfan's silhouette and the spear embedded in the hornet, a surge of malice welled within him, and a fireball shot forth, aimed directly at Yunfan. In that instant, Yunfan felt a chill run down his spine. The fireball posed a lethal threat. With the hornet behind him and the spear no longer in hand, he could only brace himself for the impact. Boom. The fireball exploded, sending a searing wave of heat that hurled Yunfan backward. Flames enveloped him, igniting his clothing in an instant. Yet, the fire was not his greatest peril. The hornet was. The hornet opened its mandibles, lunging at the airborne Yunfan. In a moment of agility, he twisted his body midair, narrowly avoiding the hornet's jaws, and with a swift motion, he drew the long dragon spear, plunging it into the hornet's head in one fluid motion. Yunfan tore away the charred remnants of his clothing, revealing his taut, muscular torso. His garments had been incinerated, leaving behind a burn mark on his skin. Such a minor injury would heal in a few days, thanks to his remarkable recovery abilities, which had long surpassed the limits of an ordinary human. Old Jiang, are you all right? Yunfan asked, helping Jiang Hongwa to his feet. The fall had nearly proven fatal. I'm fine. Just need some time to recuperate, Jiang Hongwa replied, rubbing his aching bones. Yunfan, I didn't expect Li to. Jiang Hongwa had witnessed Li Yi's treachery with clarity. Yunfan responded nonchalantly, no matter, we shall settle this debt when next we meet. In Yunfan's heart, Li had become a target for vengeance. He had never trusted Li Yi, but he had not anticipated such a betrayal. Previously, Yunfan believed Li Yi to be merely a cowardly bully, one who thrived on belittling the weak. Li Yi's previous jibes had never bothered Yunfan. But the moment Li Yi chose to strike against him, the stakes had escalated to a life-or-death confrontation. In this world, finding a friend to whom one could entrust their back was a rarity indeed. Chapter 47. The mysterious fluctuation. Li Yi was engulfed in fear, uncertain of what course to take. However, Yunfan's formidable combat prowess shattered Li Yi's plans. Struck by Li Yi's fireball, Yunfan sustained only minor injuries. Upon realizing Yunfan was still alive, Li Yi chose to flee at the first opportunity, fully aware that Yunfan would not let him escape unscathed. Where are Li Yi, Yunfan, and old Jiang? Zhao Zhizhua inquired. Li Yi shook his head in silence, observing Li Yi's expression. Zhao Zhizhua felt a chill in his heart, fearing that both men had perished. If that were the case, their team would suffer the loss of two superpowered individuals. Particularly Yunfan, their strongest asset, significantly increasing the dangers of their journey. Li disregarded Zhao Zhizhua's anxious demeanor, his singular focus on one goal, sustenance. He stealthily entered the vehicle, surreptitiously stashing a considerable amount of food within his clothing. Li? Where is he? Yunfan demanded, his voice laced with menace. Zhao Zhizhua gestured toward the bus. He is inside. What has transpired? Yunfan dashed into the vehicle, only to find Li absent. Suddenly, a figure leaped into Yunfan's embrace. It was Sun Xiaoxing. During the earlier skirmish with the bee beast, Yunfan had left Sun Xiaoxing inside the vehicle. The childlike Sun Xiaoxing was shy and allowed no one near him save for Yunfan. Where's Li? Yunfan questioned the occupants of the bus. A woman pointed outside. He mentioned he was going to relieve himself in the woods. He just left. Yunfan pursued the direction in which Li had fled, hastily donning a coat as he departed. He could not allow a potential threat to escape unchallenged. Zhao Zhizhua learned the sequence of events from Jiang Honghua and suddenly realized something alarming. This is bad. He rushed into the storage area of the vehicle, discovering indeed that some food was missing. Thankfully, Li could not have taken much alone, so their losses were not substantial. Surely, he wouldn't pursue any further. Having distanced himself significantly, Li exhaled in relief. As long as he could navigate out of the forest and reach Jinling City, a bright future awaited him. As a superpowered individual, he believed that as long as he did not court disaster, trouble would not find him. Moreover, Yunfan would find it arduous to locate him amidst the sprawling city. Not far behind Li, Yunfan advanced swiftly, relentlessly tracking him. The clear footprints indicated that he was closing in rapidly. Soon, Yunfan caught sight of Li's silhouette and quickened his pace. Did you truly think you could escape? Yunfan's tone was frigid. Li suddenly knelt on the ground. Yunfan, I beg for your mercy. I realize my folly. I was momentarily blinded by greed. He glanced at the coiling dragon spear at his chest, feeling life ebbing away, his gaze filled with disbelief. Yunfan did not spare him another glance. His movements were decisive and efficient. He had no desire to utter another word to Li. This was not the first time Yunfan had taken a life. Nor would it be the last. The convoy had meandered through the forest for 2 days without finding an exit, and Yunfan found himself in a similar predicament. Lost within the woods, unable to discern direction, as if unseen forces were subtly manipulating his path. As twilight descended, Yunfan had wandered through the forest for half a day, encountering only a few wandering ant beasts, with nothing else in sight. As darkness enveloped the woods, the fog thickened. Yunfan climbed a massive tree, utilizing all fours to ascend. The thick branches provided a perch, and he sat cross-legged on a sturdy limb. The night air in the forest was frigid, the damp chill seeping into Yunfan's being. Even his extraordinary physique could not fully ward off the cold. Sun Xiaoxing curled up in Yunfan's embrace. Yunfan tightened his hold on the small creature, the two of them seeking warmth from one another. Xiaoxing, what do you think we should do? How on earth can we escape this cursed place? I wonder how Grandma is faring. Rongqing is so close to Jinling. They must have arrived by now. Let me tell you a story, Xiaoxing. In ancient legends, there exists a mountain of flowers and fruits. Yunfan spoke softly to Sun Xiaoxing, more as a monologue than a dialogue. Time slipped by unnoticed, and Sun Xiaoxing, nestled in Yunfan's arms, fell into slumber, while Yunfan himself drifted into a light doze. In a state between wakefulness and dreams, Yunfan sensed a peculiar fluctuation emanating from the depths of the forest, beckoning him. At dawn, Yunfan jolted awake, spotting an ant beast crawling along the tree trunk, no more than 10 meters away. Almost instinctively, he grasped the coiling dragon spear and pierced the creature with a swift thrust. How could I have slept so soundly? Yunfan frowned, incredulous that he had succumbed to slumber atop a great tree in the wilderness. Was it that strange fluctuation that kept one from finding their way out? Yunfan pondered. At that moment, he noticed a small insect beast perched on a branch above him. He could not recall when it had appeared. This insect beast was the size of a basin, its translucent green body round and plump. The diminutive size of the insect beast was precisely why Yunfan remained unperturbed. In the realm of insect beasts, larger sizes typically indicated greater combat prowess. This particular insect beast was the smallest Yunfan had ever encountered. The green insect beast lay on the branch, a straw-like mouthpiece inserted into the wood. At the tail end of the creature, a white, gel-like orb was gradually forming. Is this an aphid? Yunfan mused. Aphids were tiny insects that survived by feeding on the sap of plants. They produced a sweet substance known as honeydew. The green insect beast before Yunfan was undoubtedly a magnified version of an aphid. The orb at its tail was the honeydew it produced. Suddenly, he realized that the earlier ant beast had not been targeting him, but rather the honeydew from this insect beast. Ants have a fondness for honeydew, and some ant colonies even cultivate aphids specifically for this sweet treat. Chapter 48. The efficacy of honeydew. When Yunfan extracted the honeydew from the tail of the aphid beast, the creature did not struggle or even flinch. The honeydew was roughly the size of a fist, enveloped in a layer of white gel. Within the soft gelatinous layer lay a liquid that emanated a faintly sweet aroma. What purpose might this honeydew serve? Though it smelled delightful, Yunfan dared not taste this substance that emerged from a beast. After storing the honeydew in his spatial pouch, he descended from the tree, determined to find a way out of this place. However, despair washed over him as he tried every conceivable method yet remained ensnared. Perpetually circling in the same spot, he attempted to walk in curves, but to no avail. Regardless of his path, the result was always the same. While Yunfan sought an exit, he encountered several ant beasts, which he deliberately chose not to kill. These creatures provided him with some elemental essence. Although the elemental essence from a single ant beast was scant, it could accumulate into a sufficient amount over time. A buzzing sound drew his attention, and he looked up to see several bee beasts fluttering overhead. As long as Yunfan refrained from attacking, these bee beasts posed no threat to him. Then, he noticed a figure atop a colossal tree. He approached quietly, observing the individual from the shadows. It was a middle-aged man clad in black, whose posture and attire suggested he was an adept. He was slowly climbing along the branches, and ahead of him was an aphid beast. After plucking the honeydew from the creature's tail, he swiftly descended the tree, a look of elation upon his face. Yunfan watched as the man placed the honeydew in his mouth, biting through the gelatinous layer and drawing the liquid into his stomach in one swift motion. This honeydew is edible? Yunfan was astonished, especially given the man's expression of sheer delight, as if savoring a delicacy of the mortal realm. The black-clad man sensed another's presence and noticed the young man observing him from a distance. When Yunfan was discovered, he did not hide but approached the man directly. I mean no harm. I merely stumbled upon this place. Are you also trapped in this forest? The black-clad man's gaze bore a hint of caution. Brother, I know what you wish to ask, but I can only say that I too am at a loss for how to escape. Yunfan paused, for indeed, this was the very question he sought to pose. If no means of escape could be found, would he be bound to remain here indefinitely? Was there truly no way out? The black-clad man shook his head. I have been trapped here for 10 days. If there were a way out, I would have left long ago. Recently, the number of people ensnared here has been increasing, and I hope someone can devise a solution. With that, the black-clad man turned to depart, evidently uninterested in further conversation with Yunfan. Wait, Yunfan called, eager to inquire about the honeydew. Brother, what is the purpose of the honeydew produced by the aphid beasts? The man's footsteps faltered, and his gaze sharpened with suspicion. Did this young man witness him consuming the honeydew? Few were privy to this secret, and the more who knew, the fewer opportunities he would have to obtain it. The young man's query regarding the honeydew's purpose suggested he might possess some himself. In that instant, myriad thoughts raced through the black-clad man's mind. Observing the man's hesitance, Yunfan felt increasingly certain that the honeydew held significant value. The black-clad man finally replied, "It serves no special purpose. It is merely edible. After being trapped for so long, I have had no food, and I have survived solely by consuming honeydew. Do you have any honeydew?" Yunfan recognized the man's deception. The honeydew's value was not merely as sustenance. He shook his head. No, I have seen it, but I did not take any. The black-clad man could not ascertain whether Yunfan spoke the truth or spun a lie, but regardless, he had resolved to take action against him. Once Yunfan became aware of the honeydew's secret, it was likely to be exposed. The black-clad man was unwilling to risk that. In a seemingly benevolent tone, he said, "If you find yourself without food, you might consider trying the honeydew. It is quite tasty. Should you discover a way out, please inform me. Until we meet again." Yunfan nodded. Indeed, until we meet again. The black-clad man gazed at Yunfan in astonishment, then lowered his gaze to the dragon-patterned spear that pierced through his chest. Blood gushing forth. How did you know? Please, do you take me for a fool? Yunfan retorted. He was not naive enough to expose his back to a stranger. He had seen through the black-clad man's deception, merely playing along with the charade. What truly was the purpose of the honeydew? Yunfan remained perplexed. He retrieved the honeydew from his spatial pouch and bit through the gelatinous layer. An intense, Sweet fragrance immediately enveloped him. Instead of consuming the entire liquid in one go, he cautiously took a small sip for safety. The sweet honeydew flowed into his stomach, and he felt a surge of primal energy coursing through him. This is primal energy. Yunfan realized why the black-clad man had sought to kill him. If he were in the man's position, he would not want anyone to know this secret. The honeydew was a miraculous substance that could enhance one's primal energy. A treasure of immeasurable worth for an adept. Now possessing the honeydew, Yunfan's training efficiency would soar, and the rate of primal energy increase could multiply several times. After searching the black-clad man thoroughly, Yunfan found no honeydew. It seemed the man had consumed it the moment he discovered it. Since I cannot leave for the time being, I shall gather honeydew here to enhance my strength. Collecting honeydew became Yunfan's immediate objective. He climbed the towering trees, searching for every trace of the aphid beasts. The lofty trees and the faint white mist served as obstacles in his quest for honeydew. Unexpectedly, Sun Shaoxing brought him immense delight. The nimble Sun Shaoxing scaled the trees with remarkable speed, leaping gracefully among the branches, proving far more efficient in locating honeydew than Yunfan. Often, while Sun Shaoxing would find 2 pieces of honeydew, Yunfan would only uncover 1. Monkeys are remarkably intelligent creatures, and Sun Shaoxing surpassed ordinary monkeys in intellect. Yunfan suspected that Sun Shaoxing was no ordinary monkey, just as there were adepts among humans. There must also exist awakened beings among animals. The silverback gorilla and monkeys Yunfan had seen in the zoo had likely awakened their powers, endowing them with combat abilities far exceeding those of ordinary animals. Under the cloak of night, Yunfan perched upon a branch 30 meters above the forest floor, meticulously tallying his bounty, 8 glistening drops of honeydew. Sun Shaoxing had discovered 5, while Yunfan had located 3 himself. Time to cultivate. Yunfan murmured, his anticipation palpable. He had yet to experience the infusion of honeydew into his spatial origin force. He retrieved a single drop, the saccharine liquid cascading down his throat. Within his abdomen, the honeydew metamorphosed into currents of pristine spatial origin force, coursing through his meridians before converging within his inner sanctum. The volume of his inner space expanded at an unprecedented rate. After half an hour, Yunfan paused, the first drop fully consumed. The progression of his spatial origin force had begun to decelerate noticeably. He imbibed another drop, seizing the moment to cultivate with renewed fervor. However, after the third drop, the rate of increase paled in comparison to his initial experience. The effects are diminishing, he surmised. Rapid enhancement through copious honeydew consumption is not so straightforward. Indeed, the fourth drop yielded negligible results. Yunfan ceased his consumption, recognizing its inefficacy. Noticing Sun Shaoxing's unwavering gaze upon the remaining honeydew, he inquired, "Do you desire some?" The monkey, oblivious to Yunfan's query, fixated upon the honeydew, its eyes brimming with longing. Yunfan placed a drop into Sun Shaoxing's grasp. Mimicking Yunfan, the monkey pierced the gelatinous membrane and savored the nectarous fluid. A wave of contentment washed over Sun Shaoxing, followed by a faint golden aura emanating from its body before vanishing. Yunfan speculated that this was Sun Shaoxing's superpower, though his understanding of such abilities was rudimentary. Soon after, the monkey succumbed to slumber. Yunfan resumed his cultivation, accumulating spatial origin force drop by drop. At dawn, Yunfan retrieved sustenance from his inner space, and the pair satiated their hunger before resuming their quest for honeydew. Despite its diminished effects, it remained invaluable. "Shaoxing, let us commence," Yunfan declared. In response, Sun Shaoxing leaped from his shoulder onto a nearby tree, ascending with such alacrity that Yunfan could only glimpse its silhouette amidst the upper branches. "So swift," Yunfan exclaimed, wondering if it was the result of the previous night's honeydew. Sun Shaoxing's rapid development was advantageous. Yunfan ascended a neighboring tree, albeit at a slower pace, to seek out aphid beasts. While some trees harbored these creatures, none yielded honeydew. The production of honeydew was a time-consuming process, and luck was paramount in finding an aphid beast in the midst of secretion. As the day waned, Yunfan procured 4 drops, while Sun Shaoxing discovered 10, totaling 14. Yunfan noted an improvement in his own arboreal skills, a secondary benefit of their endeavor. That night, Yunfan placed a drop of honeydew in Sun Shaoxing's embrace and imbibed one himself. After a day's respite, the honeydew once again exhibited its remarkable properties, significantly accelerating Yunfan's cultivation. He abstained from a second drop, recognizing that 1 per day maximized its efficacy. Observing the softly snoring Sun Shaoxing, Yunfan felt a twinge of envy. The monkey merely needed to consume honeydew and sleep to enhance its abilities, while Yunfan had to toil. The subsequent days were spent in relentless pursuit of honeydew, yielding over 10 drops daily. However, Yunfan grew increasingly restless. When will we escape this accursed place? He lamented. While searching for honeydew, Yunfan also sought a means of egress, but the forest presented an endless expanse of towering trees and beasts and bee beasts. He failed to find a way out, but he occasionally glimpsed others trapped within the forest. As time wore on, their numbers swelled. Suddenly, Yunfan noticed a figure scaling a tree in the distance, approaching an aphid beast not far from his location. The individual examined the creature, and upon finding no honeydew, continued upward. It was an aphid beast Yunfan had visited previously. Alarm bells rang as Yunfan realized the individual was also searching for honeydew. Has the secret been revealed? He pondered, a frown creasing his brow. He had been meticulous in concealing his activities, ensuring he was unobserved and immediately storing his finds within his inner space. In the future, acquiring honeydew would be more challenging. Indeed, the situation proved worse than anticipated. The following day, Yunfan observed numerous superhumans scouring the trees, the knowledge of honeydew now widespread. The revelation had swept through the superhuman community, igniting a frenzy. Honeydew, the sole known substance capable of augmenting their powers, was of inestimable value, and its acquisition could incite a free-for-all. Yunfan managed to find only 1 drop in half a day. Most of the aphid beasts he encountered had already been depleted by others. He dared not allow Sun Shaoxing to venture out alone, as its diminutive size rendered it vulnerable to superhumans. The allure of honeydew could easily tempt them to seize it from the monkey. In this frenzied pursuit, even superhumans had to exercise caution. Any individual possessing honeydew had to conceal it, lest they become the target of unscrupulous rivals. The superhumans maintained a deliberate distance, each wary of strangers. Most sought their fortunes independently, but some, emboldened by their numbers or strength, resorted to plundering others. Yunfan sighed, recognizing that the optimal period for honeydew acquisition had passed. Though he had managed to amass over 50 drops in the preceding days, he noticed several superhumans approaching him. In contrast to the prevailing atmosphere of non-interference, a few sought to seize the honeydew of others. Yunfan frowned, sensing their ill intent. He leaped from the tree, landing amidst the 4 encircling superhumans. Boy, did you just find a drop of honeydew? One of them demanded. Yunfan spread his hands. No, the aphid beast had already been plundered. I found nothing. Li Ji. I saw him take something, but I couldn't make out what it was, another countered. The man known as Li Ji replied, simple. If he claims he has nothing, let's search him. If we find nothing, he can leave unscathed. Chapter 50. Minor Warfare. Yunfan shrugged, exclaiming, I truly do not possess any honeydew. You may leave. As for the search, that was out of the question. You refuse to allow us to search? Brotherly chuckled, seemingly convinced that Yunfan was indeed hiding something. Since you are unwilling to surrender it, do not blame us for resorting to force. Yunfan gently shook his head. Before engaging in combat, he always offered his adversaries a chance to desist. However, his cordial entreaties were invariably in vain, culminating in the necessity of resolving matters through force. Suddenly, a fireball hurtled towards him. The 4 opponents acted with remarkable speed, far exceeding Yunfan's expectations. With a swift motion, Yunfan retrieved his dragon spiral spear from behind, sweeping it horizontally to intercept the fireball. With a resounding explosion, the fireball detonated, leaving the spear unscathed. A wave of heat enveloped him, causing his hair to flutter. He quickly hurled Sun Shaoxing onto a nearby tree, gripping the spear as he charged forward. In such tumultuous combat, Sun Shaoxing was vulnerable and lacked the ability to assist Yunfan. With the dragon spiral spear in hand, he shattered several fireballs and ice arrows, swiftly advancing towards Brotherly. The latter's expression turned to one of horror. It was already astonishing that Yunfan had withstood their barrage, but even more so that he had surged through their attacks to confront him directly. The spear, imbued with an indomitable momentum, lunged forth. Brotherly's fireball was barely formed and had yet to be launched when it was pierced through by the spear. Seizing the leader first, Yunfan incapacitated Brotherly, causing the morale of the remaining 3 to plummet. In their panic, they unleashed their attacks, yet 2 of them missed entirely, as Yunfan deftly evaded them. An ice arrow was shattered before him by the dragon spiral spear. In a heartbeat, Yunfan closed in on another adversary. The spear swept through the air, striking true at the man's throat. Flee! The remaining 2 hesitated not, witnessing Yunfan's swift elimination of their comrades, and they promptly turned to escape. Yunfan would not allow any threats to elude him, propelling himself forward with terrifying speed in pursuit. The third assailant soon fell beneath the dragon spiral spear. Yet the fourth fled in a different direction, rapidly vanishing from Yunfan's sight. Xiaoxing pursue. The man and the monkey continued their chase. With Yunfan on the ground and Sun Xiaoxing among the branches, the latter leapt gracefully from one branch to another, his agile form darting through the forest, keeping pace with Yunfan. However, the distance was too great, and just as the man appeared to escape Yunfan's view, he suddenly halted. Not fleeing? Yunfan, though puzzled, pressed on. As he neared, he understood the man's hesitation. Before them lay a swarm of bee beasts and ant beasts embroiled in a fierce clash. The man, seeing Yunfan approach, glanced at the insect beasts, and lacking the courage to charge into the fray, chose instead to confront Yunfan in a desperate gamble. Nevertheless, the disparity in strength rendered him helpless, and he succumbed beneath the dragon spiral spear within mere seconds. The ant beasts were the most formidable insect species Yunfan had ever encountered. While their individual strength might be lacking, their terrifying numbers made them a force to be reckoned with, unrivaled in their might. In the face of the overwhelming tide of ant beasts, no creature dared to stand against them, be it human, beast, or even other insect species. At that moment, the opposing force comprised a considerable number of bee beasts. Each side boasted hundreds of participants, engaging in a small-scale war amidst the trees. Yunfan observed several soldier ant beasts among the ant swarm, while the bee beasts, leveraging their aerial advantage, held their ground. Only Yunfan dared to witness this spectacle. Others, including superhumans, had long since retreated to a safe distance. Neither faction was one that humans or superhumans could contend with. As the bee beasts and ant beasts clashed, insect casualties mounted. Yunfan watched intently, unable to suppress his glee. Just look at all these corpses, how much essence can they provide? In a large-scale war, Yunfan would hesitate to collect corpses. The essence provided by a few insect carcasses was minimal. However, this skirmish involving hundreds of insect beasts presented a golden opportunity for him. This chance was akin to a windfall. As the battle unfolded as Yunfan had anticipated, both sides suffered losses until few insect beasts remained. Eventually, only a handful of bee beasts survived, rendered flightless due to damaged wings. The bee beasts, weaker than the ant beasts individually, triumphed in their home territory due to their greater numbers. Yunfan approached, dispatching the remaining bee beasts. The small-scale conflict concluded with mutual destruction. As a bystander, Yunfan reveled in the sight of the numerous insect corpses. As dusk descended, it was the perfect moment for him to extract essence. The essence from bee beasts was minimal, while ordinary ant beasts yielded a bit more. The soldier ant beasts, however, contained dozens of times more essence within their exoskeletons. Yunfan typically drained the essence from dozens of insect beasts before his spatial energy was depleted. At that point, he would consume a vial of honeydew, maximizing its effects after exhausting his spatial energy. Soon, his spatial energy replenished, and his internal capacity expanded slightly. The entire night was spent extracting essence and restoring spatial energy. When dawn broke, Yunfan, after a night of labor, had finally extracted all the essence from the insect beasts' exoskeletons. The nearly 1,000 insect beasts provided him with a substantial amount of essence, alongside what he had previously accumulated. He was now just a fraction of essence short of the materials needed to forge a suit of energy armor. Yunfan consulted an ancient tome, calculating that he needed the equivalent of 10 units of essence based on a single ant beast's exoskeleton. This meant that by extracting essence from just 10 ordinary ant beasts, he could manufacture a complete set of energy armor. Each ant beast exoskeleton yielded a pearl-sized essence. This minuscule amount fortified the ant beast exoskeletons to become as resilient as steel. Just imagine the formidable defense a suit of armor composed entirely of this essence would offer. With this thought, Yunfan felt his blood surge with excitement, eager to gather enough essence to create the armor immediately. As he prepared to depart, he noticed, at the center of the battlefield strewn with bee and ant beasts, a pit beside the corpse of a soldier ant beast. He had overlooked this pit the previous night. Approaching it, Yunfan discovered it contained nothing but disturbed soil. Is something buried here? He pondered, cautiously retrieving the dragon spiral spear and methodically excavating the soil. Upon revealing the contents of the pit, Yunfan was overwhelmed with joy. Notification: over the course of a month, I have revised the beginning twice and have now penned a total of 600 words. My heart aches. This story is merely commencing, and countless thrilling moments remain unshared. Due to certain unavoidable circumstances, this book must conclude, and I apologize for this. I know some may criticize me, but I assure you, my disappointment surpasses what you might imagine. It is not due to poor performance. For a slow-starting tale that diverges from trends, I am quite satisfied with this achievement of 100 000 words. The reasons are not suitable for disclosure. To clarify, the avatar of the author is not me. I am male, not female, and I apologize to those readers who may feel let down. The avatar belongs to my girlfriend. Haha. Anyone who donates to become the leader will receive her image. Just kidding. At least a silver alliance would suffice. If she sees this, I might be in trouble. Lastly, and most importantly, the perfect image of high technology, I seek your support for my new book, even if it's just to add it to your bookshelf. I hope that one day we can revisit the era of the apocalypse. Notice, the content of Frozen Apocalypse is currently being updated. Please hold on for a moment. After the update, kindly refresh the page to access the latest information. The novel Frozen Apocalypse will be fully updated. Remember the website. Go. My Struggle with AI, a captivating introduction. This curse is marvelous, a fascinating introduction. Han Sanchuan and Su Yingxia, an engaging introduction. Remaining Crime, a compelling introduction. Qingxi and Pei Yinzhou, an intriguing introduction. Entertainment, you are brought on stage to elicit sympathy. Not to provoke laughter, an enticing introduction.